Yo, 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 what is up? We are back. We got a nice little Sunday night chat going on here. Tried to start this a little earlier. Did it on a different stream, restream. That was giving me issues. Might have been my connection the whole time, but yeah, I decided to unsubscribe from restream there. You're not getting my money no more. What up, Throwback? Appreciate you sharing that link, even though it was the wrong one. Ended up being the wrong one. We had to come here. Yeah, we got guests Brian Colt, and we got Steve-O Supremo in that building. What up? Oh, here. Let me swap you sides so my logo's cutting off my box instead of intruding on your box. First thing, real quick, I want to get this out of the way. There's all been Baker Mayfield reports. You know what I mean? All this stuff. Not once in that Albert Beer whatever report or article that he said, does he have a source? It's in his opinion that the 49ers will look at a quarterback like Baker Mayfield. And to me, it was shared in a misleading way. Like the title was set up, like I can't remember. I should have had this here for the words, but it was set up in a misleading way where I even saw Grant Cohn talking about it, right? And Raj went on. Raj from our San Francisco 49ers, he went on. He was talking about it, and he was even talking about another report. Somebody else said, hey, there's a lot of buzz coming around Baker Mayfield. Could that all that secondary, all that buzz that somebody was hearing, could that just be because of Albert Beer said he thought, and then everybody else started taking off talking about this and that, and then somebody else goes, hey, everybody's talking about that. Oh, isn't that something? Albert Beer's talking about that. Now we hear everybody else talking about this. Is this what's? Are we just like hearing an echo? They're just in an echo chamber, and some people just calling out, what's going on here? Like, there's no sources. Does anybody hear any sources? Anything? No. Is there been anything in the past where the 49ers have showed any sort of interest in Baker Mayfield?
Steve-O, you want to go first? Because I might have maybe a little bit to talk on this.
I mean, it is what it is. There's a few people that I don't like on the East Coast that report stuff, Wickersham and a couple of those guys. They have their own agendas, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the Niners are going to look at everybody. That's what John Lynch and those guys do. They're going to do their due diligence. And even if they bring them a tryout, maybe they do that, but at least they're going to like, all right, let's just mark this off the box. I don't know. I mean, look at Brandon Marshall posted that Aaron Rodgers was going to retire, supposedly an accident. I mean, who knows? Maybe he had it preloaded there saying, like, I don't know. But I think they should at least try him out. I don't want him. I mean, he's just not my cup of tea. And I don't think he's a bad person. I like him as a player, but I just don't want him in this team. And so I don't know. It is what it is, I guess.
Want to give a shout out to Blake real quick.
Yeah,
shout
go for
Blake.
it. Yeah.
Blake's a homie I used to work with. Also, and then Damian Lee in the chat.
There go.
Yeah. Yep. So go ahead, Brian. Get back to it. Albert Beer.
Baker Mayfield. Let's get the jokes out of the way. Do we want Baker Mayfield to move into Santa Clara Levi Stadium? No. Do we want those crappy commercials? No. But if legitimately we can get him at a cheaper deal or, like a team-friendly deal, let's do it. And, the reason I say it, I know Bosa has that, history with him and stuff like that. But don't you think Bosa's going to get a kick out of it at every practice, at every snap, saying, Baker...
You'll see.
Baker. Before that snap happens, you know, I mean, like he's gonna. I mean, he doesn't have to be friends with him. He doesn't have to have his locker next to him or anything like that. But if Baker Mayfield's better than Josh Johnson, let's go. I mean, and if he's if he's capable, but I don't. I'm not going to go and like dot the lines on his contract. I'm not advocating for him, but I wouldn't be mad. I wish we would have got him last year. But I kind of really feel like the Rams pulled their Maholigan out there. And they said, oh, we know if we don't jump on him right now, what did the Rams have? What did the Rams have at all signing him? Oh, we won one game, two games. They didn't have anything to win for signing him. The only thing that they had was to cock block us, and I'm not trying to be nasty or anything, but they blocked us from, moving forward. So.
What's up, David? I'd rather trade for Kelly Stafford's wife, man.
I mean, that is what it is, I mean, like,
Whoa.
I think part of the reason why it's kind of karma, when that chick fell off the stage at the parade and he was laughing, not because of that, the whole team got messed up and him.
He totally turned his back on the fan and everything, acted like he was super cool and everything, like he didn't see it. That's not funny, dude. Like, I don't care if you're buzzing and you've had too many drinks and stuff like that. You're still a person. You're not a comedian. Like you're a person. You're an athlete. At that moment, I would have commended you more by being a human being and being like, oh shit, let's help this person. Like, hey, come on, but by you turning your back and acting like you're a cartoon character. But, again, that's just my 49er opinion, but that's my human opinion as well.
Tommy Huxley. What up, Tommy?
The camel.
Tommy coming in. The camel.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Tommy Huxley is not a goat. He is the camel. And he's not a camel with one hump. He has two humps. That's Tommy Huxley.
Are you sure he's the whole camel?
He is the camel with two humps.
No. Are you sure he's the whole camel?
I know if you turn if you turn the corner, you can see the hotel right there around the corner. So I know that's Tommy Huxley.
I'm just thinking, he could be some metatarsals. Oh, carpals in there. Metatarsals. He could be some metatarpals, some cow metatarsals.
If you guys didn't know, if you took an old camel package and you turned the box to the side, you'd see a little hotel right there. So you didn't have to go too far in the desert to find a hotel. All you had to do is turn the box.
Unless you had Camel Reds with a K. Yeah. Is there anything you guys have heard lately that you're kind of like a miss? I kind of wanted to break into the list that Mariah put me on from Steph 49er They got a list where it's everybody who the 49ers have talked to. So it's kind of nice to see what, people they're talking to so we can, turn around and look at stuff. But before we get into that, yeah. Oh gosh. Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Tommy? Tommy, you don't know it. Tommy doesn't know what I mean. Tommy, clearly. If Tommy would have came in earlier, I know what I mean. You know what I mean?
One of these Friday nights, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Ryan? One of these Friday nights, we're going to have like a call-in show, you know what I mean? Where it's like a, you know what I mean? Like every time we say it, we're going to have like a drinking show, you know what I mean?
I did that earlier with Sunil. Because whenever he answers every question, he's like, yeah, I mean. I was saying a couple months ago, man, what would you give up for Joey Bosa? I know Ward was not going to be re-signed, but would you give up like a Trent Williams, that's a couple of years left, still in his prime, and maybe a Kittle for a Boza.
No, not at all. Trent Williams is better in his position than Joey Bosa is in his. Same thing with tight end and George Kittle. I wouldn't say
I mean, I
Joey
don't want to trade.
Bosa's the top 2 defensive end. I would
I
say
mean, I don't
Nick
want to trade
Bosa's the top
either.
2.
I wouldn't want to
Yeah,
trade either
but
of those guys.
I know, but putting them both together seems like you're totally hurting the team just to get one. Like you're giving them double the value for half of it in return. I don't like it at all.
So, what would it have to take to make that dream miracle, that dream happen for the Bosses happen? I would love it to happen for the 49ers, but I don't know if that's likely. But it seems like it's almost destiny that Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa play with each other before or at the end of their career. And if it was for the
Nick Bosa has to
49ers,
take such a pay cut that it'll happen because Joey obviously won't. So, and it's not going to happen this year. It's not going to happen in this time until they can
no.
both come probably in free agency. You know what I mean?
So I would have to say our Bosa has to get paid first, right? And then
yeah.
maybe 2 years from there, or maybe a year and a half from there,
He
they
can't
could
take
maybe.
a hometown deal in his situation, being essentially injury prone or having, the bad injuries that he's had in the past. He's got to get his bag. He's got to get through there. And if he decides he wants to make that a thing, then at that time, at the end of his 4 or 5 year contract, that's when he'll have the option to do that. And the one thing you got to look is to see once Nick Bosa signs his contract, right? That day is set. Okay. Now his brother, watch for his brother to see if his brother makes that contract land and end on that same year. See what I'm saying? That watch. Sign for a 5. I think Joey's got left, right? So if he signs 3-year, if he signs a 3-year, the 4-year that they wants to sign a 3-year, that just shows that there might be a chance to get them both together and that they're already talking about it.
And see, that's the mentality that I'm thinking, because I'm thinking it's going to almost be destiny. If it's not the Niners or the Chargers, that's fine. But what do you think about this? Whatever team they land on, because the jerseys, they've changed and stuff like that. What do you think if one goes number 9 and one goes number 7?
I think that would be kind of slick because they were talking they were like, who would have number 97? And Nick's like, well, bro, I'm already on the team, right? I got I think I've earned it. You know what I mean? Like I've been here. He'd be coming. So I like that idea. And I think that could be something really interesting. You know what I mean?
You have one on one side 9. You have the other side 7. 97's coming at you.
What if Bosa, does 97 represent?
When you say 97 to me, I always think of Bryant Young. So I mean, maybe
it's their father's jersey.
It is their fire. Yeah, you're right. Yep, 100%. That's why they both wear 97.
So what if Bosa says hey, I'm not going to sign this contract unless my brother's included on the team?
He's got to take a team-friendly deal. And what would that be? They're both in California, so it shouldn't be too bad, right?
I mean, what if Bosa says, I'll hold out or whatever, unless Bosa's included in my contract? Basically, he won't sign it unless Bosa comes on the team. Do what you got to do.
I would trade Eric Armstead right away. Be like, boom, get Bosa.
That is the guy I hate the most on this team, and I don't know. I'm not sure why.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody sign in a contract that was going to make somebody give up like a couple first rounds worth of draft capital for another person just for them to sign it. Plus, you're talking about they'd probably be getting paid more than the other person just to come here to fit them on the cap on the team. Like, I don't. That's a thing. Like I said, I put out the pathway for it. It's not goes, oh yeah, hey guys, just this little thing here. I just want my brother here. Talking about you have to move mountains. San Diego, you think San Diego, Joey Bosa? No.
You
So
don't think they would move mountains for them though?
that's crazy talk.
think-
That's crazy talk.
What really do we have to give up for him, right? What do we have to give up to get the Los Angeles Bosa?
Draft capital, and then you have to pay him.
I think that right there, having to pay him.
Really want to spend
more,
if you want to spend
I
15 minutes on it, we can go and figure out the draft capital and how much his contract is and see how feasible it really is. But you could take my advice or my word on it and just it's not feasible.
Hey, Ryan, it's your show. You can go any way you want with it. I'm not here to argue. I'm having fun. But with Bosa, man, if you could have Bosa and Bosa, that would be. And it seems, you know what I'm saying, man. It seems like it's one of those things like almost written in the stars. I don't know. Maybe they'll be both on the Jaguars.
Told you.
You know?
I told you how there was a path. There's not one where you snap your fingers right now it comes to the team. You know what I mean? I told you how to see if it was going to happen in the stars. If they start lining up the end of contracts to happen the same, that's the only way it's going to get done. And it's also going to only get done if Nick takes the pay cut, because you're only going to have so much money allotted in that room. And so you're going to have G take the most of it and Nick just get whatever after. And that will be after Nick has already gotten his full blown back from this first big contract. It's just like Nick's not like all money grubbing, but he does want to have that big bag so he can, retire and know that he's set. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So let's check this out. Nick Bosa gets signed, right? And everything, the 49ers backload everything, right? So Nick Bosa gets signed. And he makes it in his contract somewhere where it's team friendly, where he's still going to get paid. But his older brother, because we know he loves his older brother, he's Little Bear. He wants Big Bear to come to the team.
And then what if Bosa's like, hey, you come for this amount of money, like $10 million, I'll throw you $10 million under the table.
See, there you go again with not knowing how money works. There you go again. And with what draft capital?
We're just me and Siva are just homers. Educate us a little bit, and everybody else who's listening.
Well, you can only give somebody $10,000 tax free once every 10,000 your friend or family, right? So
no, this never comes out to public.
So then
this never comes out. This is personal. This is under the table, like they do in the NBA.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so let's talk about in real world stuff, like, things that aren't written into contracts. That's something where we're going to get Joey Bosa on draft capital desperately need to keep. You know what I mean? Like, look, hey, go ahead, do a mock draft, bro. You get your little screenshot afterwards. You'll feel a lot better. You can make the little draft thing. There you go. Now, is there something else we could move on to, or do we want to keep on chewing over Joey Bosa coming to the 49ers, which won't happen for another 4 or 5 years?
No, it's just something fun to talk about. But if we were to give Joey Bosa, I think the only thing that we would have to worry really about is his contract. I don't think giving up draft capital or anything is really the biggest thing for the 49ers. It's just is.
Okay. You remember? Hey, yeah. Okay. So let me explain something to you. Remember when they were talking about trade Debo?
Who?
What was everybody's expectation on what they wanted to get for Debo? If the 49ers were going to trade a bunch of first round picks. Now, was that Debo's actual value? No. Why was people wanting a bunch of first round picks? Because if you want to buy something that ain't for sale, you got to pay out the ass for it. Okay?
Boom.
Okay. So now you want to go get Joey? He ain't for sale. What do you got to pay?
Right now.
What do you got to pay? You got to pay out the ass. Okay. All right. That's what I'm saying. Like 1 + 1 doesn't equal 150 million.
Well,
You know what I mean?
But all I'm
unless you're Dan
saying,
Snyder.
but all I'm saying,
Oh
really, Ryan, is
gosh.
this:
Hey,
is the
if
price.
anybody's doing the backdoor deals, the man, see, Steve-O, that's the guy you need to go talk to. Steve-O, that's the guy you need to talk to because he's the one who could get those deals done. That sticky, slimy piece of shit is the one who knows how to do the deals you want to get done. It's hidden butter. Oh, see, let's go back. We got, see, the chat's been going this whole time talking about other things. Javon Kinlaw. Blake's out of here. Throwback. F. Javon Kinlaw.
What? Who said that?
Oh, they're trying.
Oh, the guy that
What?
blocked me last week.
Kinlaw and a 3rd and 1 for 3-round picks.
I give Kinlaw one more year.
No.
I give
Well, you
Kinlaw,
have
Kinlaw
to kind of give Kinlaw. What up, Nathan?
If he is good and he does give that spot,
if you cut him, you have to pay him anyways. So whatever, you know what I mean? Let him break himself and then, you know, pay him out the rest of the year or whatever. It's just gonna happen. Like, I don't know. He says he's all big and bad and he's tough, but he doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't compute on the field.
The Niners have had a tendency lately of misdiagnosing things. You had the Kinlaw, or that was wrong. Who's the other? There was like, I mean, Lance's was I guess not the same, but there was like 3 people that they keep their initial diagnosis or whatever is not right. So.
All right.
You know what? Okay, so Damian Lee brings up a post. I don't know if you want to bring it up or not, Ryan, but he does make a point. And what I'm bringing up is the years have changed, and every year, it seems to be like the value of a certain player, and it doesn't matter if it's wide receiver, running back, quarterback. Every year, it seems like the value changes. And right now, everything seems to be like, defensive tackle or quarterback's really, really important, right? It doesn't matter about wide receiver, running back, or kicker or anything like that. So, like for a while, like we needed a really solid wide receiver, and they were really expensive. But for right now, it's like if you have a good quarterback, it doesn't matter. You can make like look at Patrick Mahomes. Does he have really, really good wide receivers? No. So it's like things have just kind of changed. So I think the price of the value of the players and stuff like that really dictates every year.
Huh? Like, I still don't get this question. Is Debo receiver than what Anquan Bolden? Bolden went for a 6. I would trade Debo for Bosa after June 6th.
Probably, Bosa from Los Angeles, Would you trade Bosa to LA? Like Debo for LA, Debo for Bosa?
No.
I kind of would.
Okay.
I mean, okay, so if you could keep Ayuk, right, and you got CMC, would you be willing to give up Debo for Bosa?
I said no. Like I already had that in my head, right? The issue
I just had to ask you the right way. You know what I mean?
The issue isn't fixing the defense. The issue isn't fixing the defense. It's getting the offense to score points. And if you're going to take away an offensive weapon, and you're going to give the defense a weapon, which is consistent, all you're doing is making it harder to win games, even though the defense is better. Okay, because if the defense is better, people don't score as many points on a regular basis as the offense does.
Yeah, well, we got Danny Gray that's going to take his spot.
And I would have to say, like, for this year,
Danny Gray's
this
not
could be
taking
like
nobody's spot, Debo's spot right now. What the hell are you talking about?
I would have to say, without money or anything like that, like for the player for player, and like what Bosa would add to this team. Last year, Debo was hurt for a good portion of the team. He didn't seem to come in with that same enthusiasm. He just got paid. He didn't want to get hurt. He was overweight.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like, if you look at it, how productive was Debo, and how what was his significant
He was
importance for
he
this
was a
team?
lot more productive at the second half of the season when he actually came in on the weight he needs to be, instead of having to be set up like a running back.
And okay, so that's what we're getting at, is like the last half of the season, Debo came out and he was playing.
So you would rather score points and have two Bosas?
Well, Ryan, I think we've talked a little bit about it. I would rather like have the ball for 14 minutes of drive. No, but no, what I've told you before is like I'd rather
score less points than Bosas.
Well, what I'm telling you is I'd rather score like 14, have 14-minute drives or 12-minute drives where you only give the other team like 3 minutes a quarter, and then we go down and score a point, a touchdown every quarter. We can score 28 points a game, and I'd be happy. The difference is the difference from last season and this season. We went from scoring like 24 points a game to scoring 30-something points a game, and that is explosive. That is the quarterback throwing the ball a little bit more. But for me, like if the defense is doing good,
but we were scoring drives the whole time. We were sustaining drives the whole time.
Both seasons.
You take an offensive. You take an offensive weapon off the team. You take an offensive weapon off the field. You can't keep consistently going down the field like we on offense.
Okay, so like
you want to run the ball. Debo runs the ball.
So last year Debo was the offense, right?
He does the screens, which is like just a toss. It's a run.
Okay, so like what you're saying, Debo the prior season was the offense. This season he came in, he wasn't the offense. We had to trade for CMC to get that Debo production. At this point, Debo is
and when
almost
he came back after the injury, he was being the Debo like the year before. Because he had slimmed back down.
No, I don't know if we can really say that or justify that with his stats. And we can go back and we can look at it. It's just us both having a friendly conversation. But Debo didn't come in with the same spark even after the half season that we needed him. That's why Ayuk was still the featured guy. That's why CMC was the only guy who scored the touchdown against the Eagles. I mean, everybody still is like upset and like passionate about the team, but Debo didn't run the ball the way he did last year. He didn't carry the team like he did last year.
Okay. Debo only had 2 touchdowns last year.
Ever do that ever again, and he'll never be able to do it ever again.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But if you look at Debo, right? If you look at Debo, and I'm not saying let's do it. I'm not saying do it.
Why are you trying to talk me into something I already said I don't want to do?
Like
we've been sitting here chewing this over for the last 15, 20 minutes. Tried to move on twice. We keep on chewing it over. It's okay. Here, do you want to talk to Steve-O about it? Because I'm good. You can keep making points. I know what I want on the offense. I don't want to hurt the offense anymore. We were talking about putting a quarterback behind that team and running to the Super Bowl. I'm not talking about clipping it in the heels at the last second.
Yeah, the only point I want to make is the difference between Debo the prior year. Debo was at All-Star. Debo last year, we didn't need Debo. We didn't need Debo last year.
Our total average was 26.
The second half of the season.
Our total average was 26.2 points per game last year. So we did 26.2 points a game last year. Debo only had 2 touchdowns. And I'll just say this, like Trey Lance, we don't know what he is after 4 games, but we don't know what Danny Gray is either. So.
Well, see, that's the whole thing with Danny Gray is they want to say, oh, Danny Gray was drafted to be with, Trey Lance. Trey Sermon was drafted to be with Trey Lance. If you're drafting players to be with a certain quarterback, okay, so you're now changing the team. The team was developed to be like win now. The team was ready. We just needed to plug and play a quarterback. But now you are completely changing the offensive mentality, the whole team. The team was a ground and pound, and now you want to dink and dunk. Now you want to have these explosive plays where instead of like us taking 10 to 14-minute drives, now you're going to say, oh, at any time, we're going to throw the ball down the field, and now we're going to put it back on our defense. And I think that's why what made our defense so good is we were having the defense on the sidelines for 10, 14 minutes. And I know you guys will hear me say that a lot, but I mean, when the defense has 10-minute breaks, they got to be pretty good, right?
But anyways, it's
And
not
the
going to happen.
offense and go down the field in just a couple of seconds and be able to keep up with Rick Stellar offenses when the defensive lapses, and we don't have to like try and do it 3 yards at a time.
And that's the argument.
There's reasons. There's a reason why he's here in the team. And if you sit there and you do the Jimmy offense, they're going to bring 8 people in the box, and it's going to give us more problems and consistent scoring drives down the field. And guess what? We're going to be sitting here complaining about it again. It's why we put that in. Open up the offense. Hold on. Give me a second to open up the offense. And what are parts of that? Brandon and I to help take over the space, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, Brandon.
Okay, now what else?
He helped out a whole lot.
CMC. Yeah, but we don't even really Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk's routes mostly get taken off of what Debo gets taken because they can't hit the clear out. Brandon Ayuk's here for the clear out. He like those crossing routes, those are Debo's routes. Those crossing routes are supposed to be Debo's routes. And Brandon Ayuk's supposed to be getting hit on the clear outs. I'm not saying that he can't, this and that, but those are Debo's bread and butters. If you remember, that's how Debo, his name, was doing those cross routes. You know what I mean? Like, they're all a part of the offense. If you don't have stuff going, you're like, hey, no, we need to do, just run, and run and run. And if we do that every single down, they're going to stop it just like they did NFC Championship. They brought 8, 9 men in the box, 10 men in the box and said, hey, throw outside. Like, all this could bring Joey Bosa on the team.
All right. So it was just thoughts, right? Because sometimes, like when you have a really good player, sometimes you have to let that really good player go to get another really good player. And it was just a good idea, a thought. We had fun talking about it. Did Debo have the same stats? Was he the same player that he was the year before? No. Did he have multiple quarterbacks? Yes. Is Trey Lance our guy moving forward? We all hope so, right?
How many games he missed from injury?
But Ryan,
how many games did he come back where he wasn't being himself because he was fattened up and muscled up so he could be a running back? That's what I'm saying. Talk about, he went crap this year. Yeah, he came back trying to play a different role. He wasn't playing the year before with a different body type. Then he gets injured, maybe from being so big and running around out there. Finally comes back. Sure, shake your head. Finally comes back and starts looking like himself again and is like, nah, we get rid of him for Bosa.
Okay, but pause, right?
We'll see.
Who called himself, but pause, man, respectively, who called to himself a wide back, right? I didn't call Bosa, I didn't call Debo a wide back. Did he choose to be a wide back? Did he not come out and pump him chest and say, I want to be a wide back. I'm the greatest wide back in the league. I didn't say stop being a wide receiver. Debo did, right?
Okay.
So Debo came in and last season, he wanted his contract. Whatever happened, I'm not saying, I don't agree with his contract, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
that means that you can't that later on in life. You know what I'm saying? That's water under the bridge, bro. That don't mean we're talking about next year. That doesn't impact this next season at all. If he knows CMC's on the team, Maybe we got Elijah Mitchell. We got Jordan Mason in the background. He might not be thinking he needs to be any sort of the way he was this last season, because there's actually that he can look at and go, oh, what I mean? And like, look at how Al Shanahan was running. He wasn't running them necessarily up in the middle anymore. He's kind of glancing between the tackle and the tight end.
I think basically, in a different way, we're kind of going around the same way. Debo didn't have the same production that he had because there was other people on the team
that's
that
not
helped.
what I was saying. That's not what I was
saying. I have a question real quick. So since year one, I've looked at Debo, and his body is like thicker than everybody else's. But I keep hearing like people say, "Oh, he came in overweight, 5 to 10 pounds." I don't see it on TV or in his press conferences. Can you actually see 5 or 10 pounds, or is that just something else?
I thought he looked thicker. I thought he looked thicker in his torso, in like his torso, like his abs and he looked bigger to me. Like, it kind of looked like a belly, but it might not be, because if you like a lot of core, you know what I mean? It's push. You know what I mean? Whether if you got anything there, it's going to push anything you got underneath there up. So, you know what I mean? He might have a little bit of tummy, but a lot of core underneath.
I'm just curious.
He definitely came in a little thicker than normal, and he didn't come in at the same time that we want him to come in. He didn't come in like he wanted to play for the 49ers. It wasn't until he started playing with Kyle Shanahan's kids on the sidelines did we get comfortable. And after that,
and I don't know.
We all sit, give me a second, Ryan. We all sit back and we say, hey, it takes so long to get acclimated into, practice and, to being a practice and being all go, right? Well, if you don't come in until August and then, we start playing football in September and you weren't training with the team, how ready are you ready to go? Oh, well, I was catching the ball from, the coach's kids. No, you weren't. You weren't taking passes from any of the, the other teammates. You came in overweight. Then the rest of the team was, we always start slow. Why? Because our team players come in overweight.
I think it's because our offensive line is just not on the same page, and we are a run-focused kind of team. And Kyle likes to run these complex runs, so I really think. Because remember how we were talking about the offensive line this year? By the end of the year, they're ranked one of the best. Okay. I really think they're coming out of training camp. There's a learning curve when it comes to some of these plays. And I have said, I wish Kyle would, like he would install a couple, at a time instead of much as he does, and then use as much, because it's like, just focus on some of the more basic stuff, you know what I mean? And let those guys get those under their belts, and then start putting the fancier stuff in there so we don't lose some of these heartbreaking games in the beginning. You know what I mean? Because we're, sometimes like it seems like not a one single offensive lineman in his one position to block. The single offensive lineman picked up and moved to another spot to block another person. Like when you do that week one, not only is it not refined, but some people are trying to figure out what fucking field they're on. You know what I mean? Like, am I home, am I away? You know what I mean? There's a lot going on. So I just think if slim things down in that respect, it would give us a lot better advantage to win some of our earlier games. But look, what I was trying to say was that Debo definitely did not have the production. But what I'm saying is that production that he didn't have, I'm putting on other things. You know what I mean? I'm not totally giving him the off on it, but when it comes down to it, like he didn't come in his original body shape, right? So how are you supposed to play original football? And I think you're right about him not tapping in with the team. You know what I mean? Not only being at the OTAs and all this stuff, but you don't have you're not talking to your coaches about what you're doing, and they're not, hey, you should be doing more. Hey, you should do more. What's your rate at? You know what I mean? You don't have anybody to kind of, keep you in line and stuff like that. But after his injury halfway through the season, He slimmed up a little bit more. He seemed a little bit more looking like himself. He had a little bit more burst in his thing, because the one thing I noticed in the beginning of the season, he did not have his acceleration. He did not have, like, he got into to we need to make his cut and give his burst. He did not have it. And he was getting hand tackled, arm tackled. You know what I mean? He just didn't have it to get away from anybody. At the end of it, he started to have it. He was getting moving people. He was hitting people. And yes, he didn't put up the same numbers, but also there was so many other people on the team also flowing at the, like, we saw George Kittle. We saw George Kittle start putting up numbers we've never really seen do in such a short amount of games. You know what I mean? Well, he's getting almost 2 touchdowns every game. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So
yeah,
let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that for a second.
Let me finish my point. Point.
Okay. I'm ready.
Give me a couple more seconds. Yeah. So to sit there and go, oh, look at all that, and we don't need Debo anymore, I think it's ridiculous when it shows we need him, because if we can have the Debo the year before for a whole season, along with everybody else we got on the offense, I mean, it doesn't matter really who on the defense. Could you kind of, as long as we got somebody at quarterback could put up them 35 points a game? It's crazy, I'm telling you. Good talk.
So okay, so you're saying trade Kittle and Mitchell for Joey?
No,
just kidding.
I'm saying fuck Joey.
No, okay. So the only reason I was throwing out trade Debo for Joey is like, what player, if you were hypothetically going to say, would be equivalent to being able to get Bosa from the Chargers, right? I would say, yeah, for the Niners, if I was GM, I would say trade Debo, because I wouldn't trade Ayuk at this point. I believe he's our better wide receiver. I believe Debo and CMC do the same thing. And after we got CMC last year, it filled that void. But I'm not saying let's get rid of Debo. But that's what I'm saying. If, what would the value be? Debo and Bosa, the 49er Debo and Bosa from the Chargers, I think would be a fair trade overall. But did Debo come into camp right? No. Did Debo come in a little bit maybe upset? Maybe. Did we get the same Debo from last year? No. Is Debo known for catching deep balls? Occasionally. But he is a yak boy, right? Did Jimmy Garoppolo necessarily throw the deep ball? No. So when Debo was in last year with Jimmy,
sorry, you're breaking up.
Debo and Jimmy, they had a better rapport. So for Debo to come in this year, he didn't have the same stats. Debo came in just a little different this year. So I'm not saying trade him, but again, who on the Niners team would you say is the value for Bosa for the Chargers? But again, you don't want to talk about that. We can move on. But I don't want to trade, Debo, but I would say Debo this season.
I don't think I would think we would think Debo's that. I don't know if he is now going into where his contract is. I think they probably want Brandon Ayuk. They're talking about they would be able to get a trade for him. They could then manage their own contract with him and extend him. You know what I mean? That would probably be the deal right there, him for Ayuk. That's probably what they'd want. But
I'm going to write my wish list.
Still not down with that. Still not down with that.
No, I hear you. It's just all friendly conversation, friendly talk. And I know if you want to move on, we can move on. But I'm just throwing it out as a hypothetical. Yeah,
I'm going to write Santa my wish list.
But
do you have the list? Do you have the list that the content creators at the Combine made up? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I've been trying to bring it up for an hour.
My bad, bro. It's been about 40 minutes.
You're good.
Minutes.
Hey, them wet dreams last a while,
Everybody remember to wash up.
All right. Can we see?
So they break down the players too?
No, we can't. Why can't we? Okay, here we go.
See, that's
What's
why
up
I
now?
love
What'd you
Nathaniel.
ask, Steve-O?
If they actually wrote down like, like what they thought of the person, like in detail and everything.
No. So they don't know what they don't. So if you go into their interviews, some of them actually record documents and how they did. Noticed, like some said, "Oh, I thought it went well." Other ones, they just didn't mention. But it does say where they did, and they've got like, was it? They got met with that combine. They don't have it was an official, like one right here that says met briefly. It was a little better correlated earlier with by position and whatnot. Now it's all strung out. So everybody, like Bryant showed me a link this morning of what's his name? Larry Krueger talking about 49ers looking into this quarterback. He's on this list. They did look into him. It also shows who got the information off to the side. I should have this in the thing. If you go to Steph49K on Twitter, this will be in her pinned section underneath her bio, and you can go and look this up at your own will. I've also got this pinned in the Discord. What are we looking for? Is there a certain position
we don't have
want to go through?
So we don't have the order in which the Niners interviewed people by position.
It's not, like I said, it's not correlated the right way at the moment for some reason, and I can't get it to, I guess, fix. So what position are you trying to look for? And I could go through and I could tell you guys.
So can you
what position?
Is this just people they interviewed, or they interviewed that the Niners scouted?
It's the people the 49ers talked with.
So we might not even have like
look at?
Well, I was curious to see if we had like by position to see if there was a bunch more positions than another that they looked at. But if it wasn't the 49ers, it was just them, then that wouldn't really help.
What do you mean? This is all who the 49ers people talked with.
But I mean, as far as the team.
Yeah, the 49ers team met with all the people on this list.
Okay, then let's go by the biggest position that they interviewed.
It's all out of fucking order. So what position do you want to look at?
Why didn't you say that?
I just asked you what position from the beginning, bro. What position?
Let's look at kicker.
Jesus Christ.
Kicker.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, Steve, you said kicker. Dude, did we just become best friends? I mean, seriously. All right, Ryan, let's go to kicker.
There you
Who
go.
did they talk to?
I already did. Told you. Christopher Dunn. There we go. Moving on.
They didn't talk to Jake Moody?
There you go. Christopher Dunn. Moving on.
Wait, go back to Christopher Dunn. Go back to him.
I haven't heard that name.
NC State. Met with that combine.
I'm going to write that down real quick so I can look up his stats later. Matt Barrows?
Christopher Dunn.
Hey, that dude knows what he's talking about.
Well, so if I name a person with an at or a that's the person essentially who asked the player if they got talked to by the 49ers, and I'm just giving them credit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So if you make a post about that, you might want to include the at Matt Barrows.
Yeah, because you got to give the person the credit, man. I mean, like, we're all just trying to be friendly,
especially if it's right here on the list. There's like only 3 or 4 different, pieces of information you could give. Might as well.
Why does it say he thinks he met with the 49ers at the combine? For the receiver.
So this might have not been this is not a formal one. They'll ask them in the interviews, if you watch some of the interviews that like Graham and Steph have, they ask him if it was a formal or an informal interview. So I'm guessing this was an informal interview that he believed he had with a 49ers person. He doesn't. What he's saying is there's somebody in a 49ers shirt who was talking to him, asking him questions, right? And he don't know if it was a coach from the 49ers. You know what I mean? Or somebody from the 49ers. It could just be somebody in a 49ers shirt. So that's what I'm guessing.
Hey.
Like this guy said he met with all 32 teams at the Senior Bowl. So that's interesting.
Ryan.
Seems like. What's up?
I know this isn't going to be like your narrative, and I'm not trying to keep turning it one way, but it definitely looked like we looked at a lot of wide receivers right there.
No.
Oh, we did look at a lot of wide receivers. We also looked at a lot of offensive linemen and
because
a
we're
lot
trading
of defensive
Debo
backs.
Samuel.
We can't
Not
trade
this
Debo
year.
this year. Not this year. His contract.
No. Look,
It's his contract.
If we're going to trade Debo at any time, it'll probably be next year. It'll be next year when they go to try and give Brandon Ayuk the bag.
Yeah.
That's
it's just really
and
interesting.
He'll probably go to Miami. He'll probably go to Miami.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to keep Ayuk though.
Oh, I think we're going to keep Ayuk.
I just think the cap's gonna, he's gonna be one of those guys that gets let go. But
I kind of feel like if we can get like another decent wide receiver this offseason, they're gonna just they're gonna keep like saying, "Oh, we can build." Like right now, this team right now has that mentality. We can develop any player except quarterback.
So hey,
we can't develop a quarterback.
Bryant. Yes. Hello?
I'm hearing it. Okay. I'm listening. I'll calm down.
Get on the draft ticker on the thing and start looking at some of these guys we bring up, because then we can at least get some of. I can't do all of it at the same time. So if you want to actually, we can put some.
I'll get better on the same page as you. I'm just here for more like I'm giving you my more of a fan opinion, but I'll get a little bit more factuated in the next coming days.
Yeah, I can't seem to split. Let's look up tight end.
No, you don't need to. He's on a computer, so he could just bring up a new tab and go to the PFF mock draft link, and then he would be able to see every single player that's on this list, and he would get the height and the weight and all that. But never mind. You want to see tight ends? Cool. Josh Wiley, Cincinnati. They met with formally at the combine. This is what I'm saying. Like somebody, let's see, Steph made sure to ask whether it was formally or informal. Josh Wiley, I don't know if I saw him.
Where'd he go?
Brendan Strange. Huh? He went to Cincinnati. They got Brenton Strange, Penn State. They met formally at the combine. That was done by Steph also.
Because when I was drafting in the third round on the mock draft, I didn't see these guys.
Yeah, probably because they're farther down. Leonard Taylor, Cincinnati, another Cincinnati tight end. Wow. They met with at the Shrine Bowl. That's per Splash Cousin. Braden Willis from Oklahoma met with formally at combine by Steph. And then Cameron Latu from Alabama, met with formally at the combine by at what going Downey. Who's what going Downey? Him?
Who's KP show?
Huh?
KP show?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion.
I've seen that
met
name.
with at combine. Steph 4K. Sam Laporta. I don't think we're getting him at all. Iowa met with formally. Yeah, he's not coming. That's Splash Cousin. Davis Allen, Clemson, met with formally at combine. That's by Graham. Daniel Barker, Michigan State, met with all 32 teams at the Shrine Bowl. That's Justin M. NFL.
I wonder if that strange guy is related to the guy that New England drafted last year.
I don't know.
Old
Way past
Strange
that
or
wasn't
something?
like the second guy I talked about.
Yeah.
Tyler Roberts, Merrimack College. Steph 4K. They met with him at the Tropical Bowl. EJ Jenkins, Georgia Tech, met with at the Hula Bowl. Steph 4K. We got Jamal Turner from Toledo. Ryan Fowler, _ Ryan Fowler. That's the last tight end.
So they didn't Shoemaker wasn't on that list?
Huh?
Shoemaker wasn't on that list?
If I didn't call it.
I don't think you did.
But also, remember, the 49ers, they don't necessarily go and talk about everybody that talk to everybody that they're going to hire or that they're going to draft. Especially
And I think
like running back.
I think they play that head game where they're just interviewing people just so people see it and throw them off the scent.
Well, no, because also I've heard. Oh, what's up? We got people in the chat. What up, Mariah? I ditched Restream. I'm sure she's going to be happy about that one. No, but they will use this interview process for later on down the road. So, like, look at all these D tackles, right? So if they talk to all these D tackles here, and they're not draftable, right? But in a year, 2 years, when they, maybe are third, fourth, fifth round, sixth round, seventh round draft picks, and maybe things aren't going right in certain programs, 49ers would be like, hey, I'll give you a seventh round pick for that guy. You know what I mean? Because they had a good interview with them. They know they thought well of him. And so it's just like Coach Cassera. It's just, they don't have to get you now. Huh?
Well, hey, I wanted to come in real quick and say, hey, Mariah, and David McDiner and everybody else, great to see everybody. And Ryan, dude, I mean, like, you've been nailing it, dude. There's a lot of good points tonight. And, no, Brandon Ayuk, Debo, we don't have to trade those guys. They're all signed. So for right now, what are the biggest needs? We all said it. Center, offensive line, maybe defensive edge. But it's really funny that the Niners are looking at like wide receivers and kickers. And that's the one thing that we didn't think they were going to look at all this season.
They looked at, I'm sure, hey, the list is being updated at times, so there might be more to be updated tomorrow. So if you check back tomorrow, there might, like, I thought they would I thought they didn't upload all the quarterbacks because there was only like 4 quarterbacks on the list. There's still only 4 quarterbacks on the list.
And
So,
I'll say it.
and
I'll say it almost every time. Everybody, if you haven't heard me talk before, I love special teams because I was a kicker, I was a punter in high school. But and I don't think it's a joke. I think all 3 phases matter. And I do like listening to, like what happens on special teams or kick, what happens, but that's that one position that you don't want to worry about. And we all thought, like, after Robbie Gould came out and said he has unfinished business, now he's saying, oh, he might be kicking for another team. He didn't say he might be kicking for another team. He said he will be kicking for another team. So it's just really funny. Right now, we're looking at wide receiver and kicker when we need an edge and we need a right tackle.
well, I have a feeling they're always going to be looking at wide receivers. That's like Kyle's pet project. You know what I mean? Like just like defensive end, I think and running back. I think Kyle's always going to pick a wide receiver, a defensive end, and a running back every year of the draft, and a guard. He always picks guards. Like I understand, 3 years in a row picking guards, right? You should have a steady guard, good enough, and somebody you can put him should have guards and centers and all that after that, and then you should be drafting tackles. You know what I mean? Just nothing but tackles, bing, 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 hit them. You know what I mean? That's personally how I think you should do it, because I think when you draft one tackle and one guard, you know what I mean? You're fishing 2 different types of fish, the same type of bait. You know what I mean? Like that was a bad analogy. I just rather shoot twice in the same barrel and shoot twice in the same barrel and hopefully get a winner.
You and me both have the same mentality. Like there's these positions that we need, and as much as we want to scream and say, "Go get a center, go do this," the Niners don't leak, and they're not going to tell us what they want. They're looking at kickers right now, and watch Robbie Gould gets re-signed. You know what I mean? Like that's just the way it is. Because a couple years ago, when we didn't think they were going to re-sign Robbie Gould, what happened? They did it. So it's like right now, do we really need a wide receiver? No. We might need another linebacker.
I got a better question. I got a better question than trading Debo. This might be a spicy one.
Let's hear it. I don't know if there's anything spicier than Debo.
Do you think that we have unfinished business? Robbie Gould decided to hit free agency because Brock Purdy wasn't going to be able to probably be back by the start of the season. He was like, nah, I'm not going through with Trey. What is that a thing? Because he said he had unfinished business. It was everything trending like he was like, yeah, at least we'll get a 1-year deal done. You know what I mean? It seemed like there was something like that. And then Tabor Pepper gets signed. You think he should want to re-sign with the 49ers. And then he comes out and made sure everybody knows that he will be not testing free agency, but will be playing with another team. Do you think
does Robbie know more than we do?
Well, personally, I don't think Brock Purdy is going to be ready for the start of the season. Okay. And
he's been living out. I heard today he's been living out of a hotel for 6 freaking years that he's been with his team. I mean, that's insane, But when he says unfinished business, we assume that means the Super Bowl. That's what I thought. I'm like, well, where's he going to go then? The Cowboys? Because like the AFC has, as far as I know, they have decent kickers. But he also bring up a lot of milestones that he's close to. He wants to hit, so that could be his unfinished business. It might not be, it might not be the Super Bowl.
Okay, so the way I interpret
we have unfinished business. Who's we? He didn't say I have unfinished business. He said we have unfinished business. You know what I mean? That's implying the team.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly how I interpret it. I feel like he was a 49er. He wants to, finish this out. I feel like if we won the Super Bowl last year, he would have retired. I think,
I
like we didn't win this year, so he come out and say we have unfinished business. I think the guy just wants to get paid a little bit so he can justify to his family that I live. And Steve-O, you are so correct. I'm a big special teams fan, so I like listening to like the little nuances that happen. And like I'm a family guy too. I'm a big dad guy, right? Well, Robbie Gold, he lives in a hotel 8 months out of the year. There's only 12 months out of the year, right? He's in a hotel 8 months out of the year. There's special, preseason, mini camp, like all these things you can opt out of. But if you go to it, you
Bro.
make money, right? So, like for Robbie Gold, he lives in a hotel. So I could totally see him wanting to get back to Chicago. But then when he
He's
did
only
this thing,
living in a hotel because he wants to live in the hotel.
well, again, like that's your decision, right? That's totally your decision. But he did this. He did this like song and dance a couple years ago, and we paid him, so we made it work. So again, until he doesn't re-sign, I'm not going to burn or cancel my Robbie Gold jersey, contract order from NFL.com because if I'm telling you, Robbie Gold, you guys buy his jersey, it's not going to go old.
That's interesting because Robbie Gold's made 48 million, and half of that's with the Niners. And you're right, like he's only living in a hotel because he wants to. That's kind of funny.
I mean, you can only cry so much.
You could
Airbnb. I would like to see the guy be by his family, but that's their choice.
He lives in the hotel that he bought from playing with the 49ers. He owns it. He's living in the top penthouse. He's like, I gotta live in this ashy hotel.
It's not a hotel 6. It's not a hotel 6. It's a hotel 9, like Robbie Gold, right? Number 9.
Hey.
Maybe he wants to leave because, like Ocho Cinco used to sleep at the stadium. Maybe Kyle would let him sleep at the stadium.
That's why I don't want Baker Mayfield because he's going to move in on our stadium. That's exactly why I don't want Baker Mayfield. He'll stop. He'll start living there at our stadium. We'll have horrible commercials.
We'll have cockroaches. You know that guy don't clean up. This is how you get ants. You ever watch? I think that was Archer.
Oh yeah.
This is how we get ants. Yeah, Archer's awesome. Bryant, have you ever watched Archer?
What's that?
You ever watched Archer?
No, when you say archery, I think of bow and arrows and stuff. My brother, he used to in high school.
Archer, like no Y on the end, just Archer.
Like it's a cartoon,
like a name.
No, yeah. I should know. I'm a big comic book guy.
It's
I'm
hilarious.
I should check it out. I'll check it out. I'm sorry. I failed,
it's
guys.
Adult. It's adult.
It's an adult cartoon.
Gosh, yes. One guy one guy gets in trouble for lying to his girlfriend, and she makes him go into the corner store and buy interracial porn from the lady behind the counter, and he's like, no, she's so sweet. She's like, do it. she's a black lady and he's a white dude, you know what I mean? So she's like, yeah, give me the raunchy stuff, and he's like, no, like, yeah, do it. It's a crazy show. It's so danger zone.
Ryan, Steve-O, did you guys ever watch any of Doom Patrol?
What?
Did you watch any of Doom Patrol?
No.
Doom Patrol on DC DC Universe. No, they got a little raunchy. I had to dial it back a little bit. Again, like the older I get, I stop watching stuff that's so much R-rated, and I thought it was weird when my grandfather, one day I said, "What do you watch?" And he's like, "I don't watch anything that's not G-rated." And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "I only drink water." Well, the more and more I get older and I'm like, okay, well, right now I drink beer, but I'm not just drinking water. And Like I started like a lot of those R-rated shows and stuff like that. I'm not a big horror guy anymore, and just like I don't know, older you get, I guess things
You
just
know,
change.
You're not a big horror anymore?
I don't know.
Horror fan. Like if
No,
it's like a scary
you
movie or
remember?
like like you're getting gagged or something like that. I don't do the blood movies anymore. Um, like if it's a scare like film, like I can do that. Like if it's a like a like a I don't know, like a more like a detective movie. I can kind of do that kind of stuff. But if it's just people getting sliced up and stuff and body parts, I don't do that too well.
Do you remember Spartacus, Blood and Sand? That show that was
Yeah,
on. Yeah. So I love that show. It was like the perfect mix of like soap opera. You know what I mean? There was hack and slash. There was boobies. There was, you know what I mean?
yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah,
just
yeah.
done really well. And then he got sick, and they came out with the second season. It was just like it was essentially just soft porn, and I was like, I don't even want to watch this. Like,
No,
you know what I mean?
I
Like
liked.
there's
I don't
sites
know. If,
there's sites out there with stuff like that. If I want to go watch that stuff, I'll go watch the real stuff on the sites. You know what I mean? But I was looking for the whole package, the kind of the feeling of back in Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like remember when he had to kill his homeboy? I hated that bitch. I hated that lady. She made him kill his homeboy. Like I was like, bitch. Oh
I liked Ragnarok. I don't know if you guys got into that or not. The Vikings. That was an
no.
awesome show. That was super awesome. But yeah, there was a point, and then like Shameless, that was a cool show. But there was a certain point, because I'm a dad, I don't know, maybe I just gotten too old, but I've had to dial it back down, and that's why I love the 49ers because like it doesn't matter what happens in the movies and stuff like that. Whatever's happening for those so many minutes on the field, like I don't have to worry about boobies and all like the gore and stuff.
So we got a Seahawks fan in there.
Eric Wallace, the goat, man. He's
Hey,
everywhere.
Stuart, how y'all doing?
Hey,
Good. How are
Eric.
you?
Oh,
What do you want to talk about, Eric?
How's
Go ahead.
everyone doing tonight?
Eric, I have a
Good.
question for you.
What's up, buddy?
How long have you been a Seahawk fan? I know I've heard you so many times, and I really admire you and respect you. How long have you been a Seahawk fan, and do you have any stories about the Kingdom?
1976.
Think I've been a Seahawks fan for as long as I can remember, and I was actually at the last game inside the Kingdom. But the last game, I believe Kansas City was in town. And that's my other team that I like to watch. My dad's from Missouri, so I always like to watch Kansas City and Seattle, and now you guys. I gotta keep an eye on how you all are doing. Yep. Fun
Yeah, 'cause
games.
I gotta have to kind of pull your leg a little bit because I kind of feel like you're like a partial 49er fan as much as you call in a little bit. At least a 25%er.
Well, I think you guys like me and respect me, and that's kind of why I like to come back here. Yeah.
Well,
hey, was there any sinners on that list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan, was there any sinners on that list?
Yes. We got. Let's see. The first person on the list yesterday is a center. I got it again. Center Shiron Rogers, but the rest of them are all under offensive line. So if they interviewed anybody who was a center, other than that guy, it's offensive. It's just labeled as offensive line. That's why I'm saying. And there's one that's OT, offensive line. There's an offensive tackle.
Do you think Robbie
Yeah,
Gold leaving
they're just
impacts our decision on whether we pay up on Brendel?
no. I don't really think that that's an issue. I think it's a session, right? If Kyle wanted Brendel as a center, I'm sure he would just get him. Like, I don't think I don't know.
So, do you think are we gonna re-sign him?
Probably. I don't know. There's so many I don't knows going on right now that you can't figure out because Kyle's not gonna say anything. You know what I mean? Like, is McGlinchey coming back? Is this all this restructuring deal just to get McGlinchey to come back and to have some extra money to maybe get a defensive tackle that is something, and maybe take a shot on a defensive end who might be better? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're totally on it, man. You are totally on it because right now there's too many what ifs. What if Robbie Gold leaves? Right? Oh, we can't pay $6 million for a kicker. Why? Oh, we have to like try to restructure to get Jake, McGlinchey back. Why? Oh, because there's nobody else better in the out there right now, right? But this whole season we've all been complaining about him doing his stupid penalties. He's not that great in pass blocking. Oh, he might be good with running blocking, but the faithful, us 49er fans, are like, let this guy go, right? But now we're begging for him to come back, right? Because what? We don't like the price that other people are going to ask for, or he's asking for too much. So now everything, like you said, now we have to start trusting Parag, trust the process, and see if he can start like renegotiating like people like Eric Armstead. And then they're supposed to talk to other players and see if they can backload contracts again. And I mean, like, how many times are you going to backload contracts? That's why I think a lot of these players, and it might not be the topic we want to get into right now, but this team right now is on a win now. Right now, we just need a quarterback, right? And we could have won the Super Bowl, right? That's what they've been thinking since like 2017, right? When Jimmy came in and won those 5 games. Oh my God, we don't need an offensive line. CJ Beathard just got killed for the last 8 games. Brian Hoyer now sees ghosts for the rest of his life, right? Because he just basically gave up after he got sacked so many times. It's just one of those games. It's like we haven't had a quarterback since Shanahan came in because why? Shanahan is like holding his hands and saying, I'm not going to do anything until I get Kirk Cousins. Well, you're not getting Kirk Cousins right now, man. And now, right this season, if the Vikings don't get, they have this option to take Kirk Cousins or not. If we sign Kirk Cousins this year,
no, we're getting Brian Hoyer.
I mean, no, we will never get Brian Hoyer, the Destroyer, ever again. He's afraid of ghosts, and it's been determined. And I don't ever want to see Brian Hoyer back again. If they do that, I will pay for a plane to fly over Levi Stadium. I mean, like, no, Brian Hoyer, the Destroyer, no.
But you know what? I was never.
So
I'm not begging McGlinchey to come back because I never talked crap about him. I never had a problem. He's come back from injury that he might have never ever played football again for one, and then he had 2 broken ribs that none of us even freaking knew about and talking all this shit about him. It's like, I'm not getting out of bed if I got a fucking cracked rib to go to work. And I don't do the same thing he does.
And see, that's why, Steve-O, I'm not going to be mad if they bring him back or they don't bring him back. I don't pay the bills. If they say he's the best guy to bring him back, right? But if they can bring him back as a team-friendly deal, what's team-friendly in California? We know about the taxes. That's why I really think things are really wrong with how we, pay players in certain states and other states, and salary caps to me is wrong. But if the Niners
Okay.
say bring back McGlinchey, I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, like, get mad? No, just don't buy his jersey. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you were asking about Brendel, and it seems to me like Brendel is fighting for a lot of spots with a lot of younger guys. He's sitting at 30 years old. Seems like
Oh.
most of the guys are between 25. No, free agents inside the league. He's okay. Not at the 49ers, because those are the guys who aren't free agents, right? So he's battling for spots with a whole bunch of agents who are younger than him. Looks like a lot of these guys are going, centers are going for around 12 million, like the higher end ones. I've seen some clocked in between 4 to 8. So Brendel doesn't have a market value on him at the moment. His last salary was $1 million. So I'm guessing he's probably going to be anywhere between 4 to 8, let's say, because I don't think he's warranting a 12. You know what I mean? That's probably the 12/14. I think that's for the elite guys, I'm guessing. So
Kelsey money.
yeah, he's 12, 13, or 14. Yeah.
So you're saying 4 to 8?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking he could land out. You know, it's just a shot in the air, because like the other guys were getting paid. Like there was like 3 guys getting paid for 12 to 14 mil, and then everybody else was between 8 to 4.
He's 30?
Yep.
Hey, here's a good question for you guys. I heard you all talk about bringing back McGlinchey. Is Garoppolo, is he coming back? Oh, no.
He's going to the Seahawks.
No.
Oh, boy.
No, it sounds like he might be going to the Raiders last time I heard.
Ooh.
What's that, Eric?
No, I was like, ooh. Oh, no.
Shore up the O-line, make sure we have a good secondary with depth, and we can win a Super Bowl. If we had another pass rusher, all the better. Hopefully, Drake Jackson will be the missing link we need. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by, 49er Giant Lakers. Appreciate you. Now, by shoring up the offensive line, please, before we go anywhere, I got a question. Before how to shore up the offensive line. Are we keeping McGlinchey, do you think? 49ers, Giant Lakers, do you think we're keeping McGlinchey? Do you think we have to go out and find somebody in free agency to pick up his spot? Or are we drafting? Or do we have the guy on our team? Please let me know in the chat.
So right.
Hey, I got a dumb question. Who's our right guard?
That's Burford. Burford
Is he
slash
still-
Burford slash the Brunskill.
So this is my question here. Moving, like, is he so bad that he can't help McGlinchey out, or he can't help the right tackle out? Because when I was playing quarterback, right, the way I understood it is like certain offensive linemen are supposed to help out certain offensive linemen at certain times in the game. So is the guard like? Are we just like he's just on his own? McGlinchey's on his own, or
So
if we was to get a better guard, would that help McGlinchey?
not really. So the tackles
you know what I'm saying,
are
right?
essentially. I'm trying to explain. So the pads are essentially one-on-one with the edges. Okay, just one-on-one with the edges. The guard and the centers split up the 2 guys. and usually they stunt, so it's a way of passing off. And if one guy doesn't have anybody and they see everything's good over there, then they can go over and help out. But that doesn't happen until about 2 seconds in. You know what I mean? A second, you know what I mean? And by that time, where's the defensive end and where's the tackle? You know what I mean? So
I hear you. So it's one of those it's one of those decision moments. It's like you have to be instinctive.
It's not the guard. It's not the guard that needs to help out in the past situations. It's the running backs and the tight ends that need to do the chips and the little knocks on the defensive end to throw off their timing. You know what I mean?
I hear you. That's why I asked too, because I'm like, when I was in, like my high school, they did certain things, and exactly like what you said. We had a fullback, we had a tight end, and they were supposed to take chip blocks. It's supposed to do certain things, but certain players, they go overboard, or they're supposed to, just do extra. So again, that's what I was saying. If we had a better guard, would that help out McGlinchey?
You know what? I gotta say, 49er Giant Lakers, we are almost cut for the same cloth, because I swear I said this the other night on the Colin show. Was it on Colin? That we need to have a wildcat type off, somebody where we take the quarterback out and it's nothing but playmakers. You know what I mean? Nothing but weapons on the field. And I was saying, red zone, bring it out in the red zone, like first and goal on the 5-yard line, right? Okay, you ready to get mind fucked? You know what I'm saying? Take the quarterback out. You know what I mean? Put in all those weapons. You got 6 players that could do some crazy shit, and you got a play that's all built up to do it, and then make the defense to shit themselves. And if you don't get it, well, then it's on 2nd and goal. You just bring the quarterback in and you do whatever you're gonna do. You know what I mean? Because what did they do with 1st and goal in the 5?
I totally agree, but like then when you got to kind of think about it too, like when you're 1st and goal, 1st and 10, when you're 1st and goal or 1st and 10, you have to kind of think like it's more likely going to be run. So I wouldn't be, opposed to seeing them come out like when it's on the 40 or something and run a wildcat or something like that and seeing what they could get out of it.
Well, last year we were one of the top teams in the league on red zone. So, but I'm not sure how we finished this year. But I mean, judging by our average, we had to do pretty good. Our points per game. So, do you guys think? I didn't hear any numbers, but Eric Armstead, his restructuring rumor. Do you think that what they get for that restructure would go straight to McGlinchey and Brendel?
I can't hear what you said. What's up?
So I said this rumor about restructuring Armstead, and I haven't heard any numbers or anything, but do you think that all that restructure money would go straight up if we kept McGlinchey and Brendel?
I still can't hear anything of what you said, but about restructuring, so
You've been frozen like almost this whole time on here on my screen. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me now?
No. No, I'm just kidding.
You're so bad. All right, no, but I agree with what you're saying. If Eric Armstead renegotiates, I think we can free up a bunch of money.
But I'm saying is that going to go straight to McGlinchey, and if they keep Brendel, would that's all the money would just go straight to those two guys? Or
I think honestly they have to see what McGlinchey's gonna, maybe dictate or how much he can potentially make. and then you got to let him go see what he can make. And then if he does decide to come back and say, what are you guys offering me? Then we can talk. But if he says, oh, I can go somewhere else and make a bunch of ass money, let him go, right? You just got to let the guy go. I mean, he definitely isn't the best. He's just been consistent for us, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the big hate is about it. I don't like Eric Armstead, but I never talk crap about him in the chat either. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
the whole thing with Eric Armstead is a lot of people get mad about him because Buckner was kept over him. They both are Oregon Ducks. A lot of people feel like Eric Armstead got kept because he's a Sacramento native. So they're like, oh, he's a hometown guy. He's a California guy. And I understand that. And he does a lot of community work for Sacramento. So, hey, kudos to him. He's a great guy. But then as far as it comes down to, like, was he the best pick? I don't know about that. But if you can renegotiate your contract, you want to stay in California where you can win a Super Bowl with other people, the same team, then let's do that, because that's ultimately what it's worth. I think if you win a Super Bowl and you decide to stay in California, you can use that and move forward and make a lot of money. You're like, hey, I was a Super Bowl, player. I was on the team. I mean, how many contracts, how many Jimmy, Subway sandwich commercials can you get? There's Joe Montana is still getting commercials right now. So like I just don't.
My thing with Armstead is I don't see how he's making more money than George Kittle. I don't see how he's a more valuable player than George Kittle. I thought it was $20 million last year. I looked a couple of days ago. It's $10 million. The other guy's getting touchdowns and 1,000 yards or pretty close to it. I don't see how obviously he moved to the inside, so his socks aren't that good. But I just don't understand how they paid him like that.
I'm honestly not the biggest fan of Armstead. I don't want to make fun of the guy and stuff like that. But again, I think Buckner was probably the player we should have kept out of the two of them. There's been people who said that the Niners, they didn't really even try with Buckner, and that's what I understand too. Buckner went out in free agency. The Colts offered him a contract. The Niners didn't even, try to match it. And he was like, well, if you guys aren't even willing to match it, Buckner, the way I understood it, would have came back if the Niners matched the contract. They didn't have to go over. They didn't have to make it, like he just wanted to be, respected. They didn't respect him. So like Armstead after that, he's been on the team, but now he's got plantar fasciitis. It just seems like there's one thing after another. And I know Ryan was talking, but it seems like a lot of the players that we had this year that were like stars, right? Main players, Debo, Ward, Armstead, Kittle, all these guys were hurt at the beginning of the year. And we always sit back and say, oh, we start, slow. We don't always start slow. This year was a little different, and the last couple of years have been a little different. Not every year has been the same, but I mean, we went 8-0 in 2019. So did we start slow in 2019?
I can't remember. I'm getting too old.
2019, we went to the Super Bowl. We went 8-0. We didn't start slow. The offense wasn't scoring a bunch of points, but that was the Jimmy offense. And that's the thing too, is like Ryan and all of us were talking and stuff, and that was one of those points I wanted to make. We want to win games right now, right? Everybody was sitting back saying, we want Trey Lance to be the quarterback. Well, what if he just runs the Jimmy offense? Let's let him just run the Jimmy offense. That's 10-minute drives. That's 14 plays. That's 28 points a game. We get lucky if we score 30 points or something like that. That's when the defense makes it, an interception or scores. But the goal for this team is to maintain the clock possession, maintain the ball, and grind it out. If there's some deep shots,
the goal for this team is to win a Super Bowl.
Well, if that was it, Ryan, truly, if that was the goal to win a Super Bowl, then we would have signed Tom Brady.
Not necessarily.
No, it is. It is definitely the goal. In 2019.
Why would we do that? What did he do this year?
Ryan, In 2019, after we lost the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, if that was the goal to win a Super Bowl, if Jimmy didn't win the Super Bowl, we should have signed Tom Brady. If that was the goal, and that's the only focus. No, the focus is to make Kyle Shanahan the best coach, the offensive guru, to show that Kyle did it with his guys. That's the 49ers goal right now.
That's what you believe it is.
Then Ryan, in 2019, when we lost the Super Bowl, why didn't we sign Tom Brady when he was available?
I don't know. I didn't want Tom Brady.
I didn't either. I didn't either. But he went on.
So that's why we didn't sign him.
He went on to win a Super Bowl, right?
With what? It wasn't
with what?
It wasn't necessarily just him that did it.
You're telling me Tom Brady could have won with? You're telling me he could have won with our weapons?
Sure, he could have, but it doesn't guarantee he did just because he did it in Tampa.
Tom Brady going to that team started making all these other people wanted to go to the team, which started a whole, everybody was selling out to try and get a ring. Okay. And we just needed Tom Brady. Huh?
I don't see that not happening here in 2019.
Right.
When we lost the Super Bowl.
Just because Tom Brady
the 2020 season, besides COVID happening.
Hey, word you guys got to raise your hand.
I should just leave and go back so that you have another 10 minutes to talk by yourself.
Hey, Tom Brady was like 5th in the league in yardage, though. I mean, he didn't play as bad as everybody's making it seem. I still don't want him, but I'm just saying.
I
think he's a cheater.
He was scared.
He's a cheater.
Scared. Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I didn't want him on the team either. But if the goal and the mentality is to go all in and win a Super Bowl, then we should have signed Stafford. We should have signed, Watson.
They tried to sign Stafford.
Aaron Rodgers. We didn't. We said, oh, we're going to go get a rookie quarterback who needs time. Why do you go get a rookie quarterback who needs time? Oh, because we don't want to be racist. We don't. No, this is a bunch of crap, man. And you know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't go get Mac Jones because Kyle Shanahan didn't want to say he was racist. That's not the answer. We didn't go get Justin Fields because he had seizures. We stuck with Trey Lance.
We went with Trey Lance because he was the best pick at 3 at that time.
But
because
Ryan,
if you go down,
if we would have stayed at 12, we would have got him.
Yeah. Or Mac Jones.
No, that's not.
At 12, if we would have stayed at 12, we would have got him or Kyle Pitts.
Who?
If the Niners would have moved up for number 3, right? And the only reason the Niners moved
up to number 3. Okay.
The only reason we moved up for number 3 was a veteran quarterback.
I asked who. Who are you talking about we would get at that? I don't care about the rankings. Who?
No, I'm saying that's the reason we moved up to number 3.
Say the fucking name. Who do you think the Niners would have got if we hadn't moved up? That's all I was asking. Who?
Oh, if we hadn't moved up?
Yeah. Who?
Well, if we wouldn't have moved up, we could have got Trey Lance. He could have lost. He could have fell.
That's the not only team whatsoever.
At this point, the only
whatsoever. Holy Jesus.
Dude, the only team that was ever interested, that's been listed, that was interested in Trey Lance was the Falcons.
That doesn't mean anything.
It does.
The Niners draft people they didn't even talk to.
Okay, so this is all speculation again. If the Niners would have been at 12, there's a possibility
there was a lot of teams at Trey's workout, wasn't there? You want to go back and see how many teams?
It's not necessarily true that if we would have stuck at 12, we wouldn't have got Trey. And that's all I'm saying.
But we would have got Mac Jones for sure.
We could have got Mac Jones at 12, and I'm not saying that's the best pick. I'm just saying that's what a possibility.
Trey would not made it to 12. He wouldn't even got past 4.
I'll say this. I wanted Pitts. I was a little disappointed.
I think Pitts would have been a good player on our team too.
Not at 3.
No, he wouldn't.
He would have made it to 12.
Beto, at 3, we moved up to get a quarterback. We moved up to either get a veteran quarterback from the Packers, from Detroit, from Green Bay, like Green Bay Packers, Detroit, or we were trying to get the Texans quarterback, Deshaun Watson. And after that, with the scandal and stuff, we were like, oh my gosh, we can't get him, right? Well, the night before the draft, we called Aaron Rodgers. We called, the Packers coach, and we said, hey, do you guys want to trade? He said, no, I'm not trading you, Rodgers. And that's when we drafted Trey Lance. We didn't know who we were going to draft. At that point, we were trying to get a veteran.
Oh, I'm sure they had who they were going to pick at 3 already assessed.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a thing. They were just saying, hey, we could throw all this out the window right now and trade this 3rd round pick for Aaron Rodgers. And to say that, you were saying that you even said earlier, Bryant, that the 49ers weren't trying to do anything except for show that why didn't they go out and get the Aaron Rodgers? They tried to. They made the move.
But Ryan, that's what I'm saying. They tried.
No, that's not what you were saying. You were saying
they moved the whole month ahead of time.
Ryan, we just said if they weren't going to win a Super Bowl, why didn't we go all out and try to win a Super Bowl? And I said, then why didn't we do that? Why didn't we go and sign Tom Brady?
Because we wouldn't know what Tom Brady. We didn't have an offensive line to protect him.
Because we tried to sign Aaron Rodgers and we couldn't. They said no.
We tried.
So half of the stuff you're complaining about us doing, we attempted to do. The other half was an unwanted, a non-wanted decision by a lot of people. It's both.
Okay, so let's pause for a second. Let's pause for a second and take our fandom away, right? Us as 49ers, what we want, who we want as a quarterback, their personalities. The Niners tried to sign Tom Brady in 2019 after we lost the Super Bowl. It didn't happen. The Niners tried to sign Aaron Rodgers before we tried to sign Trey Lance. It didn't happen. That shows you that we weren't trying to get a quarterback that was a rookie either year. The Niners only need a quarterback.
No, because the Aaron Rodgers news came out last minute, and they decided to do their due diligence, and they called up
Ryan. We don't leak. They're not going to come in out and say, "Hey, 10 minutes, 2 weeks from now, we're." Ryan, if I'm going to sign Tom Brady, if I'm going to sign Aaron Rodgers,
hold on, stop for a second. So
is this Jerry Springer?
Let's get to the bottom of this. Holy shit! So Niners didn't leak anything. They checked up on Aaron Rodgers. We didn't hear about that till afterwards. That was just going around. Okay, that's just doing due diligence. Boom, done. Let's put that to bed. Okay, there's no bad stuff about it. They did exactly what you wanted there. Okay, let's not talk about Aaron Rodgers not getting Aaron Rodgers ever again, because we went down that road. We didn't get it. We can't get him right now. Let's stop talking about Aaron Rodgers. Cool.
And just
what's up, Beto?
What's up, bro? Just to let you know about Tom Brady coming to the Niners with that offensive line that we had that year, he would not have been successful the way he was in Tampa. Tampa Bay had a way better line in that year. I know everything looks 2020 when we see him win a championship with Tampa Bay. If we would have got him, we would have won a championship. That's not necessarily true. I think he would have got killed on this team. And moving up from 12 to 3 a month ahead of time, I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch had an idea who they wanted at a quarterback. It's not like they moved to 3 and they're like, oh shit, we're running out of time. What are we going to do? Well, let's just pick straws. They wanted Trey Lance. They believed he didn't have that much film, but they loved the roof, the ceiling of Trey Lance. They just hope he can get there. He hasn't, but that's the reason why they went with him over Justin Fields and Mac Jones, which those two quarterbacks aren't good. If Trey becomes somebody, I think Trey was still the better pick over Justin Fields and Mac Jones. Do you honestly believe that those two quarterbacks are good quarterbacks?
I think Justin Fields is. I just think he doesn't have any tools there.
Do you think he's better than Trey? Could be better than Trey?
I don't know how he rushed so many yards, but I don't think so.
I don't think his ceiling's as high, but right now I think he's better than Trey because he's got 2 years full experience. Yeah,
correct.
And that's the whole conundrum. By keeping Jimmy on the team, they really shafted themselves by making the pick they did at 3 and then screwing him out of all this experience we could have had by now.
That I agree. Jimmy, they should have never kept Jimmy. They should have just allowed Trey to go in there and learn. And I think that's what the direction they were going to go towards. But I think that once Trey came to camp and Trey did not show them what they wanted to see from Trey, they wanted Trey straight up to beat out Jimmy. And he didn't. And they're like, oh shit. What happens if we get rid of Jimmy and Trey doesn't do nothing? The freaking fan base will kill us. So they kind of just play, they played it safe, and that's why they kept Jimmy, from my belief, because they were scared that if Trey did not play well and we got rid of Jimmy, bro, the fan base would have been livid.
Exactly, Beto, because why? We are a quarterback away. We don't need a rookie, regardless if that's the decision. We need a quarterback. We need a quarterback, regardless if he's a rookie or a veteran. We need a quarterback that comes in and doesn't make mistakes and just game manager, ultimate game manager, right? So we can go back and we can go through everything, and you guys can listen to me, and you can go back and you can research what I'm saying. Justin Fields was the Niners quarterback, and then it came out that he had like epilepsy or he had seizures. And then the Niners backed away because guess what?
That was actually a lot of teams' issues, and because he was supposed to go, he was clocked at 1. He was clocked at number 1 overall draft the year beforehand, essentially for that year. And I think not just the 49ers, but a lot of teams, it caused a lot of teams to, which I don't have an issue with. You know what I'm saying?
No,
yeah.
I mean, if
as long as it's not going to hurt him, you know what I mean?
But he's been playing football for how long? He should be able to. Right. But that's again, it will go. We can talk about this other things, but maybe they shouldn't value like a draft pick, a first round pick, or a position. You're a quarterback, or a kicker, or a defensive tackle. And you make this much money. Maybe you should just get drafted, right? You're a rookie, and we're going to draft you, and you're just coming into play, because if you get hurt week 1. Or week 2, you're running back or whatever. Let's just sign you. All right. This is a career. This isn't $1 billion. You didn't win a lottery.
But that's not the way it works.
Can I put something?
But that's what I'm trying to get at. There? Like maybe because of that, right? When you sign somebody like Justin Fields, right, and he's a quarterback, he might go number 1, he might go number 7, and he might have a seizure problem because he gets hit. You can't take that investment and say, oh, he's a project or anything. You can't take that risk on a quarterback who could have a medical issue. And I believe that's why the Niners backed away from him.
But they didn't back away from Javon Kinlaw when he had knee issues, and everyone in their mamas told him that he's not going to be successful, and the Niners did not listen to that, and they still took him. So if they wanted Justin Fields, they would have taken him, regardless of his seizures.
What if it was his size? What if it was his size and they like Trey's size, thinking he might be more durable, might be able to be healthier longer through the season? You know what I mean? I believe
Fields turned the ball over a lot in Ohio State, and they were looking for someone that would not turn the ball over as much, and Trey did it. And plus, you got to remember, Trey played in offense, NFL offense ready. He played under center quite a bit, so he was used to his back being against the defense. Justin Fields and Mac Jones played shotgun majority of the time. So Kyle wanted a offense pro ready quarterback, and that's why they took the chance on Trey, because he played 90% or 80% under the center.
And that's what's made that's really, really, really funny to me, guys, because when they say we drafted Trey Sermon, we drafted Danny Gray to build around Lance, right? So Lance can take shotgun snaps. It doesn't make sense when Trey Lance is a under center quarterback. It doesn't make sense.
That's not why Danny Gray's here. Danny Gray's here to take the top off.
They brought Danny Gray to put shotgun.
Trey Sermon was.
How does that?
That was the thing last year with Trey Sermon. That was the thing with last year with Trey Sermon.
What he's trying to say is Trey Sermon is from a read option team, which they do read option from a shotgun. That's what he was trying to bring across. So
and they still do that.
Great, because they're trying to build this team around Trey Lance. So it's like, if we only need a quarterback, why are you redeveloping the team?
They're not redeveloping the team. They're essentially with with one player, they're making it so they've got a read option formation out of everything.
Correct.
You know,
Because Brock
they
Purdy
can do
played
read
on
option
shotgun as
anywhere.
well.
And with Danny Gray, that's just a way where you can be nasty if you want to, with Danny Gray over the top at Debo and Ayuk underneath. You know what I mean? Like it's his stretch concepts with those three would just be nasty.
If they didn't
you
have
mess
Trey,
up-
they wouldn't have drafted Danny Gray. They drafted him, you're
Yeah.
right, because Trey had the arm. If
And that's-
Brock Purdy would have been our quarterback going into the season, when we
and
drafted
that's
Danny
not
Gray, he
changing the
wouldn't have
face
been
of
in
anything.
a draft.
It is
That's just
in a
opening
sense.
up our run book, essentially.
Well,
Correct.
Opening up our run book and our pass book.
Even if you don't complete it on long ball, at least you keep the defense honest because you can throw deep.
It is
And now
in
the
a sense.
now the secondary has to step back because they don't know if you are going to go deep.
And that's what helps. That's what having that explosiveness, having that effect helps, because then they do have to be, honest, right? But that does change our offense, because instead of us having the ball for 10 minutes, 14 minutes, or having the ball that long, we're now trying
It's not
to
like you do
score.
it every other play.
No,
It's-
but Ryan,
you do
okay, if
it
you
once
do
to
it-
get it in
Ryan,
their head. You're
Ryan,
thinking that
if you
they're
do
the
it one time,
maximum
right?
time.
If
Hold
you
on.
do it one
Wait.
time,
Let me explain my point. You've been cutting me off all night. Just because you throw in an element where you throw the ball down the field a considerable length doesn't cut your time of possession from 29 minutes or 30 minutes down to 15. Okay.
I don't see how it does. If you stop the team, right, and we defer usually, right? So we're at the beginning of the game. You flip the coin. We decide to kick the ball
What does
off.
that
We
have to
stopped
do
it.
with
We
time of
stopped the team,
possession?
right? We get the ball, right? They only had the ball for a minute 30 or a minute, 2 minutes off the clock, right? It's the first quarter. We go down and it's been 10, 12 minutes off the clock. Instead of us doing deep shots, we've ran the ball. Their defense is wiped out.
Okay, hold on. I got one for you. So we burn off a minute of the clock because we send them 3 and out. Then we run down the field for 12 minutes, right? Okay, so now it's 7-0 with 13 minutes off the clock, right? There's 2 minutes left in the quarter. What do? We punt the ball back to them.
Why are we
out.
punting? We just
Hold
scored.
on. What? Sorry, we kicked the ball back to them, right? We 3 and out them, right? They punt it ball back to us, and with 1 minute left in the first quarter, we throw a touchdown. There's 14 minutes. Okay, you got to understand, it's not going to cut things down. You know what I mean?
At that point,
hold on. It's what it does is it causes you to be able to run and actually extend drives longer, because they're always scared you're going to throw that one stinking ball. So the safeties are back an extra 5 yards. What does that do? That creates more open space for that one-on-one tackle. You know what I mean? To be broken. There's you're thinking that because we have Danny Gray on the team and somebody who can throw the ball. Sorry, John. We're not we're only doing 4 right now. I got someone on here who doesn't want to converse. So yeah. Anyway, but it's not gonna cut half the time of possession off. Like Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, they straight up take a shot once a quarter. And whether they get it or not, they're taking that shot. And it's just to open up the offense.
No, I totally hear you, and I understand the mentality of it and stuff. But I'm just saying, this is what the Niners have been doing for the last couple of years, and it's been working. And everybody says, "Why isn't Trey Lance running?"
It really hasn't. We've been coming down to the end. We've been coming down to the ends of games, biting our knuckles, biting our nails with white knuckles. You know what I'm saying? That's normally how it's been going, except for the last 7 games of the season, 8 games, 9 games of the season this year. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, again, we gotta maybe me and you need to do more of a need to do more of a breakdown of each game or something like that, because overall, again, 2019 we started 8-0. I don't feel like we started slow when we go 8-0. The offense didn't score a bunch of points. When you win, you're on fire, man. The only reason we traded for Emmanuel Sanders. The only reason we traded for Emmanuel Sanders is because Debo got hurt and Ayuk wasn't performing the way we wanted him to. So, like, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, there's things that we, like every season's different. So, like we were talking earlier, Debo came into this season injured. Not every year is going to be the same thing, so you can't always count on everything. But I just think, like, everybody's sitting back saying Trey needs to run the Jimmy offense. Well, what is the Jimmy offense? It's hand the ball off. It's the yards after the catch, boys. It's not throw the ball, super far down the field. Jimmy threw the ball 30 yards, and that got the guys off the running backs. I mean, Kittle in the middle. We've been saying that for the last 5 years.
Just because we went 8-0 doesn't mean it was any sort of not a white knuckle game.
No, I agree. There were some
that's
games
what I'm
that
talking
was
about.
Questionable, but not every game are you going to be able to be like, oh, we were dominant through the whole thing. I mean, some games you have to say, oh, we won it by special teams, or we got lucky with that, that interception at the end.
Hey, what up, Corey?
You guys,
Hey, what's up? I just realized you're back on StreamYard.
Yeah. I had so much fun tonight. I was really ready to go when I started this stream. Was just restreaming my connection between the both of them. I was just about ready to break, and my tablet. Oh, the stupid tablet. Right when I'm having issues with my connection, like I accidentally hit do install now or update now.
Yeah. So
that stupid thing's sucking all my stupid connection, and I'm trying to fix my stupid streams. And then I just canceled my restream, and then I'm back on StreamYard.
Well, welcome back to StreamYard.
Do you guys think Mahomes' brother is going to be allowed in NFL Stadium still?
What's up?
Do you think Mahomes' brother is going to be allowed in NFL stadiums?
Maybe. Depends on what goes on legally. Okay. If he gets legally charged, they might say, there might be other team stadiums that are like, we don't want this fucker in our building, which I personally would co-sign.
What did he do? What did I miss with that?
He grabbed a lady.
Allegedly.
Okay. The person in the video who is allegedly him grabbed a lady and forcibly kissed her.
By the throat.
And as she's trying to get away, and grabbed her by her throat, like it was like halfway sensual, like how you might do it sensually, but she wasn't trying to be sensual at all. So it's weird. Like it's not good at all.
Shit.
You know what I mean?
And she's the owner of a club or whatever it was.
And he did this at a game?
No, at I think her club.
Oh.
And like grabbed her and pushed himself on her. So
dang, bro, he needs to know how to control his liquor.
Well, I think I don't even know if it's liquor, because like,
I mean, your brother's Patrick Mahomes. You got money via your brother.
I've been really drunk, and I can keep my hands to myself. You know what I mean? Like,
that's my problem. When I get drunk, I keep my hands to myself. That's my problem.
I was just saying, like,
well, you're right. It's not the liquor's fault. It's the idiot that just gets amplified with the stupidity of liquor.
Yeah.
So if you're a moron, you're just going to become even more of a moron.
Yeah.
Liquor. So that's what he is.
Yeah. I like to tell everybody I'm a lover, not a fighter, and that's because I'm a Virgo. If you know anything about that, then you know.
How many kids do you have, Bryant?
I got 3 coming. Hey, everybody, keep your fingers crossed. March 15th, when we get
3 coming.
Agents, I'm getting
that's free agency.
One March 15th. So I'll have
wow.
You're gonna have a free agency kid.
That's right.
That's 2 days before my daughters.
The day we sign Joey Bosa is the day that your kid's gonna be born.
Oh my gosh, man!
But I want to say, if you have 3 kids, Brian, you better get back to fighting, bro, because you ain't doing a lot of loving.
No, I've been doing too much loving. 3 kids. I mean,
Might
and
need to
you
get
gotta,
it snipped.
hey, Beto.
When-
My joke too is like if you're a Leo, you're a lion, right? Well, if you're a Virgo and you look at you are a lover, right? So I am a lover, so I just
I'm a
keep-
Leo.
I
and
thought a
got
Virgo's a
7
virgin.
kids, bro. So
You're right with me. You and me are. That's why we keep it copacetic, and that's why me and you have a lot of.
you and Brian.
No, you and me, Beto. That's why me and you are friends because we're copacetic. You're a Leo and I'm a Virgo. We're really close. We have a lot of similar thoughts.
You know how they say that I don't believe in that first place, but you know how people say that 2 Leos can never get along.
I've heard it.
Me and my wife been married 30 plus years, and she's a Leo. I'm a Leo.
I like reading it, and if it says something, let's prove it wrong, right?
True.
What's up, Corey? Who won the game?
Hold on, what? XFL?
Yeah.
What's they called?
You don't know the team's name, Corey.
I'm trying to think. The Houston Roughnecks won. And then
Are you watching the XFL?
yeah.
I have more fun watching my Lakers beat the Warriors again.
Hey, Heinz Ward is a
Now I'm
coach.
not a Warriors fan, so I'm a bandwagon Warriors fan.
Yeah, Heinz Ward is a coach of one of those teams.
That is a false statement.
What is? When Trey got hurt, Danny Gray never played. No, that's not true.
No, he
But
played like
pretty
2 more
much.
snaps.
Yeah.
2 or 3 more.
I mean, they dropped, but yeah.
And
I don't
see,
even know
out
if
of
that
the
was
ball.
because of Trey. I think that was more because of Gray.
Yep.
I forgot I'm not quality control. My bad.
yeah.
No, I think
Well-
you're right, Beto. I think it was Danny Gray's attitude. It wasn't necessarily, the
What was
the
his
offensive
attitude?
scheme. Same thing. Like if you don't block, you don't play, man. And Danny Gray
that's-
came in.
That's not an attitude. That's an ability.
Yep.
I don't think he meant to say
It
attitude,
is
bro.
an attitude. It's an attitude. If you're not
No,
willing to open up the door, you're not willing to
no.
open up the door. I'm better than that, right? No,
There's
I
that's-
don't want to get hit. I don't want to get chip
just
blocked.
because you can't block well doesn't mean that you're not trying to.
Is this USC
just-
Night between Brian and Ryan? I love it.
Yes, so.
I
all I'm
love it.
saying
In
is-
this corner,
Danny Gray is a small guy. He doesn't have
Yep.
a lot of strength like that. He's not a Jawan Jennings. He's not a Brandon Ayuk. You know what I mean? He's not a Debo. What do those 3 guys got in common? Those are stout guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a big dude, right? I don't want to find myself in an alley with one of them guys because they
I
got
don't
a
think
nice
it was
stiff-
because he can't block.
Yeah.
I think it's he can't run routes. If you can't run routes, you're not going to be out there. And I think he had difficult running routes.
It's the
Yeah.
running routes, but
So
like
what
you
I'm
can
saying,
still have him
Beto,
run
all
the
he can do-
sweeps. You can
So what
still have
do
him run sweeps. You know what I mean?
What are you saying, Beto? All he can do is run straight? I mean, like he's really fast running straight.
Well, we
no.
kinda
I'm
knew
just
that.
saying he's not good at running routes. He needs to
Well, we
learn how
kinda
to
knew that.
run routes. He doesn't
I
cut
think
fast
both,
enough.
both things can be true, and I think they both are.
We knew his route tree was a weakness of his, like his repertoire. You
He
know what I'm
could just
saying?
be developing.
So you guys are telling me we drafted a short wide receiver who doesn't know how to run straight.
No, he does know how to run straight. That's
Wait,
his thing.
He don't know how to run route.
How did you miss that?
No, okay, so you can only
Holy
run
shit.
straight, right? You don't know how to turn left. You
Funny.
don't know how to turn right.
Brian wants a cap, and he blew it up by saying
Yeah,
the wrong
you
thing.
totally messed it up, and you were trying to make jokes, and you
love it.
totally messed it up. Like,
I'll stick to the dad jokes, guys.
bro,
Yeah. You're trying to make it funny, bro, and you blew it up with.
you blew
He
it
can't
up.
run straight. That's all he
The thing
can
with
do.
all of our passing trees, though, is that they're all climbing routes. So
Yeah, and that's
I
a
would
great
like to see
point.
him next
but
year.
but also like the sweeps, the screens, all that type
Yep.
of stuff. Those are things you can throw him in at. You know what I mean? And he knows how to run after a catch. You know what
But
I mean? Like,
with a healthy Debo, Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings, man, when do you ever get to Danny Gray? Just
Yeah.
well,
and unfortunately for Danny Gray, I guarantee you, Debo would have got hurt for a long extended time, or Ayuk, you would have probably saw Danny Gray more. But as a number 4th receiver, yeah, it's going to be hard to kind of
Hard
get
to
in
get in
there
there. Yeah.
and get
And it
time.
was-
Yeah.
and it
So
was
then
so
why are we
easier
looking
to
at all these
keep.
receivers right now?
It was so easier to keep Ray McLeod on because then he was also special team and returning. So you know what I mean? Like you kind of got they were. Yeah, Brian, hold on 1 sec. So then you could, use using Danny Gray for the sweep, bringing him
Yep.
on for that. It doesn't help so much when you're talking about taking a spot away from somewhere else when you can just use Ray. What's
And
up, Brian?
just real quick to answer Steve's question about why are the Niners looking at a lot of receivers, it's because they don't want to tilt their hand to maybe the Niners really want to go after a tight end, but they want to let the NFL know that we're interested in receivers, so that maybe that tight end or whatever position they're looking at will be there. It's just a mind game in the draft. Just because I've heard times where the Niners have had meetings with certain players and never drafted them, and some other players they never even talked to, and they drafted them. It's just you don't want to tip your hand when it comes to the draft.
Yeah.
Or they really want a receiver, but I doubt it.
They might be.
You guys ready? We drafted Danny Gray. He can't block. He's undersized. All he can do is run straight. He can't run. He can't make a post.
What's up, Bashar?
What up, Bashar? I think Brian doesn't know he's muted.
Oh crap! He knows
Yeah.
now.
All right, I know now. I'm sorry. I had to hold back, guys. I had to hold back.
I know. I see his lips
no.
moving, but I don't hear
We s-
nothing.
We started to hear it, and then for some reason you got muted because it just like we had to wait all that time. You had to just to say that, huh? That was the big.
All right,
the
are you
big
guys
reveal.
ready? You guys
We-
can hear me now?
We already heard it before. I just muted
Okay.
you halfway through it.
Can't
Okay,
hear
so
you, Bryant.
we,
Yeah.
we, we drafted
see your
Danny
lips
Gray,
moving.
right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What happened? His connection's
Oh,
going
Ryan.
out. His connection.
Hey,
That's
Ryan, when you left earlier, he kept asking, "Can you hear me?" And I was like, "No, no, no." But I answered him every time.
That's messed up, Ryan. Click. Funny.
All right, say your statement that we're gonna wish you just made a dad joke.
All right. Well, okay. So first off, yeah, I should probably just say a dad joke, but we drafted Danny Gray, right? He can't block. He's undersized. He can't run. He can't run a route, right? He can only run straight. He can only play if Trey Lance is out there, right? I mean, like, come on, guys. I mean, like, I'm not saying cut him or anything, but there's been people in the chat that said it too. He caught like one pass for like 9 yards. I mean, if he's undersized, he can't block. I mean, what is he, a one-trick pony?
No, he's waiting for Trey to be able to play quarterback.
Only Trey, right? Because he can't play with Jimmy. He can't play with Brock Purdy.
He can play with all of them.
Well, he's
But
not going to
his-
play with Jimmy for sure.
His characteristics match up better with Trey. Plus,
And that
he
goes-
also, if he stays on the team longer, he gets better.
But that goes back to like what I was
Who are
saying
we trading
earlier.
him for? Are we going to trade him for Joey Bosa?
Hell yeah!
But
Let's
see,
trade
that
him for
goes
Joey
back to like
Bosa.
what I was saying.
There you go. That's
That goes
sold.
back to like what I was saying, though, Ryan. Now what? We are changing the team because we drafted a certain type of quarterback.
We're not
we were
changing
a
it.
team. We had this
my
window,
God.
and now we changed the quarterback, and now we're like what? Now we're gonna do
Jesus
this.
Christ, Jade, we got a guy who runs a clear out route. So our other guy who runs that clear out now, who's really good, doesn't have to run the clear out, and he can actually be the target of the pass and maybe even make better yardage than the guy who's running the clear out route, who's really fast and can run straight.
If he's on the field. If he's on the field, right?
That's what happens in this hypothetical scenario where they're both on the field at the same time.
So I have a question. Why is everybody like so
Holy
concerned
shit.
about was Trey John Lynch's pick or Shanahan's pick or whatever the hell whoever's pick? Why do we only worry about it at the quarterback position, but like not any other position? Like who wanted Danny Gray? Like how come we only do that at the quarterback position?
What? Danny
I
Gray.
think the janitor wanted Danny Gray.
What the fuck, Steve? Oh my god.
I'm just
Danny
trying to change
Gray,
the subject.
Danny Gray fits with the quarterback that they picked. It's not like they were like, oh, do we want to go with more receivers like we already have, so we just have all the same guys on our team? Or do we want to go for somebody who's got all this lightning quick speed, so we've got something of everything on the team? We got Juwan Jennings because he's kind of tough and he's strong and he can block really well. Great on third down and in the red zone. We got Debo, who's great in space and great with the yak. We got Ayuk, who's great at running routes and can get it's a little bit of everything. That's why, like, it's not changing the whole team just by getting Danny fucking Gray. Holy shit.
No, but the whole idea, like I was saying,
you get Danny Gray, and time of possession is going to go down to 5 minutes in a game, and we're only going to score 700 points, but we'll only have 5 minutes of possession.
It's the whole mentality. Like I said, you draft Trey Sermon. Now you have Danny Gray. You are changing the offense. Why? Because you want to be a quick
It was
score.
2 people to fucking make the offense a little more accepting for the fucking star quarterback that you just drafted. That's totally not reasonable, is it, Bryant? Totally not fucking reasonable. Totally not. Because you can only get 1.5 players.
This question.
You got it.
So, like, if this true, like Kyle Shanahan know how he plays rookies. So Danny Gray was a rookie last season. Isn't that one reason why didn't he play?
Yeah, yes and no. Because
Unless you're a running back.
Being a rookie, it's because he's a rookie, and rookies normally don't know much, right? And in Kyle Shanahan's system, he wants somebody really smart. Like, look at Debo in his first year. Until the second half of the season, he wasn't on the field a lot. He'd get plays from every now and then, but he wasn't on the field a lot. Once Kyle knew he could do things, then he started coming out and everybody started seeing the Debo. You know what I mean? So it's per person. Like, look at Burford, right? Offensive line. He doesn't fucking let anybody play just starting rookie, offensive line. That guy had to fucking prove to him something. So it's all case by case scenario. You know what I mean? And Danny Gray would have had to know the offense inside and out to get on the field more than he did, with not being strong enough to block or willing to block, whatever you want to push, and not having the route tree. Those are the 2 things I think that really did. If he would have known the playbook like crazy and could have done everything, if he was like in there telling Brock Purdy, and he was the one, like, how Brock Purdy was helping Christian McCaffrey. If that was Danny Gray, he'd be on the field a little bit more.
100%. If you're not willing to block, you don't get that rock. And if you're not a rookie willing to get dirty, you don't get the ball. You're not going to get on the field. And
That's
I think there wasn't.
I
think there wasn't. It was. It really was, because
half of it was. The other half wasn't.
Okay, so you said he came in. He didn't know the playbook. You said he came in. He was young. You said he came in. Kyle doesn't trust rookies. The only thing you didn't say is he doesn't block. But we already talked about that. You said it doesn't matter if he blocks. So at this point, he's a rookie. He wouldn't have played last year even if Trey Lance would have been the starter.
Like I said, rookie doesn't matter because he played a rookie last year in Spencer Burford.
That's what position, I mean, like, that's not everything. And
he played rookie Debo Samuel.
We've already seen he doesn't unless you come out.
Let Debo Samuel throw for passes in the Super Bowl.
Or CMC.
Well, CMC's not a rookie, but
rookie.
CMC's probably a rookie that Kyle Shanahan would probably, let play the first year some considerable amount. Wouldn't everybody agree that?
Is Corey using a can with a string to talk? So you know how when you were kids you use those two cans at the end with a string.
Do you have your headset plugged into your phone?
Yeah, Corey, you might have to go in and come back out.
Yeah, bro, you're breaking up bad.
He's got the headset
not
plugged
breaking
into
up
the
bad, but
can and plugged it.
Yeah.
Take the can out from the middle of the headset and the phone and just plug the headset into the phone and not into the can first.
That made me laugh. That's cool because like today I didn't tell you guys, but like I got like 9 more inches again today, man, and I fell in like 3 feet of snow, and then my foot got caught under my bumper in my car. I was stuck for
crap.
I couldn't get my damn foot out. I was stuck for like 2 minutes, and my dog's just sitting there like, I'm too small to help you. I can't do nothing. Sorry.
There was a good 30 seconds after he said 9 inches. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about until he said snow.
That happened earlier too.
Like there was no lead up to that. It was 9 inches. Da 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 da.
Yeah, I heard
snow.
9 inches, and then I heard a small dog. I'm like, what? And snow too. I'm like, what?
Oh gosh.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go back to Robbie Gold, right?
The Burford was. Bashar says even though Burford was starting, there were games that he was splitting roles with Brunskill. Yes,
yeah.
But I don't think that was because of his knowledge. I think that's because of his endurance.
Yeah. And if you notice in the run games when they were running the ball, Brunskill was in there more. When they were passing, you had Burford in there in passing plays.
Oh, were they doing that out in the see? Because Danny does get pushed back. So
yeah, Danny gets pushed back in the pass, so they were using him more for run plays.
And that's why center kind of makes more sense for Danny Brunskill, because he can call protections. Essentially, always gets help. Essentially, always get help. You know what I mean? He'll always be able to call himself help from one side or the other.
I'm curious to see what's in his Satel or whatever his name is. How he does. Sakel, yeah. I don't know if he'll be center or if he's going to be guard.
What up, Corey?
Oh, hey. He's off his phone.
Oh, listen to that. Oh, sound beautiful, Corey.
Yeah.
Much better, Corey.
Yeah,
I recognize that. I recognize that flag on the wall.
Yeah, see that flag? I wonder where I got that flag from.
I got no clue. Where did you get it from?
Oh, I'm gonna get mine soon.
I think I got it from Niners Fitness.
You got all your jerseys from me too, right?
Yep.
Most of them.
Most of them, yep.
Is that the flag we're giving away?
Yeah.
Hey,
well, that's one of them. Yeah.
I know I keep saying it, man.
I got 13 different kinds.
I know we keep saying it. We got to get a pizza, but maybe me and you need to carpool and go see Corey over there in the Bay Area. Go get a pizza.
I don't want to get mugged in Richmond.
It's a little rough out there.
Hell yeah, it is.
Not no more. It's kind of calmed down out here.
Yeah.
Oh, has it?
Everybody came to Nevada.
Oakland now is the city still. It's scary to go into.
Wasn't Oakland always the one scary to go? I remember my mom breaking down on the freeway there. We limped off the freeway and and Grandpa had to like puff his chest, the guys that were walking around the car because they were trying to check, and he was like, "What the fuck's up?" You know what I mean? Like Grandpa was a World War II vet. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't letting anything happen. Grandpa was 80 years old when he fell off the top of a 10-foot ladder, breaking his back. He picked himself up, walked to the truck, called for my grandma to come out of the kitchen so she could move the truck because we go to the hospital in the Buick. Just saying.
Buick.
Yeah. 80 years old, breaks his back.
Hey, the only
Dang,
reason I'm
bro.
bringing it up, and Ryan, that's amazing. But the only reason I'm bringing it up is I dragged my feet on meeting Shifty before he moved. Now he's in Ireland, so I'm gonna have to go to Ireland to see him. But if there is an opportunity to meet any of you guys, and you guys want to have a pizza, you guys know how to find me.
Dude, speaking of which, how does Shifty all of a sudden moves to Ireland out of the middle of nowhere?
No, he went early in the year. He went back to Ireland to see how things were over there, visited family, and he had told me that he was thinking about moving to Ireland. I just didn't see it going that quick, but
Yeah.
he said he definitely wanted to move back. He was tired of how expensive it was in Cali.
Yeah. And I messaged him too because I was in talks with him too. I've become friends with him, and I was like, hey, let's go get a pizza, like North Beach Pizza or somewhere in San Francisco because that's where he was at. And I just didn't get over there fast enough. Christmas time and New Year's, and
You like pizzas, huh?
I love anything. Pizzas, burritos, but Beto, when we meet up, we'll go somewhere wherever you want to eat. And
Oh no, I'm a big boy, bro. Yeah, it doesn't look like I hate food, so.
No, but what I'm saying is wherever we go, I'll buy lunch.
Is Niners Sickness still in the chat, bro? All I want to look. I want to try some of that pizza, but at the same time, I want to be trying some kebabs too. Just saying.
Bashar? I want
Bashar?
Bashar
Oh,
to
yeah.
make us the pizza.
Oh yeah, Bashar
but,
makes his own pizza, bro.
But
Yeah,
them kebabs too. Like, don't sleep on the kebabs.
I see the videos. Yeah,
I'm willing to get you, Beto. Me and you will drive up to Roseville. We'll go see Bashar.
There's something about meat on a stick that is just extremely tasty. Okay,
that doesn't sound right, Ryan.
I don't care. I'll put meat from a stick on my mouth, around my mouth all day long.
Until all the custard's done.
I will stick meat in my mouth.
Shifty posted a draft today. He had tight end going first. You guys think we're actually going tight end first?
No.
Possibility. If he's the best player at the position at the moment, yes.
So
really?
So look at this. Third round, right? The third round, our first three picks, there's one central pick that separates them, right? Essentially, we're picking all just in one massive block, -1. So there's no difference between our first pick and our third pick.
Right.
There's essentially no difference, except you would want to take your most sought after player with that first one, just to make sure you got that one, and nobody else pulled it off with that next pick.
Yeah, because you only got the guy in the 100 spot in front of you at 102 and 103.
Yep. You got
it's
101 and 102. 99,
yeah,
101 and 102.
Yeah, 102, correct.
Yep.
But then his next 4 picks were all defense.
Well, and we want another tight end to combat, or not to combat, but to go with Kittle, right?
Yeah, they want to run a 22 personnel.
I think it would be nasty, a 21 and a 22 personnel with a 22 personnel that had a good receiver / blocking tight end. That would be nasty because you could go 5 wide. You could go 5 wide and a 22 personnel. Yes, Brian.
You don't have any more challenges.
Okay. Oh, okay. So then I'm gonna call Mulligan. All right. Why can't we use
Brian,
juice?
man.
Why can't we use juice in the 22 or the 21?
Can you run out of juice?
Because he's not necessarily a route runner in that from the inside like that, as far as I would suggest. Like you're talking about,
you know what I'm saying? He's like another tight end.
Right, but if you're gonna run the 22 personnel, don't you think Juice is already gonna be there as a fullback?
Yeah,
you have to have a fullback in the 22.
You don't have to have a fullback, but if you think about it, the way our scheme goes, if you're going to put Kittle on the field and another tight end, it would be wonderful to have Juszczyk in there too, to be able to do a 3-way pull and block thing or something like that.
And in that mindset, you kind of have 3 tight ends on the field, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You can lose Juice behind the linebacker.
But what I'm saying is you go 4 wide out. If we don't have another tight end for him. So you're going from being able to bulk up like this and show a 7-man front on the line, right? Big bulky dudes, be able to push people around with a fullback and running back in the backfield, to going to 5 wide, and now those tight ends now have linebackers or safeties on linebackers, probably, because if you're going to come out in that 22, they're going to want to be bigger bodies, right? You might even have an extra defensive end out there. So when you bring out that 22 personnel, everybody gets bigger. When you go 5 wide, it spreads everybody else. Now you have mismatches upon those tight ends, wide receivers, all that, and that's where you get those defense breaking plays.
We're not even going to use Juice at tight end because we don't even use him in short yardage situations as a fullback.
Yeah, kind of. He's like a running back who's stout and can block well. He's not blocking a defensive end all by himself. He's chipping one. You know what I mean? He might be blocking a linebacker. He might be able to pass block a linebacker. You know what I mean? But he's not stopping a defensive end without like throwing his body at his legs. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm really excited about, and really, like, maybe Juice is maybe my favorite player, to be honest with you, because he's so smart. He is another quarterback on the team. He
did go to Yale, so smart kid.
Yeah, he's another tight end on the field. He's another offensive lineman. He knows what's going to happen on the field, and that's why they pay him as much as they do. And he is supposedly like the 4th quarterback, the emergency quarterback on the team, because he knows the reps. He knows the offense. So when you do know that you're supposed to block in this scenario, or you're supposed to run out, I imagine, hey, that's where we need it. So yeah, if he needs to be on the field, 100%. My only question is because I'm a little bit ignorant on it, and I don't mind telling people I don't know everything. When you have a 22 personnel, how many wide receivers do you have on the field? Because when I started counting, and you have Juice on the field, and you have a tight end on the field, and you have a quarterback, and you have 5 offensive linemen, you have what, 2 wide receivers on the field at that point?
Normally you would have 1.
1? So we're just going big to have what, Debo on the field?
It could all depend. It all could all depend. Like if you had, let's say, Trey under center, and you had Danny Gray out there. That was our 1 wide receiver, right? And then you went to a 5 wide receiver set. Well, Danny Gray is now doing the clear out route. So the fastest person on the defense now has to, by default, cover Danny Gray, right? And they have
5 isn't 21 personnel, right? Or 22 personnel, right?
5. What do you mean 5?
When you were saying let's go to 21 personnel or 22 personnel,
You're talking about the skill players.
So when you 22 personnel is 2 tight ends on the field at the same time. It's not where they are in the formation. It's just on the field at the same time.
Play, there's 2 tight ends on the field.
That's what.
Yeah.
That's so what the defense. Hold on. That's what the defensive coordinator or somebody on the defense scout is saying. They're coming out in 22 personnel, right? And that just lets the defensive coordinator know I need to now combat their 22 personnel with whatever I'm doing with. So it's my base, you know what I mean? Or my heavy, That's essentially what it is. And then you can put different formations out of it. So that's why Kyle uses that 21 personnel, because it causes them to bring out a certain defense. And then he's able to, just by the call, arrange it into something else that defense isn't made to essentially take care of, because it's made to stop a certain thing. He changes into something else. And now we've got a new set of rules.
And this is why you have someone like Debo or CMC. They can play both running back or receiver. So, you have them as a running back, but yet you may have an extra receiver in that personnel setup. So on a 22, so you're looking at 5 linemen, quarterback, that's 6, your 2 tight ends, 7, 8. You're looking at 3 more positions, right? So you're looking at the Receiver,
five linemen, right?
yeah,
And then a
5
quarterback.
linemen,
That's 6.
quarterback is 6 players.
And then
Your
two tight ends.
is 8, right?
A running
Then
back or a wide receiver.
a running back, receiver, and then
A
your
fullback.
fullback.
That's what I would do.
So that's what I'm getting at is when you have 21 personnel, how many wide receivers do you have? And that's why I was asking the question.
You can either have one
you
or
only
two.
have one wide receiver out there.
You can have
can
one
have-
or two.
Yeah, 1 or 2. But essentially, you have that receiver if you need them in CMC.
Because they're versatile. And that's why you
Correct.
have Juice. And that's why you pay Juice the money that you pay him because he's versatile as well. He's
It's
a fullback
just-
slash
it's
tight end
tight
slash
end.
wide
Us
receiver.
getting another good tight end just makes it so Kyle can use the 22 personnel just like he uses our 21 personnel, except the difference with the 22 personnel is if we can run out of it, if they're trying to stop us running out of that with that personnel on the field, that means we should be able to pass better out of it because we will spread out a little bit more. Then you'll have bigger guys who are now trying to defend against the pass. So, I mean, the speed thing kind of mismatch. You know what I mean? Our guys should be getting open more.
Okay,
If
so
they're-
Ryan, I'm going to ask another stupid question or maybe a
Mhm.
very novice question. Between the 22 and the 21, how do you spread out differently? If you have one wide receiver on the field, how do you spread out differently? I know you can line up a tight end and a certain formation and stuff like that. So are you suggesting running a tight end and a running back out there as a wide receiver?
You can do anything. Yeah, that's what you would do. Like if you went spreading it out and you went like you would just take whatever personnel, like the 2 tight ends and all that, they might be your X and your Y. You know what I mean? Out here to the side. You know what I mean? They're not necessarily your tight ends. They're now your X and Y because you're trying to spread everything out because you want the defense to open up its holes for you. You know what I mean? And if you got like a linebacker way out there, covering your tight end, you know what I mean? Or let's say you got George Kittle all the way out there. And then you've got the other tight end right underneath him. And then you've got Ayuk in the slot there. Well, if you've got a linebacker all the way out the farthest away covering George Kittle, and George Kittle cuts inside, what does that mean? That
Kittle in the
linebacker,
middle?
yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna, and if they put a cornerback on there, and you've got Ayuk in the slot with the safety way up the field who's supposed to be covering Ayuk, there's just a whole lot of room for Ayuk to just get open and run away from any linebacker that might be playing zone around there, because he's going to be out there trying to cover, or if it is zone, you've got Kittle on a cornerback out in space. You know what I'm saying? It creates mismatch. That's why everybody's pushing for this because they know it's another way for us to be aggressive in the run game, but then just come out and do some nasty pass plays in the middle of nowhere or stretch them out and let them know, hey, we're probably going to pass this thing on you, but you can't do anything because you got all your heavies out there.
Hey, what happened to Ross Dwelly? He had like 1 touchdown catch, and then I never seen him the rest of the year.
Kyle doesn't use them.
I think it's too.
Go look at his targets. Go look at his targets and his receptions. That guy doesn't drop shit. He's slow. He's slow, but he gets separation. He gets separation, and he comes down with it. He catches the ball all the time. He's really good, and it's almost a crime that his years have been wasted on this team because he could have done somebody a lot of good, I think.
I think it's more with his blocking skills.
That's why Kyle doesn't keep him out there, but that doesn't mean that you don't
use it.
How many times we need a touchdown? How many times we need a touchdown? How many times we need a first down? You got 3rd and Juwan. Why isn't Dwelly out there too? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
God,
I agree.
makes no sense.
Well, see, that's what I'm getting at, Ryan. And I think we've been kind of going around and around a little bit.
Oh no! Don't say that's what I've been getting at.
No, it
You've
is.
changed.
What
You've been
type of
saying
offense?
talking about both sides of the mouth all night.
Oh, hey, I'm pretty good. I do have glasses, so I'm pretty good at talking out both sides. Because if I don't see right, I just
What
take
is
my
gla-
eyes off and give
What does
that as an
glasses have
excuse,
to do
right?
with talking both sides?
Hey, so let's go back, right?
Uh-oh.
What type of offense do we really want to have? What type of team do we really want to have? Do we want a
Ones
team
that win
scores-
Super Bowls.
That's the
Okay.
ultimate goal, right? And that we went back and we established that if we really want to win Super Bowls, then we don't draft a rookie quarterback, right? We already made that point. So right now, what type of team do we want to have? Do we want a team that is a defensive team? Do we want a team that scores a bunch of points? Because right now, Patrick Mahomes, he can score anytime you want, right? But do you want the Kansas City defense?
Why
So
can't
can Mahomes' brother, allegedly.
You don't.
why can't we do both? How
No,
many
but
how many
Ryan,
points
that's
were we
what-
at? Hold on. How many points were we averaging at the end of the season last year? Like 35 points a game?
Yeah.
The whole season was 26.2.
And we were still playing great defense. The only issue is we just need a little bit more push on the line, and we'll be good as far as the defense goes. Defense will be just as nasty.
So again, that goes back to what I'm saying. Why do we have to change the offense? Why do we have to upgrade the offense? If we
Are we
can win
changing
games
the offense?
if we can win games at 26 points, if
We're
our
getting
defense is the
to
number
one
one
quarterback.
defense in the
That's
league,
not changing. That's just getting the last piece. You're like, why are we finishing this puzzle? I mean, you can see almost the whole image. I don't understand why you need to go and put that last piece in there when we could go change this other puzzle up over here.
no, my point, I guess, is if you have 30 minutes to put a puzzle together, right, and you put all the pieces together right away, does that necessarily mean you are the winner? Or does it mean that you know what I mean? Like
It means
if you
the
go and
puzzle's
score a bunch
done.
of points, if you go and score a bunch of points
It
and you
means the
still don't
puzzle's
come
done.
out with the outcome that you want, is that the type of offense that you want?
Your
The
analogy
offense that we
there.
have right now is we score very slowly. We take a bunch of time off the clock, and our defense is healthy. We go out there with a very healthy defense, and they don't make a bunch of mistakes.
Are we
This
really
year-
hashing the time of possession again? Are you trying to bring up the time of possession again? Is that what we're doing? Are you trying to say we're changing up the whole team because of Danny Gray again, and that the time of possession is that really where you're trying to go again?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like at a certain point, like when we start talking about changing the offense and
God.
conforming it to like we need this type of
Did
player.
we say that?
But when we say we need this type of player to
When did
become
we
a
say
21,
this?
when we say we need a type of player
When
to
did we
become
say this?
21 or 22, and I just threw out a bunch of scenarios like why can't this position move over here? Why can't this player move over here? And we still have the same results. We don't necessarily need that.
Wait. Weren't you just asking questions, not knowing things, and now you're like saying this doesn't make sense that we do it? Like,
I did ask. I said, what's 21 and what's 22? And when you guys explained that to me, I said, well, why can't we use these players in these positions? And everybody had said the same thing. You can move Juszczyk. You can move Kittle. You can move these
But you
players
could've-
into these positions.
Yeah.
Debo and CMC both do these positions and run these positions. And
can
we
you
can
tell
get
me?
this
Can you tell me
information
what other
out.
person can run the tight end position and block at the same time? Because we've been looking for that guy for the last 3 years, haven't we?
We
Kyle
just said
Pitts.
Juice.
Huh?
We just said Juice. And we
Juice-
just said we only
Juice
can have
can't-
one wide
oh my
receiver.
God.
We just said we can only have
I
one
told
wide
you,
receiver.
Juice
on
would
the,
probably already be in the play, so you can't have two Juices on the field at the same time because they don't exist.
but you said we can only have one Juice on the team. One
And I
fullback.
also said
But you
that
said we only
Juice
have
can't
one wide
block
receiver.
defensive ends. Did you not hear that point?
You said we'd only have one wide receiver.
Did
But
you?
I heard Poe was going to
That's
fullback.
because Juice is on the field. You got two tight ends,
Juice.
a running back, the quarterback, and one wide receiver. That's six specialties and 5 offenses. That's a total of 11.
So what's the problem? I mean, if you got these players that can do the same thing,
there is no problem. You're the one asking if there's a problem. We say no, and you're saying there's a problem. We're changing the whole team.
La 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 la.
I don't
Beto,
get
you're
it,
muted.
man. I don't get it. If we can only have one wide receiver on the team or on the field
Oh,
at one
sorry.
time,
You
right?
can
And it's
have
Danny
more than
Gray,
one. You
and
can have
he
more
can't
than
block.
one.
He can't block, but he's on the field because he can run and he can do the deep shot. And we have two tight ends on the field, and presumably one is Juice and one is Kittle.
One isn't Juice. We were saying that Juice is not one who could block a tight end. He could go and line up as a receiver.
No.
Yes.
You're saying 21 and 22. We can use these guys in different angles. They can do different positions. They can be
I
quarterback.
just said that Juice can fucking be a running back and line up as a wide receiver. That's different positions.
So then you're talking about having three tight ends on the field at one time. If Juice is a slash
No.
wide receiver tight end,
Oh my God, I didn't say. I'm trying to tell you he's not a tight end. Over and 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 over again. No tight end, Juice, no tight end, no Juice, no tight end. And you're just like, oh, Juice is a tight end. This makes no sense. We could just plug and play him. No, you can't. He cannot block defensive ends. Am I not speaking in the mic? He cannot block defensive ends.
I'm not
So
speaking
therefore,
to Mike.
by
he
himself.
cannot be an effective tight end. Got me?
no, I totally understand
If
you.
he's-
I
No,
don't
you
necess-
don't.
I understand.
You're gonna-
I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with it. I've seen Juice block. I've seen Juice do everything you're saying he can't do.
Okay.
So I don't.
Okay,
get
so
it.
then why are the Niners trying to draft a tight end then? If Juice can already do it, it's already in
I think
house.
we,
Am I saying they're drafting a tight end? Are
No,
they coming
everybody
out
else
saying they're
is.
drafting a tight end?
Yes.
At this point, we don't know what they're
Yes.
saying. This is all speculation. We're
No.
reading people saying that they're not going to sign the
They
kicker.
draft a tight
They
end
might
every
try and
year.
draft
They
a
draft a
quarterback.
tight end every
We don't know
year,
what they're
and
gonna
we got two tight ends that are coming on a free agency, and they're not going to keep one of them at least. So therefore, yes, we're drafting a tight end. If we don't even pick up, we might even pick one up in free agency and let both of them go.
both of them.
How many tight ends does Kyle like to keep on the team? 4?
3 or 4. 3 or 4.
3 or 4. We got 2 that are free agents, so we should have probably 2 tight ends coming back.
Yeah. And I think if they're gonna draft tight end, trying to, because of George Kittle, how he plays, sometimes he plays to get hurt. The way he plays, he's
It just
very
sucks that
physical. He's a
tight
very
ends aren't
physical tight end.
Tight ends aren't a sexy pick, and our first pick is in the 3rd round, so that kind of sucks.
So if we're not keeping Charlie Warner, we're not keeping Ross Dwelly, then we need ideally three tight ends in this draft.
No, you just need 2 or 3 tight ends altogether.
If you keep 4, right? If you keep 4 and Kittle always gets hurt, then you need at least 3 other people in camp.
Now I got to push back on Kittle always getting hurt. He's missed that 1 year with 8 games, and then three times in his career he only missed 2 games. So I got to debunk that.
Either
check.
way, you don't have to just draft all the tight ends. You can get some in free agency.
Free agency, yeah.
And I have a feeling they're gonna I can't remember if Tyler Kroft is a free agent or not and is still on contract, but I'm sure they might want to keep Tyler Kroft. I think they liked him.
Who's that?
That's their 4th wide receiver, the one we don't talk about, the one who's supposed to have hands.
He's not a wide receiver, he's a tight end.
Yeah, but he's supposed to have hands, and he's the
He's
tight end.
he's the one that
supposed
missed
to
the
catch.
block.
No, I know.
But
I erased that from my memory.
yeah.
Charlie Warner is supposed to be a really good blocker. We have Ross Dwelly. He's supposed to catch, but for whatever reason, they make him block all the time. And then we have Craycraft, and they don't ever use him. So
The reason why they use Dwelly to block is because the other teams know that Dwelly's in there to catch, And so if they put Dwelly in and then they go run play, then the team is expecting pass and then they get run. So I think that's the reason why they keep him in there. Do that. It's the only explanation I have that comes to my head.
Yep, I agree.
How much run do you guys think Mason's going to get this year? Assuming, I mean, I don't know about Mitchell, but like,
I don't know. It seemed like Kyle every year, every chance he got that he could run him, he just didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like every chance he did, he ran somebody else or something else happened, or he put him in, like when it was really totally out of, like when the game was really all the way out of contention. You know what I mean? Not like right at the same time where, this is probably over.
When you have like 25 run plays and you only give like him like 3, what's that saying? And I don't care if it's at the end of the game or in the middle of the game or what. And I really do care when you run CMC the whole game because Elijah Mitchell is hurt. Like, so if Elijah Mitchell wasn't hurt, would CMC have still got the same snaps? That's really hard to say he would or wouldn't because they're two totally different running backs. You could almost argue CMC is like a tight end, a wide receiver, right? CMC,
a
halfback, right? A wide back, right? But Elijah Mitchell is the true
like
running
a
back.
Roger Craig halfback.
Boom. But Elijah Mitchell is the true running back. He's the guy that you give the ball and you don't care because he's gonna every time he gets tackled, he goes forward. He doesn't get tackled and goes backwards. He falls forward.
Same thing with Jordan Mason.
Yards. Yeah. CMC, he's not the same size. You don't think of his durability. So, guys, again, like Jordan Mason, there's got to be some kind of like personality problem, and the same thing with what's our other guy, our other third round.
Why does it have to be a personality problem? We know Kyle is play the hot hand until he gets broken.
Okay, Brian, why can't we admit that Kyle goes off of who he likes personality? Like, I mean, it's been obvious. Like, if you don't fit Kyle's personality,
who's the hot hand?
It's not about
Elijah. You got Elijah Mitchell, who never fumbled, and you got okay.
No, it's been proven he's got too many favoritisms. We can say, oh, you don't play rookies, but he plays rookies at other positions. Oh, I don't trust this guy. Why? Because so then it goes back to,
I didn't say he didn't play rookies. I think that was your
excuse. Necessarily, but you can say obviously rookies don't get played in this Kyle Shanahan offense. It doesn't happen unless you're what? A hybrid, unless you're some, like coming of Jesus or something like that.
Elijah Mitchell was a rookie that started.
So, okay, Elijah Mitchell, Debo, they're like the best players on our team, right?
How do you know?
How do
you know what Jordan Mason's personality is and what Elijah Mitchell's personality is?
How can you justify they're not playing, Ryan? When Debo was hurt,
I just did it. I just told you he plays the hot hand. He never really played Jordan Mason in a situation where he could be the hot hand, and he just always kept pumping the hot hand. And the only time Jordan Mason got the ball was in garbage time. So
why? Okay, if you don't believe in your team and you have to make an upgrade like they did with CMC. And you have these running backs, Trey Sermon. You have, TDP. You have, I'm blanking.
I know the running back room. Get to the question.
You have all these running backs, but you go and you make this, trade to get CMC, and you still have 2 running backs on the roster with Elijah Mitchell, who's hurt, and you're not playing these other 2 running backs.
So you don't understand why he got CMC.
I don't.
Is that your question? How does that get to question? What's the question?
He doesn't trust running backs. He doesn't trust
question,
rookies.
That's a statement.
He doesn't trust rookies. He doesn't trust any of his rookies that he's ever played. So when we draft rookies,
he got Elijah Mitchell. He used him until his wheels fell off.
He played Debo the same thing. Debo was a rookie too. So unless you
were negating your own point. You were arguing against your own point for me.
No, you
Well,
keep
you do
going over
see
what I'm
people's
trying to say.
personalities.
And I said, if he's the coming of Jesus, what? And he's a rookie, he gets to get played. But if he's just a rookie, he doesn't get to be played. So unless you're Debo or you're Elijah Mitchell, you get played. But if you're just, Jordan Mason, you're not going to get played. He doesn't trust rookies unless you're really, really good. And that's not just offensive players, that's defensive players, that's offensive lineman players. If you don't block, you don't get the rock. And it doesn't matter how much we want to pound the table and say, this guy
Are
needs
you
to play.
saying that he doesn't block? What are you trying to say? It just seems like you're just saying the same stuff over and over again, but it's not getting anywhere.
Hey, so people's personalities you can tell by the press conferences after the game, and we got guys like Cougar in there that do good stuff. That the guys that aren't on the field. But do you have a timer, like a clock? We could put like a minute clock, and just all talk at the same time, so nobody can understand anything. Because I think that'd be funny as hell.
It'd
No?
be better than having to listen to some things sometimes.
I think it'd be funny. We all just talk for like a minute straight at the same time.
No, I'm good. That's a little more hectic than I want to hear.
No, Steve, you make good points. I mean, like Kruger and there's other, reporters that get in there and they say stuff, and that's what I'm kind of going off of. There are personalities in the locker room, and whether or not we personally agree with it, those are reasons that people don't get to play. And whether or not
so
we
how do you
gel or
know?
not.
How do you know about Jordan Mason's personality and how it's keeping him off the field?
Ryan, Jordan Mason ran all the way down the field, right? He almost scored the touchdown. Why didn't we score the touchdown? Why didn't we give him the ball at the end of the game?
He was tired. He was winded.
Oh, he was tired.
I don't remember the specific
he was tired.
part.
That's you see what I'm saying? I mean, like that's a good excuse, but that's the whole point. You run 47 yards or 42 yards down the field, and we don't take 2 plays off and let you go ahead and go and run it in for 2-3 yards.
No, you score.
You're
when you get
referring
the
to the game
chance.
against Seattle.
Yeah.
The reason why they didn't want to punt the ball, it was a whole.
It wasn't a punt. He went into the red
not
zone.
punt. They didn't want to go against Pete Carroll, like punish them. Like, you know what? The game is over. We already won. We're not going to pound the ball into the end zone and just humiliate you.
And I agree.
So they didn't go for it.
Totally
But
agree.
You
with that.
agree, but
they
it was
would've ran
the
him.
fulcrum in your point against him.
No, but listen, you only give the guy 3 plays a game, right? You let CMC run 20 plays. You give the guy only 3 plays. The second play he ran, he runs it all the way down there, and you don't credit him? Oh, because we don't want to run the score up against a rival? And then you don't give the guy the ball the next game?
Okay, so just because you don't believe it makes it totally something else.
It's just
Also-
thoughts, Ryan. It's just thoughts. It just doesn't make sense. Like why?
Bro,
why
it's not
Also-
thoughts when you're trying to pass it off as it's facts.
Also,
That's the thing, Brian.
Okay, Ryan, let me stop real quick, because if I got to leave, I'll leave. I'm not a factual guy. A lot of things I say is opinions, and if people don't agree with my opinions, that's fine. But why would you do that, man? You don't do that.
Don't do what?
You don't do that. You don't give the guy three plays one game, and then you don't ever play him the rest of the season. And then you say, oh, well, we go with the hot hand. He was the hot hand. That guy ran 47 yards in one play. He was the hot hand. You don't keep running, CMC 20 plays one game and say he's the hot hand when he's not obviously the hot hand.
He
It's
got
about
a
personality.
47-yard run in garbage time. That's why I explained the difference.
You
You're
do
talking
understand, no, personality really does matter with this team.
You do understand that people in garbage time, they don't equate that to as good when it's in the prime time of the game. So therefore, everything that Jordan Mason did that we saw, that we liked and appreciated, is not necessarily anything they're like honing in on that much, because it's
we shouldn't matter. We shouldn't count that, right? Because that was just garbage time. So it doesn't matter, right?
I'm just saying, yeah, that's normally how it goes.
So we shouldn't depend on him. We shouldn't get hyped up on Jordan Mason because it was garbage time, right?
Is that what I said?
That's basically what you're
that's
saying.
why-
You said it
that's
was in
why-
garbage time, so people don't play the same way.
I said that's why they weren't like just throwing everybody else to the side and giving it to Jordan Mason, because he had a 47-yard run in garbage time. Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, they did that play because they didn't want to run up the score. And also, hey, we had a game one, and they don't risk. I don't think they want to risk turning the ball over and giving it back to Seattle. Let's run that clock out.
Sorry, I brought up Jordan Mason.
Jesus.
No, it's my fault because I got into my feelings and stuff and started saying like if you don't block you don't get the rock and that's what I've always heard with this 7-year scheme.
Right, but he's the running back. Somebody's got to block for him. He's got to make it through the hole. That's why I was like, what do you like?
No, but you've jumped off of several players, and it's the same thing. If it's wide receiver, running back, if it's fullback, if it's kicker, even Robbie Gould makes blocks, dude. And I mean, that's what it is. If this
No,
team,
Robbie Gould makes tackles.
okay.
Well, am I wrong? It's a tackle.
Well, running
Like-
backs need to block too, though.
Well,
it's-
here
when
and
it's-
there,
when
but
it's a passing
a
game.
block, a tackle, the same thing. What
Jordan-
I'm saying.
Jordan Mason isn't in there to be blocking. Jordan Mason's in there to be running downhill. That's what I'm saying. Like he's not
But
he's
then,
not there as like the third
then
down
he can't-
back.
then he can't be 21 personnel or 22 personnel, right? Because we can't count on him for every scheme or every fit. And that's why he doesn't play, because he's a rookie, because he doesn't know the whole offense.
See, there you go. You're making a lot more sense there.
Sí se puede.
And that would have nothing to do with the personality. That's why I was like, when you say personality, like that, like we both know we don't know the player's personality, and that's just like a shot in the dark call. That's why I was like, bro, you know what I mean? Like it's not like we've got reports of him cursing anybody out or complaining about not getting the ball or anything like that. We don't have anything. Yes, to see your finger. Yeah. We haven't seen any reports of that. So to say it was his personality that's just nothing we can even base that on. So essentially it's false to me. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't, like, it's a moot topic at that point because we don't have anything. So therefore,
we most definitely don't have anything at all. Like, we don't have anything concrete, right? We only have what other people's tweeted out, what other people said, what other videos have been posted. We have Danny Gray saying, I'm a Trey Lance, player. You have Trey Sermon coming out saying, I'm a Trey Lance player, right?
we were talking about Jordan Mason.
No, but
Why
let
are we
me
talking
go
about?
into what I'm saying.
So what
you
did
have
Jordan
players
Mason
that are
say?
coming out and dividing themselves and saying,
What did
I'm
Jordan
this
Mason
player.
say? We were talking
I'm
about
this
Jordan
player.
Mason. Why are we talking about other players? I just want to talk about Jordan Mason right now. Let's
You
get over
have
this
these
one
players-
point before we get touch on 10 more. What did Jordan
have
Mason
these-
say to make you think that his personality was the reason why he's getting sidelined?
I threw it out there as the same thing. It's a possibility. Maybe it's his personality that he's not getting the playing time. There's these other players that are having the same issue. Who went into the doghouse? Why did they go into the doghouse? Was it their personality? We don't know. We weren't there in the practice. Why did Ayuk go into the doghouse?
Why is
he
that
said,
like
"I
the
don't
most
wanna-"
likely thing that you go with? Because it's
But
like
Ryan,
there's so many
Ryan.
other things on the table that you could point at to go, oh, that makes more sense. Oh, that makes more sense. Except you're like, oh, it's his personality.
No, I
bet
said
you it's his
possibly.
personality.
I said
With-
maybe
and
it's
then
a
you-
possibility. It's
And
his
then you were trying to
personality.
die on that hill.
Ryan, why didn't Brandon Ayuk get to play? Was it his personality? Was it his blocking? Was he not catching? Was he not happy with the quarterback? We all heard he went in the doghouse. Why? Because of your personality? Is that what it was? And I said the same thing with these other players. If it's
You
your
want me to answer
personality
that
that's
question,
getting
or are
you
you
putting
talking?
into it. If you come into work every day and you're not happy, right?
You want me to answer the question? You asked me why Brandon Ayuk went in the doghouse. You want me to answer that question?
Sure.
Okay.
There was no doghouse.
He wasn't blocking, so he wasn't on the field as much. Okay, first and foremost, he wasn't a good blocker. Second of all, when he was on the field, it seemed like Jimmy was missing him, and it seemed like him and maybe I don't know, maybe something he had said. That's what I hear. Might have also done that. Yes, I know you want to talk. Yes, we all know that. Go ahead.
No, I agree with what you're saying because everything you're saying, you're going back to. That's why we're friends, dude. Because everything you're saying makes sense. You might agree just a little differently, and we might see a little different points.
Is that
But
personality?
Ayuk's attitude caused him not to be on the team. Him deciding not to block caused him not to be on the team. Danny
It's
Gray
deciding not to block.
Right,
He
Ryan,
wasn't
Ryan,
he
Ryan.
said that he needed to learn. You thinking like he was like, nope, I'm not going to block. Nope. See that guy right there? Not going to touch him. Not, they don't pay me enough. They don't pay me enough. I ain't be seeing the ball enough. That's not what it was.
Did you ever hear him come out and say, I don't want to block? Did you ever hear him come out and say, I need to learn how to block better?
Didn't hear. Yeah, I heard him say they talk about blocking all the time. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, he admitted, he said when he was in college, he was receiving, he just go off and run routes. So when he was in college, he didn't know nothing about blocking until he got into the 49ers. And then when he came into the 49ers, Kyle said you have to learn how to block, and that's what he did. So that's why he didn't get to play much, because he had to learn how to not just being a wide receiver, he had to be a blocker too.
Corey, you are speaking facts, bro. And that's why Danny Gray didn't get on the field, because he doesn't want to learn or doesn't know how to block.
Now, I'm not saying he didn't want to learn. I'm saying
learn. You're putting words in people's mouths all the time.
No,
I didn't say he didn't want to learn.
That's the same thing he just got done saying. If
you
Ayuk
saying that
doesn't
people
know how
make
to block, if Ayuk needs to learn how to block,
you're making it sound like people are making conscious decisions to not do things. And you have no proof or anything like that. And you're saying it as the way you say it is you're saying it like it's a truth. And it's not a truth. You could say, in my opinion, I feel that this is that, right? And then leave it at that. Okay? You don't sit there and say, and he made a decision not to block. You have no idea what went between that man's ears at that moment in time. They've not made any statements towards the fact. You don't have any teammates coming out saying anything that supports anything you're saying.
Do you hear any reports coming out that say Danny Gray is a great blocker either? No, you don't. You know exactly what I'm saying. It might be an opinion.
But there's a difference between being There's a difference between being a great blocker and being able to block. Isn't there?
Everything we went over was an opinion. Everything we went over, and we all made the same adjustments and the same agreements that if you come into this offense,
when
you
you
need
say
to learn
that
how to block.
somebody
And if you
made
don't
a
know how to
decision
block,
not
you're
to do
probably not going to be
something,
playing.
that is not an opinion. You're saying that is a fact when you're saying someone made a decision not to do something. Okay, those words that you said, the way you said it, make it a fact, which it's not a fact. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look, I understand you don't want to deal with facts, so don't say it as they are. Just say, in my opinion, I feel he quit and did want to block. Okay.
So is it facts or is it opinion that Brandon Ayuk came out of college and didn't block? Is it facts or opinions that he wasn't a good blocker when he came out of when he was the first 49 wide receiver?
By his own admission, he was not a good blocker coming out of college.
So then why are we saying that what I'm saying is facts or opinions? I'm saying what he had said. He said he wasn't a good blocker.
Danny Gray didn't say I quit on blocking. I decided not to block. You said he did. But he didn't say that. Neither did his teammates that I pointed out, and neither did anybody else.
Brian, I also said that Danny Gray's personality and possibly his blocking is causing him not to get on the field.
His personality and possibly his blocking. So you don't have anything to prove his personality, but that's definitely the one thing that is it. And maybe his blocking. You have to say, it's my opinion. Well, you don't have to say it, but you can
No, I
keep
guess I
on.
have to. I guess I have to say it because when we're talking this way, and we're talking because this is all opinions. Even when you say something, it's opinions. We're not factually there. We're not seeing the guys catch the ball. This is all of us just having fun and talking. But when you say it that way, I guess I have to say it's my opinion that I believe he wasn't catching or blocking the right way in practice.
Now,
So
what about
the
his
reason-
personality? Tell me your opinion and his personality about how his personality goes.
So my theory on the team and their personalities, so we can all be clear.
That's great. Hey, Brian, that's great.
Let me finish my theory and my statement. I believe if you come into this team, you get drafted by your skill sets and they try to figure out how you are as a person. When you come into the locker room, they see a couple weeks. If you aren't gelling, they go from there. If you're not gelling because you're not practicing, you're not blocking, you're not catching, they will give you your breaks. They will give you your little, okay, well, he's better at this point. But if you're not the guy, if your personality doesn't gel with this team, you're going to have a long time on that bench. And if I'm wrong, well, I guess I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like that. It seems like these rookies that come in that have a problem have a time on the bench.
It seems like every player that the 49ers draft, they draft for a certain personality. It seems like every person in the locker room has that same personality. It seems also that another good possibility as to why, drafting people and then all of a sudden they don't play is because maybe their skills weren't up to par. And that might be the only thing that's the problem. And they just need more time to play. So that could be another, option,
Hey, Beto, do you think that John Morant sees the court again this year? And what do you think he has to do to get back on the field for court?
Ask me the question again.
Do you think John Morant sees the court again this season? And if not, what do you think he has to do to get back on the court?
Stop beating up on the young kids.
Yeah. Now, I got a question real quick. Said he was, what do you call it? He was kicked out of the league or what? What was the official ruling?
He was indefinitely
suspended indefinitely.
Correct.
Now I heard 2 games.
No, indefinitely is what they're.
Really?
Is that like the Deshaun Watson thing where he would have been?
Indefinitely means he can't play NBA no more until they let him back in.
Okay, so they're going to have to do some kind of a court.
Court.
Some kind of
and the league has to come together and depends on what happens, they'll let him back in. But he's indefinitely suspended. Means he no longer can play in the NBA.
Because I didn't know about all the other stuff like the red light, on other players after a game. And then I heard he brought a gun on the plane after he brandished one on Instagram. And I'm like, I heard it was 2 games. I didn't hear anything else recently, but I don't see how you can bring him back. Like, what does he have to do to get back on the court,
Yeah, first of all, he's gonna have to win that case. And if he does time, he's gonna have to take care of that. And then he's gonna have to show the NBA, the commissioner, that he shows that he hasn't, done anything wrong. They're gonna give him a timeline to get the shit together. But I don't see him playing anytime short. I mean, beating up a young kid and pointing a gun at a minor. That's some serious stuff right there. I mean, he might be away. He might go away for a minute. So,
how did he?
I think just think about it. Whether it's a minor or not, you got to have enough sense not to be flashing a gun at some, especially if you just whoop their ass. You know what I'm saying? If you just whoop their ass, why you need to be flashing a gun? That's some bullshit. Pussies pull the gun to show you. Somebody is really gonna use that thing. You're gonna see it at the last second. You know what I mean? I don't know where his sense is at.
Part of the report said he beat his ass with the gun.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Do you see if he does time, any sort of time, if he could get back in the league whatsoever? Like if he did a year or 2?
How does he get back?
I don't think
it's going to be hard.
And my question is, how did he get a gun on the airplane? They supposed to have this all types of security that you can't even get a gun on the airplane.
How'd he get a gun on
It's
an
a pro-
airplane?
it's a- I don't know.
I didn't
Who
hear.
said he got a gun in an airplane?
Yeah.
No, I heard that.
I just see what he said. He got a gun on the airplane. I don't know how you get a gun on the airplane.
Yeah,
On
that's
there-
hardly-
They search your
impossible.
bags.
It was
They
the
search
team.
your bags. They search.
You can't even put a gun up your ass and get past the. I'm sorry, you can't. I mean, the X-rays will see it. Yeah, bro, it's impossible. The only way you get a gun in the airplane is if you have a badge.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know who said that. I'm not saying you didn't hear it. You probably did hear it, but whoever said it probably.
I thought
I
this
don't
was
know,
in the
man.
off season. I thought he was playing like basketball with somebody. Like
No, all season.
There's like 4 instances.
there's like 4 instances.
Yeah, which I just
that makes a lot of sense now, Steve-O. That would have been a good thing to point out.
well, I just found out about it yesterday. I didn't know about the other stuff from like January or whatever it was.
Just saying, like,
Yeah, this guy's a loose cannon, bro. It's just
yeah.
he has issues with his temper. I mean, we all have tempers, but
It
you have to
seems like
keep it
he's
under
got that
control.
affluenza. You remember that one kid in Texas that was drunk and driving? I think he was like 15 years old. He was drinking and driving, and he like killed a whole bunch of people or something like that. And his mom was like, he can't do time because he's got affluenza. Like he's been rich too long. He doesn't know, and no one ever tells him no, so he doesn't know how to. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Sounds like the same.
That's
thing.
a reason for him to have an excuse. Yeah,
Yes,
I remember that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
Nobody taught him. Nobody told him right and wrong.
And this seems like Mr. Morant is gonna figure out after a long spells of uh-ohs, and he's gonna hit the rock bottom, and who knows where it'll end up, and he'll be going, man.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes you do have to hit rock bottom in order for you to make that proper change.
You're gonna have to shit all that talent down the drain first, too. That's the horrible thing.
Yeah. And he's going to spend most of his money in lawyers.
Brian, you got any comments on this?
No, I mean, I'm not really big in other sports. I like football. I like the Giants. I like the Lakers a little bit, but I don't pay attention until playoffs. And
so
I'm really not, like, when it comes to like these shows and stuff, I'm here to talk football. So I don't know everything about football. Again, I'm really opinionated. I'm not really factual. So I'll just be quiet.
No, you're good. I just want to let you know the gravity of this situation. This basketball player beat up a 17-year-old kid, probably like hit him 12 to 13 times, and at least pulled out a gun on him. And he's like doing these live streams with all these women and guns around, and it's like, bro. And he just got indefinitely suspended.
But prior to that,
when you guys all started first talking, and you were talking about like the confrontation, I first started thinking about Jackson Mahomes. Supposedly he kissed some lady and like tried to strangle her when he was trying to make out with her or something like that. And,
he grabbed her by the throat. Did you see the video?
I did, and that's why when you first started talking, that's what I first started thinking about. So again,
no,
I'm here talking football, but
no, I mean Morant. Even after a basketball game, he was in an SUV, and then the players had a red light on him, and that was like before January.
Hey, G9, if you hit that sub, we'll switch topics. I got no issues. Hit that sub button and the like. Brock Purdy. Let's talk Brock Purdy. His surgery. It's supposedly going to happen next week. So in other words, they aren't, from what I hear, it's supposed to be happening next week or this week, right? Is it this week coming up or is it next week? Okay.
I think it's this week, sometime this week.
And they're not talking about, they're not talking about looking at it again. They're talking about actually going in.
Yeah. They're hoping the swollenness is coming down and they'll be able to actually do the surgery so that we can have a somewhat timeline of his recovery.
And see, this is weird. because if they don't, if they're hoping, like I'm just going off the words you said, if they're hoping that it should be down, then that's still kind of up in the air, right?
Yep.
And that might mean that if they go into go, that if they open it up, right, and it's not, you know,
If the swelling has to go down, they're going to have to postpone it again.
are they though? Because when you open them up, do you want to just like close them back up, or are you just going to do it right then?
No, you're not going to open them up if the swelling hasn't went down. That's the whole thing. Is
No, I
But you
think you
might-
can tell before opening them up.
You think?
the swelling-
See, that's the other thing. If they can, then obviously they will. But if you can't tell, or if they think everything's good and they open them up and they can tell that it is still, you know what I mean? I don't know if that pushes their hand in it at all.
Yeah, I think they take an MRI and they can tell by the MRI if the
think-
swelling is around.
I think they should just give them more
Okay, I
time.
can go for me for my example for me. When I had to do this,
Mhm.
get my Sicily. See, right now they still can't use the dollars to put it in because my arm is swollen. So now on the 20th, I'm going. I just had a scan not that long ago. They scanned it, and now I'm going to go on the 20th to get the results.
So they tell. So with the scan, they were able to tell if your shoulder went down, right?
Yeah, they was able. I don't know yet because the doctors haven't said nothing. I haven't met with my doctor. The people after that does it, they can't say nothing to you because they're not doctors. So
Yeah,
when
they're
I go to-
technicians. They just
Can-
got to send it to the doctors. Yeah.
Can you ask them within how accurate that is when you go? Just for, future reference. You know what I mean? Because, if they're just like, oh yeah, it's totally accurate, then we know what the docs know when they say things like, oh, the swelling's down, then they know that the swelling, you know what I mean? Like, that's the one thing I'd be interested in is how accurate is it, within, because like, like pollings, like voting and stuff like that, and polls, they say accurate between a certain percent, you know what I mean? Like, this is the numbers, but it could be either or certain percent. Bryant, is there something you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, I mean, like honestly, like how much of a jerk are we as 49er fans? Like this guy is not ready for surgery, and we want to keep on pushing him to go get surgery, right? If his swelling's not down, and we want to continue to rush him in to get surgery, we're not doctors. If they say he needs to wait, he has to wait. If he needs 9 months or this whole season off, I mean, again, how big of jerks are we as 49er fans that we want Brock Purdy back in? It seems, and I'm going to say it, and a lot of people probably have already said it before me. It seems like we're writing Trey Lance off because we're hoping, Purdy comes back, but this guy isn't going to be back this season, and we keep on.
Yeah.
He's going to be back. He's going to be back. He ain't going to be back for like 9-10 months.
That's why I
No,
think
I heard Purdy started throwing with his left hand, and he's pretty accurate. So
no,
And I heard he can kick too, Steve-O. He can punt too.
that's why I think
I didn't want to leak that out though.
if the swelling,
I kind of dropped it too. I was going to say it on my channel that Purdy started punting the other day.
I don't
too.
think it's the Niner fans that want him back. I think Brock Purdy wants to do this because he realized you got to remember it's a job wide open. He doesn't. They're not going to openly admit this, but he doesn't want Trey to take the job. He wants to keep this job, so he's trying to get back on the field as quickly as possible. Trey's not going to admit it, but Trey hopes that Brock can't go because this gives Trey an opportunity to win the job. To us and to the media, they're going to look like best friends, but inside, Steve, I remember with Steve Young and Joe Montana, they hated each other, but they never openly said that.
Yeah.
But it was competition. So I think it's Brock that wants to pursue the surgery because he knows the longer he waits, the longer the chances of him losing the job are going to be greater. But the doctors are telling him, I understand you want to get on the field, but we can't operate because your swollen is there. You have to wait. And he's the one that's pissed off because he doesn't want to lose his job to Trey. And I think that's what's going on in there. So I don't think it's the fans.
And think about it. I think Kyle also, like, he saw his offense work the best it's
Yeah,
ever
Kyle's
have.
another one.
And
Yeah,
Kyle, like me personally, if you can't guarantee that the swelling is down by the time you got to open up, I'm just give the guy more time.
yeah.
Like it gives more time for us to figure out what we got in Trey. You know what I mean? It gives us more time to finally
Unless
get.
it gives us more time to figure out what trade, but unless Kyle already knows what we don't really know,
Oh yeah.
this is why
But
he's trying to push Brock to come back.
but at
He-
the same time, we don't know if Kyle's been using Trey in that the offense he was been running him in, or if because you know how I talk. I want Kyle in the Jimmy or I want Trey in the Jimmy offense with the the read option every once in a while. You know, the read option every once in a while, so people think he's going to run, and by the time you get lazy and you don't ever, go after the quarterback, that's when he runs it. You know, the 1-2 times a game, and then the bootlegs. That's what I want. And
One
Yeah.
times a game.
to say that Trey can't run the read option like that and can't do the bootlegs like that, that's idiot. That's crazy because we've seen him do those aspects. You know what I mean? What he needs to get good on is the Jimmy offense where he's standing in the pocket and passing. He could do all the nice little naked boot and all that stuff that's in the offense. You know what I mean? What's up, Brian?
Yeah.
Well, I want everybody to understand I am a Trey Lance supporter. I believe in the guy. I was in Sacramento. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I show you receipts or not. I was talking with
I wasn't
coworkers and I
questioning, bro.
said, "Hey, Justin Fields, Trey Lance. I liked Zach Wilson because he came from BYU, but I didn't think he was going to us because of the way our draft stock was. And at the time, and I'm going to be really honest with everybody, and I'm always going to be honest with you. We weren't drafting a rookie. We traded up to get a veteran. Then we got stuck drafting a rookie. But with that said, I believe in Trey Lance. I think he had a great opportunity at India, North Dakota. I'm like, wow, he came from, Carson Wentz. This might be something, right? Started looking at him, his interception, touchdown ratio. I'm like, wow. So I'm like, this guy could be really good. I didn't care how many reps he had. I didn't care because I was like, this guy can win games, right? I don't care. I'm not getting into the nuances as is he's pro ready? How many games has he played? I was like, if this guy's smart and we can run him into a certain scheme, we can win games with him, right? No, we want to make it too crazy for this guy. We want to give him 50 plays when he can only run 5 plays, right? And not saying that he's not smart enough to run 50 plays, but if he's only good to run 5 or 10 plays and we're giving him the Kyle Shanahan offense because we wanted a veteran to run that offense. I mean, I get it, but no, Trey needs to start. He needs the opportunity because why did we move up for that? Unless at this point the coaches don't believe in him. And that's the only thing is why would the coaches and the fans keep pushing? And I know what you said, Beto, but if Brock Purdy's pushing himself to get in because of his injury, then he knows he doesn't want to lose the job, right? Because he has an opportunity. He's this good, but the guy next to him that could win the job, even though he's hurt, he still has that opportunity, right? You have Trey Lance who says he needs to win the job. You have all these other people on the team who saying, "Oh, well, if this guy comes back, we want him to win. We want him to start." It sounds like they've moved off of Trey Lance for whatever reason. And
Purdy's the hot hand. Purdy's the hot hand. That's the thing.
And it sounds, and I know what you guys were saying, we want him to run the Jimmy offense, right? Well, when we seen him run the Jimmy offense and try to throw Juice the ball just at 10 yards, he overthrew him. When we seen him try to throw deep down the field, we seen that happen. That happened. But when you want him to run just the Jimmy offense, he's got to get better. He's got to get better at the short.
That's how you get him better, by getting him on the field doing it. Reps, baby.
We don't know if Purdy's going to lose his job, to Lance until we see what Lance does in the first 4 games of the year or whatever.
It might
See,
even be
when
more than
Lance
4.
took over the year that last year when he got hurt, they were not going to go with Jimmy. They wanted Trey. They wanted to see what Trey had. they didn't know what they had in Brock. So that was the year that Trey had the opportunity to mess up and continue to keep his job because they were going to eventually move on from Jimmy. So Trey had the opportunity to mess up and continue to play. Now that they saw what they seen from Brock Purdy and Kyle fell in love with him now, unfortunately for Trey, if he messes up, how much mess up is it going to take before Kyle says, I had enough and I'm going with Brock because I can't deal with this? So unfortunately, Trey's going to have to face that all year. He's going to have to play really good because he's going to be looking over his shoulder, knowing that if he screws up, here comes Brock, and that's unfortunate for Trey.
You remember we started running Jimmy and Trey in at the same time, and then we all thought it was because of Jimmy's ego, but it's actually Lance hurt his finger, but we didn't hear about it for like till the end of the season or whatever. So, do you think they'll do that?
We also heard that Kyle didn't like necessarily putting Trey in because without Trey being in there consistently, he didn't know what coverages teams are gonna use on him. When he came out.
Trey and Jimmy are two different quarterbacks. Those offensive linemen were always having false starts because they're completely different quarterbacks, and the offensive line he couldn't said like, oh shit, what are we doing now with Trey's holding onto the ball a little bit longer, and they start holding, and that's a problem. I never liked that, moving one quarterback and the next couple of series move another quarterback.
Neither did I.
To your offensive lineman.
But since they did start doing it, I was wondering if anybody thought that they would maybe do that this year.
No, I personally don't believe they will. I think they tried it; it wasn't successful, and they're like, nope.
Like Harbaugh, he ran the high hand too. See how he did with Collins Kaepernick and Alex Smith. Alex Smith went down with an injury.
Oh, he was.
That wasn't Harbaugh. That wasn't Kyle though.
I know. Yeah. But I'm saying it's Kyle and Harbaugh did the most same team.
Harbaugh was waiting for it to happen.
Running with the high hand. He didn't say, okay, we're going to go back to Alex. He didn't say we go back to Alex Smith with Colin Kaepernick was having a high hand. He stayed with Colin Kaepernick.
You got to remember, Kaepernick was Harbaugh's pick, though. Alex Smith wasn't. Alex Smith was inherited to the team for him. And you're always going to go, as a new regime, you're always going to go with your quarterback. Now, with Trey Lance and Brock, both quarterbacks were Harbaugh. Bless you. Both were Kyle's picks. Yeah. Although Brian Greasy's the one that pounded the table for Brock, and Kyle ultimately say yes. So it's a little bit different situation.
Well, they were looking at Brock the last draft too, and he just didn't go. So he was on the board before Brian Greasy even came in the room.
Brock? Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard it was Brock that was pounding for him, but
Brian Greasy? Well, it could have been this year. They were like, this is the guys we got left, or this is the guys we could see, and he would have been like, you need to go get Brock. And they're like, yeah, okay. We were looking at this other guy. We looked at Brock last year and thought Brock, and they're like, no, you need to go get Brock. So that could have been it.
Yeah, if you guys watch the combine at all, especially when the quarterbacks were out there doing their thing, man, they sure use a lot of Brock situation. Like, who is the next Brock? Who's the next, Brock, in the 7th round pick? And it's like, because nobody really expected, I know I didn't,
Stetson
for Brock to step in and play as good as he did. And I understand that a lot of people love Trey. I love Trey. I wanted Trey. Out of all the quarterbacks that were available, besides the ones that went ahead of Trey was my pick. But when I seen Brock play, man, and the way that he was making decisions, the way he was anticipating what the defenses was showing him, the way that he was getting the ball, the way that they were not calling timeouts for delay of games, because Brock was able to get the information from Kyle and give it to the offensive linemen, the receivers, was pretty smooth. And just the way Brock reads defenses, the way he plays calm, cool and collective under pressure. He doesn't allow the pressure to get to him. He did play for 4 years in the school. And he played a couple of games in a stadium with about 70,000 people in it. So I like Brock. I just don't like his height, obviously, and this the whole strength arm that can be fixed. If you remember Tom Brady when he first started being a quarterback, one of his areas that he was weak at was his arm, and he built that up. So Brock can build his arm. Unfortunately, he can't get taller.
Not this year.
The guy runs the offense amazingly.
Smooth, yeah.
You know what I mean?
My thing is he's a 3 QB read at least. You know that we don't see that.
And how do you out of the gate as a 7th round rookie, just reading all that? You know, one of my favorite things was the report that he was in practice, pissing off the defense, and when they started getting mad, and he
Fred
just
Warner
was
one that used to always get pissed.
Yeah, and he's like, just stop me. If you so mad, then stop me. I love that as a personality trait, and knowing that he can, you know, mentally work the offense like that. Like,
you gotta love that, right, Ryan? Because part of working the scout team is giving yourself to the defense so the defense can, you know, play good on you. And he wasn't. He was throwing some good darts to the receiver, and the defense like, hey, you're supposed to make this easy for us. And he's like, no, if you want the ball, stop me. And just that attitude. And that's why Fred Warner was one of them that was said, we knew what we had in him, and he's going to be okay because he's played against the number 1 defense all freaking year because he was going against that defense in scout team. So they were confident. And then now we saw what the defense already knew is what he can do. And this is why I love Trey. And I think that Trey's gotten the short end of the stick. But how can you get away from Brock after Kyle was able to open up his offense with Brock? The things that he did with Brock, he never did with Jimmy. And he trusts Brock.
Yep.
Real quick.
That's what.
Real quick.
Oh.
I wanted to go around and ask everybody what they think about G9's question right here. It says, I'm a big fan of Kyle. He's too textbook. Or I'm just a fan, but Kyle is too textbook. He needs to just let it loose. I feel the talent is what wins over schemes. And that's why we don't have a Super Bowl win in the last 4 years. We know, and I just want to preference, do you think that Kyle is hurting the team by making his scheme be the star of the team? Let's go with Steve-O.
Well, I'm not sure what he means by he's too textbook. I don't quite get that part, but I feel that so we have the talent, we have the scheme. So how did that, you know? So I'm not sure that's why we haven't won a Super Bowl, because we have the talent and the scheme. So he's scheming it up for good players too.
Well, so there's like the accounts of like D'Amico Ryans couldn't even was scared to call a timeout. You know what I mean? You got quarterbacks, like someone's like, he'd never go get a Brady or an Aaron Rodgers because he doesn't want a quarterback that'll call an audible right there on the line and change his play and what he thinks, you know, would be going. So that's what I'm saying. The scheme, that's what he's saying. I don't know what the too textbook means.
The textbook means it's his way or the highway.
That could be.
That's where the textbook, he sticks to his rules. These are my rules, and I'm not bending these rules for anybody. That's what he means about textbook.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. He's just stubborn, just very stubborn, you know. And it's like, we're going to run this play, and this is the way I want it to be ran. And if they don't run it, you know, and I think that G9 Sean is a little bit correct. I think Kyle could be a major reason because he's too damn stubborn. And sometimes you gotta call plays that works and benefits your quarterback. But he doesn't try to accommodate the quarterback by changing the plays. He wants to change the quarterback to fit his schemes, and that's the hard part.
Real quick, G9, if you would tell me in the chat how you would change it, and then we'll get back going. Steve-O, go ahead. Start again.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. Players should be able to call timeouts at least. And I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember the last time I did see a player call a timeout even. Um, and then I pretty much see if you call 2 plays in the huddle, right? But you don't know. You're guessing what the defense is going to be. So you should. But even then, who was it? Was it who was it said they couldn't even change their own plays? Like it was a big name. Was it Rogers or I can't? I'll think of it. But yeah, some big name said they weren't even allowed to change their own plays.
Rogers changed plays. Rogers
Oh yeah.
called up different plays for LaFleur, and like Rogers would pretend like he didn't hear shit and just call it up and be like, I didn't hear it. I've heard
And
him
just to let
say
you know,
that.
Brock Purdy was able to change plays. He was an exception to the rule. There was a few audibles that he did make on the field that Kyle didn't like, but he made it work. So
Brock Purdy he called a timeout.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
That's what I was gonna mention.
He challenges Kyle. I think Kyle likes that.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, you need me, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing here, so I'm burning a
I'll
timeout.
be right
I
back,
don't give a
guys.
damn what you say. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no problem. But you know what I'm saying? Like he's got that. Brian, what do you think?
You guys really want to hear what I think? I mean, like, I might just go around in circles again, but
You really mad about that, huh?
no, I mean, like, if you go back and you watch the stream, I think we hit on a lot of things, but you kind of got me hung up on a couple of things. So, I mean,
So you want me to get my McNiner to get you a Snickers, or what do you need?
No, I mean, I'm good, but
Is
again,
that a Betty White reference?
You look back at like this question right here kind of goes off of like our whole topic. Is Kyle to like like is it him or is it the team? It's Kyle, because if it wasn't Kyle, we would have had a Super Bowl in 2019. We would have went and got Tom Brady. We would have went and got Aaron Rodgers before we would have drafted Trey Lance, right? We would have done it, but we don't want to, because why? We don't want somebody to audible at the line. We don't want to change the cadence. We don't want Kyle to win a Super Bowl. No.
Let's be real.
Nobody at this point, because we want Kyle to win a Super Bowl, right?
Nobody thought Tom Brady was going to. Everybody thought he was done. Nobody thought he had anything left in the tank, but Tom Brady. You know what I mean?
Right. But to go back to that, right, Steve-O, because we tried to get him in 2019, right? We also tried to get him in 2017. We tried to get him in 2017, 2019, 2021. I mean, like, how many times have we tried to get him and then we didn't get him because why? Oh, he might audible at the line of scrimmage. Kyle might not get the credit for calling the best, bootleg or the best, RPO. Guess what? The reason we didn't win the 2019 Super Bowl is because Kyle didn't want Debo to win MVP. Debo didn't get the ball in the third quarter. He didn't get the ball in the fourth quarter. So is it our scheme or is it Kyle? It's Kyle.
So you think?
Wait, real quick. This 49er Giants brings up a great point. One reason why maybe Tom Brady wasn't brought to the team. Tom Brady hustles getting up to the line 15 seconds early and audibling according to the defense's set. You know what I mean? Like, Kyle's going to have to draw or call a lot of plays in that couple of seconds to get to the line for him to be able to, and that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Some of these plays that Brady's calling is just off his memory, not what they want in there. So that might be a big reason why he wasn't brought to the team.
So what you're saying, Brian, what you're saying is, so all these Cowboys fans, this is what they dealt with between Jimmy Johnson and that old guy. That's what we're dealing with, is what you're saying?
I would say if the Niners want to win a Super Bowl, we need to go all out to win a Super Bowl. We need to quit saying, "Oh, we're going to win a Super Bowl with this guy's scheme." We've had 7 years with this guy's scheme because he doesn't want someone else to come in and take his nose and say, "Oh, it wasn't him who's the franchise." Harbaugh was the face of the franchise. It wasn't Kaepernick. It wasn't Alex Smith. It wasn't Vernon Davis. It wasn't all these other guys. It was Harbaugh, right? So then he got fired. We move on to Shanahan, right? Now Shanahan and John Lynch are the face. It wasn't Tom Brady who came in and became the 49er quarterback. It was Jimmy Garoppolo. because they're like, who's Jimmy Garoppolo? Who is Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, he's a veteran, right? No, he's not.
James.
He's a rookie. He's a rookie quarterback that's been in the league for a while who had potential, right? Then he came in and got hurt, and from there we never moved off. So,
But I mean, that's like saying, like say that Kyle wants his guy, so he gets Trey Lance, right? But then who's going to get the credit, John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan? You know, so I don't know.
at this point, everybody's saying Kyle is John's boss. So I don't know if that's true or not. You know, but we all know whether or not we want to admit it, whether or not we want to say it's true or not. We can all say it. Kirk Cousins is Kyle's guy, and if Kirk Cousins would have got traded to the 49ers before Brian Hoyer or whatever, I think 2017 moving forward, the 49ers would have been a lot different of a team. We wouldn't be where we are right now.
I cringed when you said Brian Hoyer.
I did too. Brian
like,
Hoyer is a destroyer.
You like that. You like that. That's all I could think of.
Like
Yeah,
I was zoning out. You said I heard Brian Hoyer and I was like, oh.
He's coming back. He's our QB3. Perfect, man. He ain't gonna want nothing. That's it. It's solved.
No, because see, that's my whole point too. And a lot of people make this and they say, "Oh, we need another quarterback." Well, potentially Trey Lance is our quarterback. We might need 2 to 3 more quarterbacks because of Brock Purdy, right? We don't need to bring any quarterback in that wants to hold a clipboard. If you're not ready to start, if you're not capable of starting, if you cannot challenge for the starting position, we don't need a Josh Johnson. We don't need somebody who's just going to come in and collect a paycheck. This team right now can win a Super Bowl if you are on board.
No.
Oh shit, Corey, when did you get here?
What?
Hey, Steve-O,
So,
have you tried turning your tablet to the side?
no.
You should try doing that.
Well, it's connected to a keyboard right now, but
Oh. If you turn it to the side, I always liked how it popped, the options popped up better because you get the screen and you get the chat right to the side of it.
that's why I got the tablet is because I wanted a keyboard connected to it. I haven't messed with it too much, but
Oh, gotcha. Why is it sideways like that? It should, if you got the tablet in there, it should be. Right?
I don't know. My biggest thing is I'm trying to get 2 screens at once. You know, like on my phone, I just figure out how to do the split screen so I can like do stuff I got to do. And every time I do it on here, like when I click on like this link, it goes full blown, and I can't. That's what's pissing me off right now.
No, you can't do. No, the tablet one. It's just this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can't even screen share on the tablet. Nothing like that. But
the stand only lays that way. Like, well, actually, it might work the other way. I'll try it.
Yeah, I'm just saying because it was always better for me when I
see what you're talking about now. Everybody's screen is way bigger than mine.
Yeah, well, not just that, but when I turned it to the side, it was nicer having the chat on the right, and then having that's
because Corey, hey, the guy TRC or whatever his name is, what stream was he using?
YTC,
yeah. Because his had the chat on the side earlier today, so I could see it. So I don't know if it's the stream you guys use or what.
Well, a lot of them do it like that, and I just like it like that because then your eye is focused in one plane like this, and not so much up and down. You know what I mean? You could just kind of glance over instead of down.
Yeah,
that's why.
Like the chat's on the right side of Brian and y'all. I can see the.
Still the same.
As in textbook, Ryan? What as in textbook?
But
I don't know what that's in. Oh, bulletproof. Yeah, man. I was just looking for like certain bullet points. Like,
I don't think Tom Brady would get him and Kyle will get along with each other. I don't think their personalities fit with each other.
So when I went to high school, I was in something called the Schoolhouse Cafe program. Essentially, it was culinary arts, but it was actually like a student run restaurant. And so the lady who's teaching me how to be, she's teaching me how to be a cook. Essentially, she's teaching everybody stuff. So in the middle of one part, she's talking about food service, and she's talking about how do you deal with plates in the table. She's like, always grab glasses by the bottom of the glass because people put their mouths on the top of the glass. And if you grab it by the top, you're going to put your mouth or you're going to put your hands where they put their mouth. So and then after she said that, she stopped and she says, now, I'm just telling you what the regular, this is that. Once you go get a job, you get a job in that industry, and that person tells you if they tell you to touch every glass by the top, you do it because that's their way to do it. You know what I mean? And Tom Brady has spent his whole time doing his own thing, and he's not ready to touch the top of the glass if Kyle says touch the top of the glass. It's like, like I think schools, like the last 2 years of high school, if you're not going to college, you should be taking the last 4 periods of the day off and going and learning a trade. Your first 2 periods should be teaching you how to balance a checkbook, teach you some laws and some rights, you know what I'm saying? Some current world events, get you ready to go, some teach you your renter's rights. But then you should go out in the trade. And those people, what are they going to do? They're going to trade. They're going to train people. When those kids graduate, they're going to get the pick of the litter, and they've trained them how to do it the whole way. And this is what Kyle's kind of looking for. He's looking for a quarterback that could just fit in his system and do exactly everything he said. And he's gotten the most of that from Brock Purdy, the most, and I want to see Trey Lance. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of everybody. You know what I mean? I love them all. I want to see the best for Brock Purdy as far as making sure he comes back as healthy as he can.
Yep.
I don't want to rush it. I don't want to, you just get the full Tommy Johns because that'll make your arm stronger. I don't care about, what's the best decision for him? What's the least invasive? Because the more invasive you are, the more scar tissue you have. The more scar tissue you have, just the more problems going further. You know what I mean? So like, but when it comes down to it, it seems like the best case scenario right now is best for all parties involved. Give Brock Purdy enough time to get healthy and get back. Would also give probably ample time for Trey Lance to show us what he's got. You know what I mean?
Didn't we work out? Didn't Tom Brady come and work out for us, right? We watched him throw.
I don't think so. Did he?
I think so.
He didn't?
No.
Because I don't know. I don't really like this whole ego thing. Like, I don't really buy that.
Whose ego thing?
Kyle and his coach that has actually come in and be competent and is established that he wouldn't let him do whatever he. I don't really think Kyle's that way, but
and you might be right, but everything I think we've seen so far points towards the latter, that he does. You know what I mean? That it is the system, and that you know what I mean. When D'Amico won't call a timeout because people are out of position in the last play of that Green Bay game at Green Bay, and they score that, or they get that big play to Devontae Adams. You know what I mean? To win the game. That kind of shows that he's not willing to let other people, dip in his Kool-Aid.
You think about that play the Eagles with that drop ball. What he said? What excuse Kyle said why he didn't throw the flag or call a timeout? Because he didn't want to lose a timeout.
Well, it wasn't the timeout though. It was you only get 2 challenges, and they have that stupid rule that even if you get them both right, you only get 1 back. So I don't think it was necessarily the wasting of a timeout versus the actual challenge. I mean, why you don't want to use a challenge in the first 2 minutes of the game,
I don't know. To me, I'd want to be using my challenges as soon as I could.
Good, yeah. But see,
Well,
You don't want to be
this,
left.
This
You don't want to be left with all of them.
But see, this is what I'm saying. You know, other players before Cal would challenge it. Even like when we looking at it, like, oh, should he challenge this? This might be he wins it, and also this one play, he don't throw the challenge flag.
I mean, how much horse crap was that? That freaking they had to go for it on 4th down twice, once from their own 30-yard line. I mean, 3 and out, and you still got to worry about a freaking stopping them a 4th time. That shit was pissing me off, man. Or the defense did the job. We should have freaking.
That's another reason why we need to get bigger up front in our D line.
That's why we trade Debo for Bosa, because that 4th down it would have happened.
That won't help. That won't help in that situation.
Did Debo score a touchdown in the NFC Championship game? No, but I bet Bosa would have scored a sack, right?
That's not going to stop the 4th and shorts when they do the fucking scrum.
You know what I'm saying?
That 4th down was a bomb, man. I mean, they went for was that a 25-yard pass or some crap that shouldn't have counted.
Shouldn't have counted at all.
Guy's an idiot. He went 4th down on his 30-yard line. How dumb are you? If you don't get that, we win the freaking game. It works out.
What? This is what I want them to. I've been saying this for the longest. I want them to use Trey Lance like they used Steve Young, like the 49ers did with Steve Young. Steve Young went back to the pass. Now, if it's not open, no receiver's open, and he has his lane, he'll run it. He'll use his legs.
Or he just moved to get out of the pocket to buy a little bit more time and find an open guy. That's
why I want to use
the
Trey
backyard
Lance.
Ball. Yeah. That's why I say
I think we did that last night.
look, that's why I'm saying, like, you put in the Jimmy offense, right? And you have him do his bootlegs too, so he's got other plays that he can rely on. But when he's having issues in the Jimmy offense, what can he do? The pocket's going to break down. Just tell people don't hold. Just let the pocket break down. Let him know, get the puck out, right? And then let it use his legs, and then open up the play more. That's fine. At some point, he's going to get the Jimmy offense down, and then things are going to be nasty.
Yep.
Because if he can do those, hike the ball, drop back 5 steps, do a hitch and go and throw it to a point and know that the receiver's going to be underneath it when it lands, that's going to be nasty.
I want to know what your guys' favorite plays of the year were. I mean, mine was that one that it was an incomplete pass to Purdy, did all that juking and jiving, and then just Ayuk dropped it somehow. And my other second favorite play was Trent Williams slamming that fool on the ground.
Oh, in the NFC Championship?
Yeah. That's my favorite play of the game of the year. Do you guys remember?
I don't know.
One of my favorite plays was when it was Brock Purdy, Seattle against Seattle. I can't remember which was it, the second game or it was the first game with Brock Purdy against Seattle, and he faked it like he was gonna throw to
the left, and then fake it to the right,
fake to the right, and then
kittle up the middle.
Kittle up the middle.
I forgot what that play was called.
I don't know, but the league was like, "Fuck."
Did you guys see? I don't know if it was Nick Mullins or Sudfeld or I can't remember, but they showed it from when he did it. Did you guys see the replay of when he did it? And they looked totally stupid. Like the guy half did everything. I mean, it was and Proc did it perfectly, man. That thing was amazing.
Yeah, that's like I'm saying. The whole league was like, "Fuck, what do we do? How can you playing basketball, right? Somebody, puts a move on you, puts another move on you. If they go back to the third move, do you really have enough to get back? No, you're getting your ankles broken. They're going on past you. You know what I mean? Like, that was just too much for a defense. They had to lock down on they know we like to attack the corner, the edge like that. So they were just barreling down. They just open up the middle. It's like Moses.
He wasn't even worried about getting, he's going to this way and then this way. He's not even worried about, I might get hit, No, that was sweet.
That makes you slow. You
What's
know
that?
what I mean? Worrying about getting hit.
And my second play is Debo against the Rams when then Jimmy threw that ball.
Oh, yeah.
Debo went up for the ball. Then he took off running. He break attack. He gets to Jalen Ramsey and make Jaden Ramsey miss.
And then Ayuk with the block at the end zone.
Yep.
Touchdown. I'll go with that as my favorite one.
That's
Because
not a lot.
because that's a
that was Ramsey was backpedaling.
Oh, but Ramsey, it was perfect. It was Debo running, and Ramsey had whatever angle he wanted. He could have got whatever angle he wanted to get. He chose that angle. He hit him right in the thigh pad and fell right off of him.
Yep.
I was on the stream with Peo Time, and Peo Time was talking about how good of an open field tackler Jalen Ramsey was, and I had just Steve-O, and I had just I thought you dropped out. The whole thing rotated, but no, I had just watched the clip of that play, and he started talking about, Jalen Ramsey's such a good tackler, and I just started laughing because I couldn't hold it back, because in my mind I'm just thinking, like, I just saw him whip.
I mean, normally he was, except for against Debo.
Yeah. And then someone's like, well, did you see the hit that blah, blah, blah got on him? And I was like, oh, no, but I'm glad they got one.
I'm going to miss that rivalry when he's gone.
Brian, what's your favorite plays? Oh, here, let me.
It was when Robbie Gold. Oh.
Yeah. Every Tabor Pepper snap.
Well, yeah, basically, I think Robbie Gold is probably the reason we won that playoff game against the Cowboys. That tackle he made. So I would say that's probably my favorite play.
I forgot about that too,
dude. What was I watching earlier? I saw something. I think it was on Twitter. Somebody was like, "Oh, it was Rich Madrid." He was saying something about Robbie had been missing crucial kicks, like late in the season. I was like, what? When? Show me when, because that's the one thing I know from watching the games, that he doesn't miss when we need him. He misses in the middle of the season when we don't need the field goal. That's his whole thing.
Look, he's only averaged like 180 something field goals, and he's only missed like 10 field goals. I think he's like 180, and he's made 170 or 168. I have to look again. I tweeted it the other day. He's not as bad as people will say, and I know people are really giving him a knock for not being able to kick 50 yards. But you have to understand too, if you kick the ball and it goes in on the 1 or the 5, and your special teams gets down there and tackles the guy before they get to the 20 or the 25, you just saved that much yardage, right? But if you kick it to the 20, if you kick the end zone, they're down it comes out to the 25 every play. So are you really are you winning? You're saving people from not getting hit. No, the guys still have to run down there. They still get hit. They still make tackles. Some guys don't get hurt. Some guys just come out of the field and get hurt. So for you to say, we're saving people from, injuries, no. Line up, kick the ball off, and if you go down there and you have to make a tackle, you have to make a tackle. So for me, the advantage of Mitch Wisnowski or Robbie not kicking into the end zone, the hang time goes up into the air. The Niners coverage can get down there. We're trying to pin them at the 1 or inside the 5. It's happened several times if you guys look. So
you can cause a fumble.
Exactly. So it's all about mentality and field position and field strategy. If you kick the ball and you're playing kick back and forth the whole time, but your defense is holding the team, it doesn't matter if you win by 3 points or you win by 38 points. You got to win.
I think his biggest drawback or his biggest knock would be that he can't kick a touchback consistently.
But that's what I'm saying, because
that's his biggest thing. And that's not like a deal breaker. You know what I
You
mean?
could get a fumbled, or holding, I guess, whatever.
That it's
As long as he's not kicking it out of bounds, we're okay because we don't want the ball in the 40.
right, right.
So if
But you
he's
gotta
kicking it, we're okay.
complain about something though. That's how we are these days.
Hey,
Yeah,
I've
I hate
seen-
how hot it is in Santa Clara. It's just too hot there,
I got hella snow. I'll bring you right now, man. Shit.
I just think bitching about him not being able to kick more than 50, which he has when he needed to. Actually, there was times he was kicking what I think he kicked a 51 or a 53-yard field goal, and it was like dead money in the playoffs. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like, it's not to say that he can't. It's just he's dead money from underneath 45, and that's just how it is. So hey, just calibrate your sights. Calibrate your sights in, you know what I mean? Understand that this is the new line. That's what it is, okay? And there you go. That's what you work with, because anytime you get in that line and you need those points, it's going to happen.
And especially in our division, I mean, all of our games are like within a field goal. Like
Exactly.
we need that kicker.
We need that
Okay,
dependability.
They were throwing it out there like, let's go get the Rams kicker. Why go get the Rams kicker when Seahawks have the best kicker, right? I mean, like, I'm just saying, the guy can fake a punt. He can he can fake a kick. I mean, like, I don't know. If we're not going to get Robbie Gold, why are we going after the Rams kicker when we should go after the Seahawks kicker?
Is he free?
I think the Seahawks kicker ain't free. He ain't, the Rams kicker, he's going to be a free agent.
We'll trade Debo. Whatever.
I ain't trading Eagle for no kicker.
What do you got? We'll trade it all.
I love you, Brian. I love you.
He ain't getting rid of Debo for no kicker.
No, Debo ain't going nowhere for several years. So
I think we should trade back and take the last pick in the draft again.
not for Jake Moody.
Bro.
Jake Moody's going like 5th or 6th. We were not going to get him last.
I didn't say for a kicker. I just want the last pick again.
I mean, what does that do for you, though, if you get the last kick? Mr. Irrelevant again?
Hey, we're running it back with that magic.
Bro, I can get us every single pick in the 7th round if you want. I can show you right here. I can do the draft thing right now. I could get like every single pick in the 7th round, then turn around and turn that into a 2nd round pick.
I think we're getting 42 to 45 5th pick. And then that would mean a tackle. But that's my number. I'm calling 42.
Ryan's about to break my record.
Oh, what?
5
Go
hours.
for 5 hours.
couple more minutes. We're going to be at 5.
Yep.
Really? That's why my ass is sore.
I'm surprised I hadn't had to take a piss yet. I'll probably say that, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, "You got to go now." So safety. It sounds like Deshaun Gibson might be coming back.
Yeah.
Seemed like he wanted to come. He said he wanted to come. If he was going to come back, he'd come back to the Niners. And then he said later that I want to come back. So those two things together means he wants to come back for the Niners. Now, drafting a safety is still a big need.
Yeah.
So you're saying Deshaun has a unfinished business, Gibson?
I don't know if I want to use that term after it was used last time, and now they're going to see the open market. But I guess, is this a position where you draft twice at, or is this a position where you draft somebody and then you bring in a couple undrafted free agents into camp to find, you know what I mean? Like, because let's say Deshaun Gibson does come back for one more year. Well, we're going to need another a guy to fill his spot next year, right? So why not find somebody this year, put him in the system, you know what I mean? Get him up to speed, can even get him some experience if need be, and then maybe he has a better start at playing next year. You know what I mean? You know, redshirt him essentially. But is this something where we might need to go
Two picks?
Yeah, is this a 2-picker or is this a 1 pick and then a couple undrafted free agents that you bring in for camp to kind of see who you can get, you know, like
Okay, so
Well,
I'm gonna jump on real quick and say it's this whole draft is best player available. We don't have a whole bunch of needs, and I don't care. You know, I mean, I know you're gonna call me crazy, Ryan, but if Jake Moody's there at pick 99, we might just take him, or like 100. What we have 99, 101, and 102. It's going to be best player available. If they don't think that guy's going to be there, I don't care if it's kicker. I don't care if it's corner. If the Niners think that's their best player, they're going to take that player. So when I was doing my draft the other night and I'm going down it, I keep looking up there at the top of the screen saying we need a center, we need a safety, we need a corner. So as I'm going down it, I'm like looking at the top players and they're not necessarily that position. So I keep scrolling down until I get middle of the pack and I'm like, oh, there's a center. That looks like the best one. I click on it. And then, I come out with like a C- or a C plus overall, A for the draft, and it's best player available. So I don't think unless they know the person personally or they're like expecting this player to make a huge splash, they're just going to keep best player available.
So what I would do if you're like so dead set on Jake Moody, right?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that as a joke.
Right. So I'm going with what you're saying, right? I would take one of the 3rd round picks and I would move down to the 4th round with it. In some way, try to get into the 4th round with it. So I pick up another pick, and then in that 4th round, that's when I pick Jake Moody. Because I think if someone's gonna go up and pick him early, it might be in the 4th round. So
if you're going best player available, then we're not going to draft a kicker.
If you're planning to pick up a kicker, you know what I mean? That's the type of thing that you would make according. We also need to pick up a D tackle. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that we don't pick best player available, but it does mean that we maneuver a pick into the area to where they should be the best pick to available. You know what I mean? And the Niners kind of do best pick available for their need. You know what I mean? They also have certain people slotted for certain rounds. You know what I mean? Because remember with Elijah Mitchell's story. So there's lots of things going on. I think it's certain picks are slotted for certain players, and I think other ones might be open for just who's best player on the board, essentially, that they've already looked into. So if you got, they look at the top 5, right? And they go, okay, well, we talked to 2 of those guys, so let's pick between those 2. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the number 1 guy there. It could be number 2 and number 5. They might go with number 5 because they're like, well, we just picked this guy earlier. We were able to get this one guy, and this guy's kind of the backup in case we didn't get that one. So we'll just go with that guy. So I don't know. I see a lot.
I think it's a 1 picker, only because
1 picker
for safety.
Okay.
Because well, I've already said my bold statement is I think Hufanga is going to lead the league in interceptions this year. But what I can't get out of my mind is that we had the second fewest interceptions in the league ever this year, and the most QB runs and QB design runs and QB sneaks ever. So the league is changing for some reason. So I don't hold much value to the DBs as much. And plus, with we got Lenore, and then we got 2 injured cornerbacks. So I think we would use probably more picks at the cornerback position than the safety. And Once they draft a safety, it's going to be a couple years before they know how good he is, anyways.
I don't think you're wrong there. I just see, like, with my philosophy, if I'm trying to get somebody, I'm hitting twice. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
I
like we
got
did in the 7th round,
what's up?
just like we did in the 7th round last year.
Well, no, I mean like more with the offensive line last year. Guard, guard, guard. You know what I'm saying? Guard, center, guard. You know what I mean? You got like 4 offensive linemen that all fit the same spot because you could figure out who's the best. You know what I mean? You could move a guy over here, move a guy, you could do a whole bunch of stuff. You can figure it out. They've have issues with their offensive freaking line, like drafted people. I don't know why we can't like get good guides on the offensive line through the draft. It's like other teams don't have issues with it. We struggle. It's like
Well,
we don't. Go ahead.
we haven't been picking high either the last few years because we've been making it to the NFC Championship game.
I
or
don't
the
even
Super
think
Bowl.
you need to pick high. I don't think
Yeah.
everybody's always a first round draft pick when it comes, or a second round even.
No, we're looking into too many utility positions because we're trying to make, like so much. We're trying to make a dime wine, right? Like you got 10 cents and you want to make $1 out of it, right? So you go and you draft an offensive lineman who can play center, tackle, guard, and he can punt, right? We got a deal, right? No, you can't have too many utility players. You either have one guy who can play left tackle, one guy who can play right tackle, and they're really good at it, or you got like one guy who can play left tackle and then 4 other guys who can play almost half a position. I mean, like this is where we're at. We're 7 years into this regime and we're looking for a center. How many times? How many times have we looked for a center?
Oh.
So I mean, I don't know.
Well, what was Kyle's philosophy though when he came here? It was like,
Oh, I can tell you. I can tell you real quick.
Well, no, like he needed a vet left tackle and a vet center. You know what I mean? And I think he's realized there's not enough room in the cap to have a vet center and a vet left tackle. So I now have to get creative. You know what I mean?
He got real cute, man. He thought he could get the center from the Falcons. He thought he was going to get Matt Ryan, and he knew that wasn't going to happen. But he was hoping he was going to get Kirk Cousins, and he was going to tell everybody, "You like that? You like that?" And then it didn't happen. So we're not there right now. So we don't like that because now 7 years into the regime, we still don't like that. We don't have a Super Bowl, and he's still trying to get Matt Ryan. And he's still trying to get Kirk Cousins. He's trying to get his guys. And that's the whole thing. He wants his guys. He doesn't want somebody who's going to win a Super Bowl. He wants to win the Super Bowl. Kyle is the quarterback. Until Kyle can win a Super Bowl, he's going to be throwing pizza ovens, right?
Okay. You just made a question pop into my head. And now I'm going to have to go around and ask everybody.
Well, hello. Let Corey finish her answer real quick.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, okay. I'll ask this question then, real quick. So, well, it's not real quick. So if the 49ers, let's say they got a 2-year window, right? The 49ers don't get a Super Bowl victory within those 2 years. Will his quest to try and get Kirk Cousins be the reason for his downfall, essentially? Because it will have been a failure, right? Because now you're going to have to totally rebuild the team and do all this stuff, right? And you got all these accomplishments, like you got to these places, but you didn't get to the one thing that mattered. You didn't get the one thing that mattered the most. Do you think the catalyst to the downfall will be him going after Kirk Cousins in the beginning and putting off going after some really good talent?
Most definitely, most definitely, because when you come off, and you come into our team, we didn't have hardly anybody that was a player. We had just a couple core players. We didn't have a quarterback. He didn't know if he wanted to play football or run for politics. We didn't know what he wanted to do, right? So we changed everything. And Kyle and John come in. They want a clean house. They wanted to go after Kirk Cousins. The whole time they've wanted to go after Kirk Cousins. They can't get him. They can't get him because we can't trade with the Redskins. Now we can't trade with the Vikings. We go after Jimmy Garoppolo. We go after all these other people. You bring up a good point. We went after quarterbacks like Deshaun Watson, who we could have signed if we wouldn't have been going after Cousins. So I think at the end, if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, he will definitely have to tell himself, do you like that?
Corey, let me get your thoughts because we didn't get your thoughts on the last question. So let me get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, is gonna be the downfall for him not winning the Super Bowl because he was going after somebody else that he couldn't get. And that was what my show was about. My last show.
Oh yeah?
Can Kyle Shanahan ever win us the big one? And how long will we stick with him?
So they're muted right now. I got a question for you. Do you think that what was that? If Kyle wanted Kirk Cousins so bad and Jimmy came along, right? Why wouldn't you have matched Jimmy's contract to end at the same time that Kirk Cousins was a free agent? They overlapped by a year or two. Why not just set it up like that?
Well, you gotta deal with Jimmy's agent. He can't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna match this to this." If Jimmy agent and Jimmy don't go along with it,
So Steve-O and Bryant behind the scenes there we are. I thought you guys were back there making out. Did you hear anything? Oh, go ahead and finish your talk. We'll talk about this. I don't see the big deal with that Cousins offers, but I'll say no because we are going to win the Super Bowl. This is the thing. It's not what we see in Cousins. It's what Kyle saw in Cousins in the behind the scenes. I'm sure it's the personality, but I think it's also the moldability. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't question certain things. In the Revolutionary War, right? George Washington needed to kind of rebuild the army, so he went back to Trenton or whatever. They built up camp, and he got this German. I can't remember his name, but he was a German drill sergeant. He said he was a general. He wasn't. He was just a drill sergeant, and he's trying to drill our soldiers into line, and he says, "The Prussian soldiers, you tell them what to do, and they just do it." He's like, "These American soldiers, you tell them what to do, and they ask you why." He's like, "Oh, is that bad?" He says, "No, I love it." And the reason why is because you could tell somebody what to do, and they can think for themselves on their own battlefield. So if chain of command goes down, Kyle doesn't want that. Kyle wants the Prussian troops, the ones that you tell them what to do, and they do it, and they don't think about anything. Kirk Cousins is a Prussian troop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's not the guy that comes up with a plan on his own when stuff breaks down. Trey is an American soldier. Trey asks why. You know what I'm saying? He asked why like 3 times. You give him the answer, and that gave him 3 other questions. So you needed to ask why. You know what I mean? And
you started losing me with talking about history, but then that actually came around and made sense.
Yeah. It's the one thing I'm a big history buff, like big time.
I think that has a lot to do with why Jimmy has lasted on the team as long as he has. Because
Yes.
instead of coming out and saying, "Oh, I need to do better," or the team needs to do better, he's one. A lot of people knock him at the press conferences for maybe not taking credibility. But when you have somebody in your ear saying, "I want you to throw it to option A or option B," I don't care if option C or D is open. You throw it to option B. So Jimmy goes for his reads. 1, 2, boom. You got to throw it, right? He's got that quick release. He got the ball out. Everybody's happy. Yards after the catch. The boys got the ball. We're working, right? Well, we didn't get those big, sexy plays. We got to see those players that was running down the field saying, "I'm open, I'm open." But Kyle told Jimmy in his ear to throw the ball. I don't feel like Jimmy has ever had the full opportunity to come out and say, "This is my offense. This is what I want to do. I'm going to audible at the line." I don't think he has that. And I think that's why we don't have, and Brian, I think you agree. I think everybody agrees. We don't have an Aaron Rodgers. We don't have a Tom Brady, because those guys would come to the line and say, there's 10 men in the box. I'm throwing it deep right now. I'm not. So I do like Jimmy. I do give him some excuses. I do give him, like the benefit of the doubt. But again, you have to look at the whole picture here. Kyle imagines he's the quarterback. It's not, "Oh, Jimmy's my quarterback. Kirk Cousins is my quarterback. CJ." No, I'm the quarterback. When he's in the game, he's looking down at the next play sheet on defense. And you're like, "Okay, but that guy didn't catch the ball over there, and you didn't pay attention because you're looking to see what your next play option is. But your offense could be on the field right now if you were looking." So again, he's too much. I'm not going to say he's the worst guy out there. I'm not going to say we can't win a Super Bowl with him, but he's definitely got to get somebody around him that can say, "Hey, right now you need to be looking at the team and not looking how to put 21 and 22 personnel together and figure out who you can swap out there on the field."
Well, it seems like it's more about the plays he was calling, because like in the
You know what I'm
Cowboys
saying,
game.
Ryan? But you know what I'm
Well,
saying? If the defensive coordinator can't call timeout,
oh
right?
yeah,
And you're the coach, and you're the only one who can call timeout,
no,
but your
that's-
head's in the play sheet because you're
that's-
looking.
Do we know that the DC can't call timeout though?
yes,
I don't know. I don't.
yes, that
I don't know if
was
that's for every game. I don't know, but
D'Amico has made comments about not wanting to call a timeout and stuff like that. There's been things we know. People have talked about it. I can't remember offhand where it came from, but there's been actual firsthand account. Yeah. So either he needs to relinquish control, or he needs to have his head up and he needs to be watching what's going on. One or the other. Yeah. No, that's perfectly right there.
Yep.
So I asked you guys the other day what you guys thought Lance's stats would be. I purposely didn't bring up what Purdy's stats would be because I think it wouldn't be fair to Lance. But so, what do you guys think? And I'll just let's say touchdowns to interception ratio. What do you think? We don't know where Jimmy's going to go, but what do you think his touchdown to interception ratio is going to be outside of Kyle's system? I know we don't know where he's going to go, so it's kind of hard to judge. But how do you think he's going to do his first year?
Who, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because it depends what team, how the team gonna play. Like if he go to the Raiders, he probably gonna do pretty good because he already know the system that the Raiders run, know what Daniels want.
I think Go ahead, Corey. Sorry.
So if he goes to the Raiders, he's already had Daniel as an offensive coordinator, so he knows the system. So he probably throw at least 24 touchdowns and probably 12 or some interceptions. It depends.
Also, I think the offensive line is going to be a big thing for him.
Yep.
He does stare around his first read, and he does have a quick release. But if the guy's not open, he's not going to throw the ball to him. So, and he could get sacks. And I think the more sacks he gets, I think his interception rate goes up, and I think his touchdown rate goes down.
Yep. That's true too.
And I could see the 24-12 also. Not only that, but he's already put up a year like that before.
Yep.
It's funny. I was looking at Brian Hoyer's stats because he got released, and he got sacked 16 times in 6 games. That's insane. Somebody doesn't like Brian Hoyer. I don't know.
I thought he was going to be decent with us when he came onto the team. I was like, all right, Brian Hoyer, I started making that, that like comparison. I was even arguing with Raider fans and like, no, we got a quarterback now, because, we had Blaine Gabbert before that, we didn't know where Colin Kaepernick was going to be at. And, Brian Hoyer, the Destroyer, comes in and he starts seeing ghosts. And the next thing you know, we put my guy CJ in there. And I tell you what, CJ, a lot of people give him a crack and they give him, like a lot of hate and stuff. Well, the offensive line was still learning how to gel. But CJ, he could come in, that boy could throw 80 yards. He could throw 80 yards. He taught Kittle how to run. All right. Kittle and him were college guys together. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, like, the team really believed in Kittle. They really believed in CJ, but CJ, he didn't have that quick arm. And when Jimmy came in with those last 5 games, it was like, whoa, this guy's getting the ball out so much faster. And then we got something here, like we don't need 3 or 4 seconds. CJ, he needs 3 or 4 seconds. Jimmy's getting the ball out so much faster. We're better. So, and that's where that hype happened.
One thing. Go ahead.
That play, those 5 plays, that's where Kyle let Jimmy just play.
Yep.
He let him play. He didn't, tell him.
Yeah. Oh, throw it to this guy, throw it to that guy. He let him go out there and make his own decisions.
Oh, I lost it.
For me, Jimmy, 16 touchdowns and 4 interceptions this year. Was it 4? It was 4, right? Yeah. That's 4-to-1 ratio. That's great.
That's his best year ever.
Yep.
That's hands down his best year ever.
No,
that made his ratio go up so much. Like it. He was a 50%er.
Most quarterbacks are 2 to. I would normally take a 2-to-1 quarterback. 25 touchdowns and 12, whatever.
No, it was 24-12. You don't even get the half.
And isn't that a little bit funny too? Like we seen the Bronco game. I think it was the Bronco game. He comes off the field and is like, "Your plays suck," and we seen the little ad lib and stuff like that. And yeah, we lost that game, but then after that, we started playing better as a team overall. I know we lost 2 more games after that, but Jimmy started playing better too. And I don't know, maybe Kyle and Jimmy, they weren't on the same page at that point, but it definitely seems like since Kyle's came in, he's wanted one quarterback, and it doesn't matter who is in front of him, who he can pick. He wants Cousins, and I'm sorry, I just don't like that.
Yeah, what's cool is if he said that, which I'm pretty sure he did, that's hella cool. Like I appreciate that. But everybody always talks about Tom Brady to the Niners, but dude, Aaron Rodgers is MVP 2 years, his COVID MVPs or whatever. He had 85, 89, and 9. Most quarterbacks go 2 touchdowns to 1. This guy went 8, 9 to 1. That's freaking. I'd rather. And I'm from Green Bay, so don't get me wrong. I'm a big homer there too. That's my second team, but I would take Aaron Rodgers over Tom Brady every single year.
Boom, just like that. Shout out to Indiana. My family's from Elkhart, so yeah, half my family are Green Bay fans. So,
and I'm sure Kyle, if he was going to take Brady over Aaron Rodgers, would take Aaron Rodgers because of the way he protects the football.
They called him just 2 years ago and said, "Can we get Aaron Rodgers? We got the 3rd pick. you could do anything. They said no.
What? Who
So
said
and
that?
before
That
we
happened?
drafted Trey Lance, the night before the draft happened, the 49ers picked up the phone. And this is why I'm so adamant. We tried to get Watson. We tried to get Stafford. Then the night before the draft happened, we picked up the phone and called Green Bay, talked to the coach on the phone and said, "Can we trade you our 3rd round pick for Aaron Rodgers?" They said, no. And then they made him like go through this whole thing. I don't know if I want to play or not, because he wanted to come to the Niners. And
Really? I
then
didn't know
the
that.
wide receiver and everything happened from there. And now we're potentially talking about trading Trey Lance to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. That's now potentially
So,
top.
the only people talking about trading are trolls on Twitter for
Well-
trade.
Well, what's the source, Bryant?
There's been a couple of people that's dropped it on YouTube that said that could be a potential trade, but they would say that we'd have to add somebody else besides just a head, an over quarterback trade. It would have to be another
Look
player.
at what they're trying to do. They're
Because
trying
at
to.
this, yeah,
they're-
because at
they're
this point, Trey Lance, his value is not high enough, so they're trying to add. Yeah,
They're trying to pair Jordan, or not Jordan Love, but they're trying to pair Trey Lance and what's his homeboy?
yep, Christian.
Christian Watson. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. I just, when stuff like that, like it's like the Albert Beer stuff. If there's not a source, it's just it's like me and you talking. You know what I mean? Like it's going as far as this cast is. It's, you know what I mean? It's not going anywhere. It doesn't really mean anything. Now, once they start saying they got a source, then you start, and they don't mention the source, then you got to be like, well, do I trust you? You know what I mean?
Why don't they mention the source?
So for me, I've heard it from 2 or 3 different people, and I don't want to, say, because I listen to too many podcasts. I don't want to say anything incorrect, but it's been mentioned a couple of times. And the funny thing is if you think about it, they're saying the reason it would work so great is because Trey Lance used to play at Indy, North Dakota, right? And what are their colors? Green and yellow. So it would be like him coming right back, So they're just trying to paint it any way they can get it right now. But I've heard it 3 or 4 different ways.
I saw somebody going, what is it? They wanted Trey Lance. The Minnesota Vikings were going to give us Kirk Cousins, and they were going to get Trey Lance a first next year and something else, maybe like another player. And they wanted another, or I think it was Trey Lance, Kittle. I don't know. Trey Lance, Kittle, and then a first or something. And and I was like, what? You were crazy talk, bro. Like,
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense to me to trade Trey Lance and Kittle, supposedly if they don't get along or they're not, the same, it doesn't make sense to me just trade them as an option, trade Danny Gray or Trey Lance or, Brandon Ayuk and Trey Lance, but not Kittle and Trey Lance.
I feel Kittle is a pro. And if Trey is the quarterback, he's just going to play football. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a consummate pro.
I don't see you putting peanut butter and jelly together and trying to trade it like that if Kittle and Trey Lance aren't peanut butter and jelly. You know what I mean? Like
right.
So when I said why don't they name the source, I wasn't talking about a specific instance. I'm just saying in general, why do they never name the source? Because they wouldn't have a job.
Boom.
You're the
because the
you
source
go back and say this guy was dumb. He said this.
The source wouldn't, but this is the other thing too. So sometimes the team will want a narrative out there, but they won't want it to know that it's coming from them. They might want it to more sound like it's coming from the player. So they'll have it put out through somebody else and it's said a specific way, which will make you think that it's for the player's benefit. You know what I mean? So you're thinking, oh, they're thinking for the player. And then you find out a little bit later, the player's like, nah, fuck that. That was some bullshit. They were just being quiet and, not saying anything to get in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's that. That's why the sources, you know what I mean?
Is that like I don't know, you watch Pat McAfee, like Ian Rappaport is like straight. I can't remember what it was, but Ian Rappaport straight up got called out because they go, "Hey, Aaron straight up said this." He said, "I stand by my sources." Like he can't say anything else. You know,
Exactly.
what was I can't even remember what the story was right now, but
It was it was
was it
about
when he's going on the retreat?
what day he was going on the retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Something
also like
stupid as that.
the contracts. So they don't even know what the contracts are when they're tweeting that out. They do it so they can get ahead of it, and they kind of know a rough estimate of what the money is going to be like, because they kind of in on some of the talks beforehand. You know what I mean? They're kind of privy to them, so they're just not. They can't say anything. But no, that's one of the reasons why they're first and foremost people like Ian Rappaport and all them. Like Jay Glazer might be more of a players type of person, or at least used to be. But all those guys the first people they know, they're in with the NFL, they're in with the NFL network. So those ones are getting the talking, they're definitely getting talking pieces from the teams themselves first and foremost. But there's other times they probably speak to the players themselves. But anytime you ever see like a neutral thing that doesn't necessarily benefit, it doesn't seem like it's benefiting the team, but it doesn't say anything bad about it. It's normally about the team, and they're just trying to cover something up, and they're getting out in front of it and using these people as their. But when it comes down to it, when someone's got a source, right, it just means that somebody who's connected with it's talking about it, whether it's true or not. That just means there's talk about it inside the building. That's why I like to know, is there a source? Because if there's a source, then we got something to talk about.
I don't know if guys get paid. Huh? Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport. How do they get paid? Like if a source
they work for the NFL network.
Well, I mean, other than that, but that has nothing to do with the source, right? So are they paying the source's money to break this news, or how does that work?
So they've just been people in the industry, reporters and whatnot, that have gone around and created connections over time, and then because of those connections are now hired into a role at the NFL network to then just communicate all this information that they.
So what's the benefit of being a source? If they're not paying, Adam Schefter's not paying somebody to get info, then I don't understand.
The benefit.
I think a lot of sources don't necessarily know that they're sources. They're just like friends, like, oh, hey, here's Matt Barrows. Hey, dude, how are you doing? We're gonna get lunch later after practice or something, and then they start talking or whatever. How's your son doing? And they start talking. And you say, oh yeah, Trey Lance looked really good. Yeah, since his finger wasn't broken anymore, he's been looking really good. Oh, really? And then they start writing down. I think a lot of sources don't necessarily know that they're sources because they're so like zooted. They're on the team. They're the butt box guy, right? They know just a little bit of shit and somebody's talking to them. So I don't think they get paid any money necessarily to say anything. I think what they're saying, these reporters are like, oh, and they're taking one sentence and they're making a paragraph or an essay out of it.
You also got to think about this. When you give information to somebody like that, now they owe you a favor, right? Mm-hmm. So it might not be money. So imagine Ian Rappaport comes out and says, let's say George Kittle is not a very good teammate, and the 49ers are looking to get rid of him, right? Comes out and says this, right? And let's say I'm the Seahawks, right? I wanted to get Kittle in the draft, right? So I'm interested in Kittle. So because I have told Ian Rappaport stuff before, I'm going to call up Ian Rappaport and I'm going to be like, hey, what's the deal with Kittle? Is the personality just wrong, or is there something else? And he goes, no, they're not feeding him the ball enough. And he goes, oh, okay. So now that team knows, hey, we should go make a trade for George Kittle because we want to feed him the ball. You know what I mean? that's probably the biggest thing is the sharing of information. You can put information in here, you know what I mean, and get credit for it. Whether you get, everything back, it doesn't matter as long as you're playing the game. You're coming to the table with stuff. You can hear what's coming in on the other end. What's going on contractually. Let's say there's, who was it? Quarterback. Okay. Derek Carr. Let's say Derek Carr, he's looking to figure out what's going on. Sorry, this is not a good example. Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay, right? Let's say there's a bidding war for Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they're not telling me what's on the table or what the deal is that I got to beat. Maybe they're trying to be favoritism or something like that. So I got to go and ask somebody like Ian Rappaport, hey, what's on the table over there? And Ian Rappaport's like, oh, this is on the table, and this is the one who's offering it. Maybe they're not telling you who also you're bidding against. So it's information. It's information hustle. And then it's also a way to drive everybody back to the NFL because you're now taking those mouthpieces. Those people who are putting out and essentially breaking all that news. And where do you have to go? You have to go to their Twitter. You got to watch their video. You got to do all that to consume that information. So it's just a circle. Bring it back in. Fireside chat. We got 18. We got like 19 minutes till we hit 5 hours.
That was hella funny. Corey, I don't remember if it was your show last night or I don't know. But remember Niners talking about Trey Lance. John Lynch has been watching him throw, and then I popped out. I was like, "Yeah, man, I heard the reason why John Lynch was looking out his windows because he heard a bunch of ducks." Dude, that cracks me. I watched that over like 20 times in a row. Okay, we're playing it.
And where has he been watching him throw from, right? Because he's been in his office, right? He's looking out the window. But just recently, Trey Lance came out and said, I need some college guys to go to a college so I can throw the ball. And it was all raining. It was all raining during that time. So when did Lynch look out the window and see him throwing? It doesn't add up.
I thought he might be talking about Javon. Because that's what confused me too.
Oh.
Because I was because he talked about like he had seen it multiple times, and by that time, this was the first time we heard about him getting people. You know what I mean? Because we know there's twice that he did it, right? And by the time John Lynch had that interview, he had only thrown one time, as far as we know, and he had said it in plural, so it's multiple. See, Brian, this is how my mind works. You know what I'm saying? And so
I think that's why you like me, because I listen to a lot of shit.
So like facts, and being this, that's why I'm like it because this happened and then this happened. You said multiple, you know what I mean? So it can't, you know what I mean? Like something, and that's why I think he was talking about Javon, because they were also asking about him at that point in time, I believe. Yeah.
Because what I understand is at that point, it was either one day prior or one day after. I gotta really think about it, or go back and look. But
it was like the day in between the two of them.
Yes, Shanahan came out. Well, Lynch came out and said, "I've seen him throwing," and then it was like the next day we hear him say, "I need some college guys to go and throw," and it was just like, when are you throwing the ball? It's raining, man. Like what university are you go? Because there's not a lot of universities in Santa Clara or San Jose that are domes that you're going to be throwing at. I mean, Raj said this. A lot of 49er content creators said this. And again, it's like, I'm just trying to listen and form my own opinion. And it just doesn't seem like, it seems like Lynch is trying to tell us what we want to hear, but it's not necessarily what he thinks or feels. And that's again.
So what, we don't have an indoor facility is what you're saying?
Yeah.
We do have one?
No.
We don't?
I think we
not
do.
That I know of.
Don't we?
Not that I know of.
I thought the only team they didn't have was the Bengals until like last year.
I think the Bengals, they wanted to get it. That was the joke because they always get snowed. So they were saying we need an indoor facility. That's what I understand. But for the 49ers right now, I don't believe they have an indoor facility. And if they do, why is he asking college students to go somewhere other than that facility?
See, I didn't hear him say he wanted to throw somewhere else other than the stadium. I just know he was asking people.
I got a question.
Mhm.
There was a little bit of a dust kicked up because Kyle Shanahan isn't going to the combine. He's staying back to work with coaches. Is this anything? Is there any reason he? Oh, what's up, puppies? He's a cool pup. Is there any reason that Kyle Shanahan needs to be at the combine? Can things like videotaping the interview, him giving them a list of questions, is there anything that him being there actually does?
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
It's the third round.
It's what?
It's the third round.
A third round. Oh,
If it was a first, he might not even be back from Cabo, as far as I know. If it was the first round, I might be like, that's But the third round, I'm not worried about it.
No, nothing matters at all. I mean, come on, when you go ahead and trade up, and let's go back to the Trey Lance, right? You go ahead and trade up, how far, how many draft picks, how many years in a row, and you don't know anything about this guy until you're counting on your scouts to tell you this is the guy, and then all the speculation I'm drawing up plays in the plane for him. No. Kyle doesn't go to these things. He doesn't care about it. He's relying on all of his other staff members. No, he doesn't need to be there. Why does he need to be there? He's got Cabo.
Are they back from Cabo?
They should be.
They should
Supposedly, him and Kyle were supposed to both. Lynch and Kyle were supposed to be at the combine today or yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about him. You don't go to the Kaaba.
Nah.
I think it's a very relevant point. Like you brought up, Steve-O. It's third round picks. It's not like you've got so much weighing on a third round pick. You know what I mean? If like you're gonna get some of them wrong, we've gotten a lot of them wrong, especially the running back picks lately. TDP, please don't prove us right again. But yeah, I don't think it's an issue. Why does he need to, if he says he's spending time with his coaches, he just changed defensive coordinator. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? Is he getting him ready and explaining how he likes to play the certain teams? You know what I mean? What things he's going to see from these teams? You know what I mean? Like, that's perfectly fine. To me, it's a moot point.
Nah, I mean, it goes back to like what I was trying to say is like he didn't even scout Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan didn't scout Trey Lance. He let other people in the building tell him this could be our guy. And then he decided, oh, this is my guy. And now we have multiple people saying, oh, Trey Lance was always Kyle's guy. Shanahan, that's his guy. But John Lynch didn't like Trey Lance. John Lynch and other people wanted other quarterbacks. But the guy didn't scout him. He was all the way up until like he was going to be in the Super Bowl, and then boom. No, I don't see it. And like, you're the head coach. You're the head coach and you don't want to be places, then just say it. You don't want to be places. And it's your track record at this point. You are relying on other people in your coaching staff, but you keep letting everybody go everywhere else. You're not retaining your coaching staff. So who do you rely on?
Well, I'm not big into the combine, except for the Rich Eisen 40. And it's funny because I seen it today. Like, they had the Rich Eisen running the 40, and then they had all the players, the fastest players, dude, that was cool. They animated it and everything.
Did you see that they were giving him a lead, like a handicap?
Yeah, that was cool.
Awesome to see that. That was great.
And then it's like, But my whole thing is, it sounded like from the little talking I did hear about it, like this might be the last year of the combine. Am I misreading that?
They're not very happy with it right now. They really aren't. Too many coaches and too many players are coming out and saying it's just us running around in our pajamas.
So then it's really not a big deal.
No, because there's too many coaches coming out. I think the Lions coach really by himself is coming out and saying, "Well, if you got to, grade somebody or watch tape, you can see that. You can see that on tape. You don't need to see them run the 40 or jump in their underwear." And I get it to a certain point. I get it, but then it goes back to like my point too. Like if you're going to draft somebody, third overall, and you don't put any stock into them for 3-4 months, and they're like, "Oh, that's our guy right now." How much did you really need to know or talk to him or go and see him run around or do any of these little? You got all that through their season. All that's on tape. If you want to find out what they are in the locker room or what type of player they are, you call their coaches and you go from there. The 4.0 GPA student, you call their college. I mean, you go from there. But I mean, it's now it's being proven more and more. These coaches aren't paying attention to these guys that are being drafted.
I think the combine as we know it should change as far as what the athletes are doing in it. Like the 40, I don't think the 40 is necessarily helpful for probably about half the player. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And like some of the drills that they're running, not necessarily that helpful either.
Nope.
But what it does do is it gets certain people in the room together. And there's a lot of colleges, they're doing their own pro days and whatnot like that, right? So why not colleges figure out who's doing pro days? You know what I mean? Figure out what colleges next door to you can go to your pro day, right? Anybody else that's kind of sprung out, you all go to the new combine. It's like your own pro day, and you figure out who else is going to be there. You bring there, boom, pro day. And then you get the coaches and the teams go to all these ones and you get to see everybody and talk. You probably get more time. That I like the aspect of having all the people who are going to be in the draft in a room together so they can be interviewed. I think it's really like even today, like how we were going through the list of people who've been interviewed by the 49ers. There's content to be made in that, but there's also like it helps the teams figure out who the players that they're going to draft are, but it also helps the media kind of get a good idea what's going on, because none of these teams are going to say anything, and holding people accountable is awesome. Knowing that, hey, you drafted this guy, but this guy over here, you had him interviewed. He wasn't gone when you picked, but this guy was good. Why didn't you pick that guy? You know what I mean? It gives us a chance to be accountable after the fact. So there's things I liked about things I like about the combine, and things I don't like. As far as like the stuff that they do at the combine, it's not helpful.
Oh, why are like the receivers and running backs? I see running a 40. That that make a deviate, offensive lineman. I don't. That doesn't make sense. But for one, you put some damn helmet and some pads on, because that, what I mean. That's going to be at least. I understand we want to. Oh, a 4.2 looks hella sick. I don't know if that's why they don't do it or not. I mean, the cone drills make sense coming in and out of breaks and stuff like that. But when was the last time somebody that had the best long jump? Like, when did you use that in the game?
Or have you seen some of the offensive line drills where they come off the ball, they hit the guy with the pad, and then they just kind of look like this, and they do 3 kicks, and then they go, like you could see better technique in the game in real time, with footage. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what you do against air in a bag. You know what I mean? I want to know when there's somebody barreling down on you if you can kick your foot, without falling over.
I've been watching the NFL Network probably for about 17 years or so. When my sister was born, I think that's when it came out, and it was interesting when you first started it. Yeah, you seen Rich Eisman, and he was doing the 40 time, and you thought that was funny, but they didn't have a lot of skill positions. They didn't do a whole lot. It was a lot about talking. And now, as the years have went by, they start getting into more and more, like, oh, this player and this player. But
yeah,
it's like it's a lot of a bunch of nothing. It's a lot of, like for the longest time, I was like, for the first couple of years, they would show the 40 time and then they would say, oh, this quarterback's supposed to be drafted. And they just keep repeating it. But you didn't see these other skill positions or these other, these guys dodging balls or doing anything. You'd see the wide receivers catching the ball and dropping it, catching the ball and dropping it a couple times. And I always thought that was funny. Yeah, you can catch like 50 balls real quick, but you're not holding on to the ball for more than like 2 seconds. So how does that equivalent to you? Catching the ball, running, and then, and now all of a sudden we see the guys, they catch the ball and they drop it. And was that a catch or was that a fumble? Does it go back to the Columbine, like what they were doing back then? So, like, again, to me, it seems like it was really interesting when it first came in because NFL Network was all big and they were trying to get a bunch of people to, start like getting that channel and stuff like that. But they don't talk about anything. They really don't. And they had a couple reporters there for a little while that was really just family or talking to each other like they're best friends. And that was their core group people. But they don't talk about anything. And like Rich Eisman, if he wasn't the guy doing the 40, they wouldn't have a show. They really wouldn't.
And he stopped doing it. He's doing it for charity now only or something like that.
Yep.
So one thing, you were talking about the 40, right? And so, okay, running backs, wide receivers, cornerbacks, tight ends, safeties. Okay, run a 40, all right? But do it out of your stance. Don't be doing it getting down like a runner. Get in your 2-point stance. Get wherever you do when you start the position. Everybody is, getting a certain position. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a safety, you're in your squat position. Linebacker, you're in the squat position. And that's how you start it. Boom, there you go. If you're an offensive lineman, you get down in your 3-point stance. You know what I mean? If you're an offensive tackle, you still get down in a 3-point stance, or you get up at a 2. I don't know. It could be preference, but I think you need to do everything out of that because it gives you a better understanding of what somebody's got. Offensive linemen, they don't need a 40. I want to know how fast they can get to their third step. You know what I mean? Yeah. How far down the field and how quick you can get to your third step. Because by that third step, you should already be coming into contact with somebody. And everything after that is kind of out the window. So I just want to see.
This is a crazy thought, but they really, really want you to pay attention to how fast the 40 times are. Then when the Super Bowl happens, right? Wouldn't you love to see Andy Reid running the 40? And if he wins, right, he gets the ball. The Chiefs can get the ball at, like, come on, like, let's make this interesting, like just a coin flip. Like Rich Eisman can run a 40. Let's see what Andy Reid does, right?
We haven't seen these top 40 times translate into real game time, things.
Right. Like right now they got that QB that I guess broke the record for the vertical jump. I mean, that's cool if you're a wide receiver DB, like that 40 or that vertical jump does matter for attacking the point of the ball. But how is it going to help a quarterback? Instead, we want to judge his success by the size of his hands or some shit.
Yeah. Oh, his hand isn't big enough, so he needs to go to the 3rd or 4th round, right? Oh, he's 1 inch shorter, so he needs to, no. But he can jump 4 inches, so let's draft him number 1 overall. No. No.
When it comes down to it, like the hand size, the jumping and all this stuff, I think those are great things to check boxes so you can look at things. But I don't think that's the reason why you draft somebody or pick somebody. I think it's all about their technique and their personality. You know what I mean? They could do so much with technique and personality. I need a teammate. I don't need a freak athlete. I need a teammate who can be responsible for their job. You know what I'm saying?
I'm only like 5'7", right? And a lot of people that, I'm around are a lot taller than me. But when I hold up my hands, wherever it is, my hands seem to be bigger than the guys who are taller than me. And that doesn't mean anything, really, does it? It just means the way I'm proportionally sized, my hand is bigger than other people. But it doesn't mean I'm a better athlete. It doesn't mean I'm faster than anybody. But when you go and try to measure somebody, like for me, like I'd probably draft number 1 because of my hand size, right? But when you look at me being 5'7", I'm not going to be drafted. I'm not numbers, I'm not Mr. Irrelevant, I'd be lucky to walk on, right? So with that kind of mentality, for me, it doesn't make any sense. You could be the fastest guy out there, but if you're not tall enough and they hit you, you ain't going anywhere, So again, I'd like to see the coaches run at the beginning of the Super Bowl and see who gets the ball after that.
Yeah. It's like, I know people when they looked at me when I was in high school, they always say, "Oh, you're not a fast runner." They always wanted me to rush the quarterback. You're not a fast runner. And I had to tell this guy, the captain of the team, okay, I tell you what, I want to guard him. And he's the fastest, he's supposed to be the fastest player. He run track, he does the 40 and all that stuff. I want to guard him. And if he catches the ball on me, I'll go back to rushing the quarterback. And the guy said, okay, we'll take that bet. So I lined up with that receiver, and he never caught the ball on me. The quarterback hardly threw his way. Because I was like on him like peanut butter on jelly.
That's right, PBJ.
I was on him. He didn't catch the ball. He got the ball thrown to him. I knocked that and intercepted that ball. Sometimes I made him look like he was open. I did it like a Dion thing. Sit there like this and made it where the quarterback didn't see me. And he thought he was open. He put his hands up like this. And when that quarterback threw that ball, I said, Phew! Snatched that ball and took it for the end zone. And then the captain goes to me, the only reason why you got the touchdown because I blocked. I said, man, I burnt all of them people. I said, I burn you. I might look like I'm going slow, but I'm going fast.
Well, and speed on the line is different because it's not just having speed, it's being able to not have people knock you off your path or, entangle you up. So it's not,
I always got to reference, like when it comes to speed and stuff like that. Have you guys ever seen like Flash? He's the fastest guy ever, right? Well, have you ever seen Turtle Speed? You can be as fast as you want, but you can't catch somebody who's the slowest guy, right? Because if you can't get to him, so it's like that mentality, So, yeah, I mean, like it doesn't matter. There's all these different variations. You can be the fastest guy at your position, but if you can't get to the point where you need to be, it don't matter, I mean, like there's always someone bigger or stronger, but if you are in your field and you can do what you need to do, no one can touch you, so speed sometimes doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Have you guys done any mock drafts since the combine? Because before the combine, I was getting a lot of that Richardson Jr. or whatever. And then I did like a bunch of them after the combine. And like that guy that is in trouble, Carter or whatever, like he's been thrown up as number 1. Have you guys done any?
No. In fact, I saw somebody who did one and they had him drafted as like 3rd or something. I was like, you're tripping. That guy is going to fall.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and then now the ones I'm doing, like he's number 1 instead of the other guy, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me unless maybe the numbers from the. I don't know if I know he's supposed to interview. I don't know if he actually did any drills or anything, but yeah, I was just kind of curious because I'm a bettor, so I want to bet. You know what I mean? I want to try and get a leg up and like, shit. If there's 20 mock drafts, this guy's going to. I'm going to go put some money on it, even if it's a negative 120 or whatever.
I don't know if I'd put money on him to get. I'd put money on him to fall.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Why is the mock simulator unless it's because of the numbers that you at the combine? It's not 2 and 2 is not adding up to me. I know it's just a mock draft, but
yeah, I did my first one last night. I got all excited because I I chose that quarterback with 2 last names, and I was like, yeah, the boy was there for me. So I didn't know anything really about him until I was just going through. And again, I'm trying to pick the best position available. And you got your little cursor up there at the top that say, oh, you might need a corner, or you might need a center. So as you're going through, you see wide receivers. You keep going through, and you're like, okay, I finally got to a center. Let's pick him. He's the best one, right? And you're just having fun with it. But when I got that quarterback with 2 last names, I got excited because I got an A minus, I think.
So what I'm gonna give you some homework, Bryant.
I'm listening.
Is start the draft, pause it, and then go in. Well, it's best to trade up first, and then you can see all the ones that in each position and this and that. And then you can figure out, okay, who's the guys that I really like, right? And then try and start figure out, okay, he's going to be here in the third. You know what I mean? So now I got to figure out this and try and figure out and see if you can't move up to get better guys. You know what I mean? And try and do that. That's the...
Yeah, I hear you. Because like me and you were playing with it, and I know I joke a little bit, but we can almost guarantee that Jake Moody's going to be there between the 5th and 6th round. So like trying to take
in the real draft, he won't be.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little afraid of too. So
yeah, that's why I don't know. Somebody could get him in the 4th, and if not, he's definitely probably going to be gone by the 5th. So when you said grab him in the 3rd, I was like, that's a little too much for me. But if we could move down to the 4th with one of those picks and pick him up there and then pick some, I'd do that. I'd do that in a heartbeat because I don't think we have one in the 4th where we can get him. I think it's the end of the 5th or something like that.
Yeah, I think we got 3 in the 3rd, and then we don't have any in the 4th. I think we have a 5th, and then we have a bunch in the 7th. I think so.
Yeah.
So we got to double check that too. So I got a little bit of homework, but Ryan, dude, man, you are at 5 hours, bro. I think we went good. I think we were really strong. No one, hopefully I didn't piss anybody too much off with all my traded Debo, but
we're all good, bro.
It's just my opinions, and I appreciate all you guys' thoughts and opinions, and it's a lot of fun.
There's something different other than the quarterback talk, at least.
Oh yeah,
everybody's got pipe dreams.
Yeah,
I'll show you pipes.
No, sir. Keep that gun show away. All right.
No, we'll do it Jesse's Collins style. No, I'm joking.
No.
And with that, does anybody want to say anything before shut this bad boy down?
Well, Thursday I'm planning on doing a Thursday night 49er trivia.
Okay. What time? What time, Corey?
7
o'clock.
You giving away that flag?
Huh? That flag staying up there. Can't get rid of that flag. Vito gave me that flag.
Hey, Corey, you do know there's a big show that goes on Thursday night. Just to let you know, if you maybe moved it back an hour, that'd probably be prime time.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I'm trying to do that, and some of my panel couldn't come in. Like I was going to do it Wednesday, but some of my panels couldn't come in.
What if you started it at 8?
See, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. Sometimes, like, with me being, just getting into the game too, it's really, you don't want to step on too many people's feet, and then you just got to do your own thing. And like with me, I know Ryan, I go to a lot of streams and stuff, but like Corey, he starts his show. He's been going on Wednesdays at 7, and he's been doing other things. And sometimes it conflicts with other people. But Corey, you got a good host, and you got a lot of good people that come in and stuff, and sometimes people don't get to see you live, but they go back and watch you on the the rewatch, the review. So just keep doing your thing, and I'll be there when I get a chance. So
yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it.
If you line it up to where you're starting at the time another show's ending, you can sometimes get a shot out and then tell the room to go hit your channel up.
Yeah.
And then you're not competing with them. there's no this and that, and it's kind of you might get more views.
That was my issue. Is like, so like Jackhammer and the Hammer and Nail show, or whatever they call it. Like they'd always be on together, but then they would always be on at the same time. And I know like most people are West Coast, but like Jesse's East Coast. And I'm always like, why are you guys on at the same time? You know what I mean? Like, because now I got to go back. I like you both. I got to go try and watch both the streams at the same time. I see, and I'm sure there's probably a sweet spot in the number that I don't the time I don't know about and this and that. But yeah, I see that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's usually I was gonna do Friday, but John Jay's doing Fridays. So I said, okay. I'm trying to find days. Sometimes it's hard because some people live in different time zones. And
I'm not working right now, so I'm always everywhere. Hey, so Ryan, I have a question.
Well, guys,
Yeah.
before we go, let me leave you guys with a joke because me and my little girl were trying to do that. Like when I do a stream or something like that, I tell a dad joke before we leave, right? So if you don't mind, I got a joke. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing? In case they get a hole in one.
Oh,
There's
that's
this
bad.
there's this the shorts that have these dad jokes on them, and there's two guys and they're always sitting like next to a lake with ice on it. I gotta remember the name, but these guys are just sitting there. Oh, that shit's funny, man. That cheer you up all the time. I just want to let you guys know that yesterday I finally won a Niner Sickness podcast. I hate that. I don't like ducks. I hate that stupid duck race. But my question was, what was Joe Montana's number in college? And I was putting 1-6, and I don't watch college. And I was like, no, I don't know. Some told me 3, and so I got it right. And I was like, yeah. And I was last place in the duck race, and then the very last 5 seconds, my duck was like, meow. And I was like, cool. So shout out to him. That's pretty cool. But I just Ryan, I wanted to ask you, when I first seen you coming on everybody's channel, like you always wear these like kid glasses. Like, what happened with that? Or what was the reason? What was the reason behind it?
The dope glasses.
They're my daughters. So one day I was waiting to call up. Who was I calling in? I don't know. I couldn't. I think it was.
Aaron?
No. Oh no, it was a call-in show. Aaron doesn't do call-in shows. I think it might have been Grant Cohn. And what happened is Chardal dressed up like Barry a Baller with the shades and all that.
Really?
And the hat. And I didn't have any other shades except for these because they were my daughters. They were sitting right there. All my other stuff was packed and whatnot. So I just threw them on and was like, this will be funny. And then there we go. But I can't see anything. So, you know what I mean? Like,
I haven't seen you do it in like months. So I was just kind of curious.
Well, that's probably been about a year or so. I don't know. I went to the dollar store and got these bad boys. So you can't see the glass behind them so well.
Gotta love the little girls, man. They make us young. They keep us young, right?
Bro, she calls me up. She's like, Daddy, can I have my sunglasses?
Yeah, I remember talking to you because I made that joke about you acting like you and you shaving your beard. And everybody's like, "What?" And you said you wouldn't shave your beard until something about your daughter. I don't remember what it was though.
Yeah, but I didn't shave it all the way off. I said I can't shave it all the way off, and then I started looking for new work, and I wasn't gonna try and because I was trying to look for some part-time work, and I was gonna go and get some food service job, get some. So I'd work and get dinner. You know what I mean? Like 2 birds, 1 stone it. Pay me and feed me. You know what I mean? And I was like, they're going to trip if they see this beard because it's just a lot of beard, man. They're gonna be like, we can't tell them we need them to fucking trim that shit. So I just bit the bullet and trimmed it, before they could say anything and be like, yep.
Yeah, I haven't worked since November 30th, and I didn't shave the whole time. And this is the longest I've ever went without shaving a beard. But I had a job interview. It was the last week, so I had the beard oil from my last job. I was putting that stuff in there. I was like, all right, I'm one of those guys now. But yeah, I was like, I gotta go for a job interview, dude. I always got to be clean cut. So, could never grow a beard like you did, though.
Oh man, I shaved every day. Oh, hold on. Let's end the stream real quick. We'll get back in. All right, I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Thank you very much. Oh, damn. Yeah. A lot of people. Shout out to G9. Shout out to 49 Giant Lakers. That they were dropping some bombs on us. Some truth. Good shot. And everybody else that joined the chat. With that, we out.